Roth Taylor is the son of a powerful noble family of ruffians. He is feared for his intimidation and bad behavior at the academy, where he acts like a king. One day, Ed receives a letter from his family. The letter states that he has been disowned and removed from the family registry. He loses everything, his title, his wealth, and he is even expelled from his dormitory. The academy students gossip about his downfall. They still avoid him because of his bad reputation, but many believe he deserves his fate for trying to cheat during the admission exam. Ed feels that life is unfair. The people who judge him do not know the real him. He is not the villain they think he is. The truth is strange. He has been transported to his favorite video game, the Failed Swordsman of Silvânia. In this game, he is not a hero or a genius, but a minor villain. This character only appears at the beginning of the story. He is weak, powerless, and destined to end up as a beggar. At the end of the game, Ed checks his stats and feels hopeless. His energy, strength, and magic are embarrassingly low. He should be a magic student, but even a farmer, NPC, has better stats. He realizes that this is why his character is so insignificant in the game, but Ed does not want the ending where he becomes a beggar. He decides that he will change his fate. No matter how hard it is, the academy is still his chance to build a new life. It is a top-tier school, and anyone who graduates has a bright future. He knew that, although it was an extreme early part of the scenario, it is also extremely important to him since his tuition for the first semester is already paid. Ed decides that he will stay, work hard, and use his knowledge of the game to survive. His goal is to graduate and lead a peaceful life. However, his low stats make him doubt if he can succeed. So, he decides to focus on surviving for the next 10 days, until the semester begins. To avoid the students and their stares, Ed leaves the academy grounds and goes to the nearby forest. On the first day, he tries to chop wood and move it with magic. His weak magic quickly drains his energy, and he becomes hungry, recalling a story from his grandfather. Ed tries to make a stew from tree bark. It tastes horrible and makes him feel sick. He realizes that wood is better for building than for eating. He works hard to build a shelter. He chops logs, makes a structure, and puts everything together. After hours of effort, his shelter is finally complete. His stats improve slightly, and he earns a small achievement. This gives him hope. Ed realizes that he is not only skilled with magic, but also with his hands. Using his manual skills, he crafts a harpoon, which also unlocks an achievement. He uses the harpoon to catch fish, cooks them, and enjoys his first decent meal in 2 days. For the first time, he feels that he can survive. While eating, Ed hears someone behind him. He turns and sees Princess Fania. She is the third princess of the cruel empire, and the person who exposed him for cheating during the admission exam. Because of her, Ed lost everything, and now she seems angry to see him still at the academy. Fania doesn't understand why Ed hasn't been expelled yet. She believes he is shameless and warns him to leave the academy. Ed gets nervous because Fania has a special power. It allows her to see through lies. If she reports him, he would be expelled, and it would be the end for him. While she reprimands him, Ed sees his fish burning on the fire, increasing his frustration. Ed knows he needs to calm her down. He tries his best to divert her attention, then simply leans in and thanks her. Fania appears surprised, not detecting any lies from Ed. She knows Ed's family, the Roth Taylors, who are infamous for their genocidal experiments on humans. They are considered a trash family that should be destroyed or executed. But for Ed, it's different. He is lucky because he has already been disowned by his family, which gives him an advantage at the academy. Otherwise, it would be the end for him. In the game, Ed begins to wonder why she is alone in the forest without escort or uniform. He remembers that it is likely for the placement test in the timeline of the video games where students must find magical orbs. Ed knows that Fania wants to join the elite class of the academy, so he offers to help her, knowing that she will have difficulties passing the test without assistance. Fania is suspicious of his offer, thinking it might be a trick. Ed remains calm and insists that he is being honest. He tells her that if he lies, she can expel him immediately. This is his last chance, and he knows he needs to convince her to trust him. Ed helps Fania by telling her the exact location of the hidden magical orb above the guardian tree of Marilda in the middle of the island. Following his instructions, she goes there and finds the orb exactly as Ed had described. Fania feels surprised and conflicted. The Ed she knew 3 days ago was a cheater and a liar, but now she finds herself unable to understand this new version of him. The next day, the placement tests come to an end, and the students gather to await their evaluations. Professor Glast arrives and asks everyone to present the orbs they collected. Some students present different objects, like magical eggs, but they are placed in Class F for not meeting the test requirements. The professor explains that the orbs necessary for success do not possess magical power, which makes them harder to identify. 2 of these orbs were found by the main protagonists, Dix and Lortel. Then Professor Glast raises his hand and points to the last student, who retrieved the 3rd orb from the guardian tree. He declares that this student is at the top of the class, leaving everyone amazed. Sitting by the river, Ed makes a rudimentary fishing rod, achieving another accomplishment. He remembers the game where the Phoenix Princess developed sharp judgment skills. Because she grew up dealing with people who flattered or lied to her, she became so good at identifying lies that no one could deceive her, but this ability also made her life more difficult. In the original story, the Phoenix receives the title of Princess of Love, not for her beauty, but for her hard work. She fails the class placement test, and works hard to improve, eventually proving her worth and earning respect. Ed knows that if he tells her where the magic sphere is, he can avoid being expelled, but that would ruin the original story. If the story changes too much, all the knowledge Ed has about the game will become useless, and he will lose his advantage. However, the information Ed gives to the female about the account, although it seems like a gift, is actually a cleverly prepared trap. She wants to keep her true identity a secret, because she feels embarrassed by the special treatment her status brings. She wants to prove her worth without relying on her status. Although the account would guarantee her best results on the ranking test, she cannot accept it, because finding it without her own effort would compromise her values. The Phoenix is determined to follow the path of righteousness, which leads her to earn the title of Princess of Love in the original story. Since Ed cannot lie to the Phoenix, he uses mental tricks to control the situation. As he predicted, the Phoenix refuses to take the pearl, leaving her without the pearl she needs to pass the test. Another student, Lucy, finds the pearl. Feeney is angry and frustrated. She knows Ed spoke the truth, so she cannot punish him, but his actions ruined her chance to succeed on her own. Ed feels relieved and happy to have maintained his place in the academy and kept the story on track. He quickly returns to the academy to attend the opening ceremony of the new semester. At the ceremony, Ed eats and enjoys the food, feeling more comfortable than before. Many students notice the change in his behavior. The Ed they knew as an infamous bully and troublemaker now seems like a completely different person. Ed's focus is now clear. His sole and exclusive goal is to graduate from the academy. Among the groups of students, there is a girl who cannot help but notice Ed. She watches him closely, surprised at how much he seems to have changed, as if he were a totally new person. On his first day back at the academy, the faculty praised everyone who helped transform the academy into a new and improved form. However, Ed is unexpectedly called to meet with the principal. He fears the worst and thinks he might be expelled. However, to meet with the director, he fears the worst and thinks he might be expelled. However, to his surprise, the director simply smiles and calmly says Ed suspects that the princess might have reported him, but feels relieved when he realizes that the director seems unaware of his actions. This experience makes Ed more cautious. He decides to closely follow the original story and avoid straying from it while living in the forest. Ed's survival skills improve significantly. Over time, he becomes skilled at crafting quality arrows and starts thinking about how to enchant his arrows with spells. One night, after hunting for food to prepare dinner, he is on his way back to his tent when he notices a girl sitting on a tree. Marilda is the same girl who had noticed him during the opening ceremony. Janica Philov. Janica is the spiritual witch genius of the second year, the same year Ed is in. She sees Ed and excitedly approaches him. She enthusiastically introduces herself and tells him that the magic tree, Marilda shared stories about him with the tree observed Ed in the forest, but does not mind his presence. This reassures Ed. Giving him a sense of calm, he casually comments that even a fierce wild wolf can have a tender heart. Janica seems surprised for a moment but then laughs at his words. She extends her hand and asks if he wants to touch the spirit, with which she signed a contract to be her friend. Ed, however, is not interested in interacting further with Janica. He politely declines, saying that he cannot see the spirit in her hand, and apologizes, claiming that he only came to the area to gather food. With that, he steps away. The real reason why Ed keeps his distance from Janica is her crucial role in the original story. He knows that Janica Philov is a key character, and establishing a connection with her could alter the plot, costing him any informational advantage he might have. To navigate the events of the game, as Ed walks away, Janica calls her spirit friend a wild wolf, Marilda, the guardian of the forest. She leans on Marilda, feeling comfortable, and starts talking to her. She thinks about Ed and finds him fascinating, just as Marilda told her before. Although she tries to be kind to him, Ed only gives short yes or no answers. Still, she believes that this will not be the last time they meet, The next morning is about working hard to avoid being late. To the academy, his shelter is far from the campus, so getting there is always a challenge, but his efforts are worth it as his attributes continue to improve. Ed does everything alone, his tasks, washing his clothes, and carefully managing his rations and supplies. He is determined to win a scholarship. Janica cannot help but observe him from a distance. Curious about his routine, when Ed finally notes, he shouts and asks why she keeps following him. He demands to know if she really knows who he is. Ed Roth Taylor, the most infamous and dangerous person in the academy. Ed tries to keep his distance from Hannah. Despite her polite and friendly nature, she says she does not judge him based on others' opinions because she does not truly know him. However, Ed is cautious and distrustful. He knows that Hannah may seem naive and innocent, but she is the final boss of the first act. Ed decides it is safer not to get too close or interact with her more than necessary, feeling overwhelmed by his challenges and difficulties. Ed takes the risk and asks Janica for a favor. She gets excited, thinking it is something important, but when Ed asks for money, her mood changes instantly. Money is Janica's weak point, and Ed knows this. From the game's backstory, she comes from a humble background and works hard to stay at the top of her class to maintain her scholarship. Without it, she could not continue her studies. With a dejected expression, Janica apologizes and walks away, leaving Ed feeling conflicted. 3 days later, while hunting, Ed reflects on his conversation with Janica. He regrets asking for money, but knows he has no choice but to avoid getting involved with key characters to preserve the original story. When he returns to his tent and lifts the curtain, he is shocked to find another important figure from the game, Lucy Marcel. The rare genius and the most powerful mage is sleeping inside. Lucy wakes up and immediately complains about how Ed is making noise, saying she cannot sleep properly. When Ed demands to know why she is there, Lucy points to the area behind him. She calmly tells him that a spirit wants to speak with him, being to save Annika at all costs someday. Despite Lucy Marcel pointing behind him and claiming that a spirit wants to speak with him, Ed still cannot see anything. He feels frustrated. Not only has he barely managed to get rid of Janica, but now he has to deal with Lucy. Lucy, with her small stature and ability to walk in the air, behaves like a street cat, appearing anywhere she finds comfortable to nap. To make matters worse, she is now using Ed's camp and resources to skip classes and rest. Ed blames himself for this situation and realizes he needs to act quickly before her presence diverts the story. But while setting traps for hunting, Ed notices Lucy casually grabs the bait, a piece of beef, and eats it without caring. This frustrates him even more, because no matter what he says, she completely ignores him. Ed realizes that if she has already come to his camp several times, she will probably keep coming back. Worse still, as an experienced player of the game, he knows there is no strategy to defeat Lucy. Having finished solving the problem, Ed remembers a specific detail from the game guides he reads, something that most players ignore. He decides to play his last card. Ed tells Light that he recently saw maids from the dormitory searching for her. At the moment he hears this, Light freezes in shock, her composure breaking for the first time as she quickly invents an excuse about remembering something urgent and disappears into the air in no time. Ed feels relieved and silently thanks his knowledge of the game guides. He remembers that, although Lucy is a formidable mage, with no known weaknesses in combat, she always flees when mentioning the dormitory maids. Apparently, she has a habit of avoiding them since the maids who take care of Lucy chase her away. Ed feels a sense of triumph. He is confident that her 2-day stay will not significantly impact the story, and is grateful that it didn't take long to figure out how to get rid of her. Once again, he managed to protect the original story, although he can't help but notice how he is starting to feel satisfied. As the game's story progresses, the first major mission finally appears: Joint Combat Training. This is a simulated one-on-one combat exercise where students use fake weapons to minimize lethality. It is also the moment when all the main characters of the game are introduced and meet for the first time. Among them is the main protagonist, the hero of the game, Taylor, the failed fencer from the Silvânia Academy. Ed shows little interest in the fights at first. He already knows the outcomes, since the winners are always the main characters of the first year, including Taylor. However, one thing catches his attention: Annika. She appears again, full of the same enthusiasm as before. Despite Ed's repeated efforts to distance himself from her, she remains glued to him like glue. Observing his persistence, Ed jokes, wondering if she might belong to some family of dogs, similar to Lucy's family of cats, given her wandering and clingy nature. Trying to be helpful, she shows Ed the list of matches. He ignores it at first, uninterested in the details, but when she casually mentions that his name is on the list, it is alarming. In the original plot of the game, Edward Taylor is expelled at the time this mission occurs. Taking the list, he quickly examines it to find out who his opponent will be. Meanwhile, the most anticipated fight of the event begins. A duel between the main protagonist, Taylor, and the powerful feline mage, Lucy. Setting the list aside, Ed focuses on the fight despite his current circumstances. He still feels a deep connection with Taylor's character, having spent countless hours completing the game alongside him. Although Ed now inhabits the role of a secondary character, he still wants to cheer for Taylor. The announcer calls Lucy to the ring. Ed vividly remembers this iconic moment from the game. Taylor holding the sword for the first time, skillfully countering Lucy's spells and catching her off guard. Lucy then uses intermediate lightning magic, which disqualifies her, granting Taylor the honor of being the first person to defeat her. Nostalgia floods Ed, and he waits anxiously to see this scene unfold again. The referee rings the bell, and the fight begins. Taylor charges forward with his characteristic determination, trying to gain an advantage by attacking Lucy with his fists, but with a single lightning strike. Lucy sends him crashing into the wall. Ed watches as Taylor, despite the overwhelming odds, knows that he refuses to give up, just as he remembers from the original story. Despite being a country bumpkin and all the flaws he faces, he never loses hope. Taylor grips his sword, advances, and catches Lucy by surprise, mirroring the sequence from the game. But then something unexpected happens. Instead of Lucy using her intermediate lightning spell, as she does in the original story, she casts a blocking spell, stopping Taylor in his tracks. She then uses wind magic, launching Taylor even further away and completely exhausting him. The announcer declares Lucy the winner of the duel. Ed is stunned. Taylor should have won this fight, but now Lucy has defeated. This small change may seem insignificant, but Ed knows it can completely mess up the original story. He fears what might happen next. The crowd cheers for Lucy as Taylor walks away from the match. Devastated and defeated, Ed feels a growing sense of panic. This is a big problem. He quickly realizes that the magic Lucy used is not normal. It is continuous magic, the kind that can only be obtained by forming a contract with a high-class spirit in the original story. Lucy and the guardian spirit of the forest, Marilda, have no connection. However, Lucy's unexpected visit to Ed's camp must have led her to accidentally form a contract with Marilda, making her much stronger than she should be. He blames himself. This change in the story is his fault, and now the story is spiraling out of control. Taylor, the main hero of the game, should never have lost this match. The announcer then announces the next match: Ed versus Taylor against the Phoenix Princess. The princess, still bitter towards Ed, eagerly prepares to settle the score in the duel. But Ed doesn't even recognize her. Instead, he passes by her and runs after Taylor, who is already leaving the hall devastated by his defeat. Taylor's loss is entirely Ed's fault in the original story. Ed's character would have been expelled from the academy long before this mission began, but because Ed is still present, everything changed, and now Taylor's defeat risks ruining the entire plot, as Ed insists that he should not give up. Taylor's defeat is just a setback, and Ed knows how crucial it is for him to stay in the academy. Taylor's spirit as the protagonist is essential for the story's progress. Without him, everything will crumble. Ed does his best to motivate Taylor, reminding him of his strength and potential. Deep down, Ed knows he is also protecting his own future. If Taylor gives up, Ed will face an even greater battle to survive in this game. Taylor must remain strong, not just for himself, but for the sake of everything Ed is desperately trying to preserve for the Phoenix Princess. The first person to recognize her ability to judge is Emperor Cluil. Some believe it is a divine gift, but it is not. She developed this ability on her own after enduring the endless politics and conspiracies within the royal palace. It became her means of self-protection, forged through years, navigating the treacherous environment of the imperial family. That is why the female princess trusts her judgment so much. She has seen the harsh truths of the imperial world clearly through the lens of the abyss that shaped her resilience and sharpened her perception. So whenever she wants to confront any opponent or person to judge, she has to look directly at the person to find out before the match begins. Ed casually tells the princess, Phoenix, to take it easy on him, while Phoenix, in turn, advises him to do the same. Meanwhile, the audience whispers harsh comments about Ed Roth Taylor in the original story of the game. Ed was notorious for bullying Taylor and then cheering for him, making it seem hypocritical. In the original backstory, he bullied Taylor and then acted friendly while cheering for him. They think it makes no sense. Ed knows they are right, because in the story, his character used his position to humiliate his juniors, and when that failed, he cheated on exams and was expelled. The match begins. The female forms a water ball and throws it at Ed, wanting to test him. She thinks he will dodge using fire or wind magic. But Ed neither dodges nor defends himself. He simply stands still and takes the hit. Phoenix is shocked. Ed then calmly declares that he lost, giving her the victory without even trying. The audience erupts in applause for Princess Phoenix, declaring her the winner, while Ed is loudly insulted. being told he is worse than Taylor. Despite this, Ed calmly approaches the princess, thanks her for the match, and quietly leaves the arena. This only deepens Phoenix's curiosity. She begins to question why he acted that way. Asking if he hasn't been interested in the duel from the beginning, Ed makes an intentional choice to withdraw from the match. He doesn't want to interfere with the Phoenix's role in the story because he understands how important it is to the plot. He quickly leaves the arena and searches for Taylor, believing that Taylor is the true protagonist of the tale, much more significant than the princess, and he wants to make sure that Taylor doesn't give up while Ed looks for Taylor. He is surprised when Fania suddenly appears behind him, out of breath. He is surprised to see her alone without escort. Fania shouts at him, demanding to know what his true intentions are. She accuses him of having no intention of winning the match, claiming that he just wanted to leave the stage as quickly as possible. Fania's frustration overflows. She admits that she is tired of everyone at the academy, her peers, the teachers, even the staff. She feels overwhelmed and confused, especially by Ed's actions. She demands to know who Ed really is, which only makes her question even more. Seeing her so upset, Ed calmly approaches and places his hands on her shoulders and tells her to relax, guiding her through a simple breathing exercise. He encourages her to breathe deeply, slowly. His calmness helps her focus and alleviates her frustration, even if, just for a moment, feeling calmer, Fania realizes how she acted earlier and apologizes to Ed for her behavior. Ed notices that she has relaxed a bit and looks for a way to leave so he can continue searching for Taylor, but Fania begins to open up about her struggles and sadness of living in the royal palace. She talks about how difficult it is to deal with politics and the constant schemes that have worn her down. Even after sharing her feelings, Fania still wants answers. She asks Ed why he picks on Taylor. She wonders if it's because Taylor has a troubled past, and Ed, who was one reason for being disowned by his own family. Ed knows there is some truth to what she says, but pretends not to understand, avoiding giving a clear answer, knowing that it's not the right time to explain everything, and fearing that it might complicate the story even more. But Fania gets irritated again, demanding to know why Ed intimidated Taylor, but now supports him even after he tried to expel Taylor. Ed continues to dodge her questions, giving vague and unrelated answers, which makes her even more irritated, but with no proof to confront him, she lets him go, remaining suspicious at the door. Ed stops and turns back to Fania. He tells her that, although she needs to focus on the complicated politics, she also needs to rest. He reminds her that the academy is not like the palace. Here she doesn't have to worry about everything all the time. Fania is taken aback by Ed's advice, surprised that he understands her struggles so well. This leaves her curious, since no one has ever understood her like this before. Ed, before his words can have a profound effect, leaves Fania and continues searching for Taylor, hoping it's not too late. He finally finds Taylor sitting alone holding his broken sword. Looking sad and lost as Ed approaches, someone steps in his way. Ayla Chris, the main heroine of the game, she firmly tells Ed not to approach or disturb Taylor, positioning herself in his path to protect Taylor from more trouble. Ayla blocks Ed and firmly states that Taylor doesn't need to deal with him anymore. She accuses Ed of having already caused enough damage. Then something surprising happens. Taylor, despite looking defeated and destroyed after the match, stands up facing Ed with a determined expression, asking why Ed is still at the academy. Ed is surprised by Taylor's strength to continue even after such a devastating setback. Taylor still demonstrates his fighting spirit, having played the game with him countless times. Ed knows that Taylor's strength lies in never giving up. No matter how strong the opponent is, he also sees Ayla's positive influence, Taylor's childhood friend and greatest supporter, who is always there to motivate him and lift his spirits. As Taylor demands answers, asking what Ed's true intentions are, Ed simply praises Taylor's sword skills. During the duel, he acknowledges Taylor's incredible abilities, a genuine compliment stemming from his experience in the game, where he fought alongside Taylor until the end. Ed turns to leave, telling Taylor that he only came to see him and is not planning anything. He has no schemes or hidden motives, although Taylor may still distrust him. Ed feels relieved not because the plot is slightly off course, but because Taylor, the hero he knows so well, is standing firm as Ed walks away. Taylor and Ayla glare at him, annoyed by his calm demeanor, thinking he's trying to play it cool. Despite everything, as Ed leaves suddenly, a loud explosion shakes the hallway, the result of a powerful magical spell. Ed immediately recognizes the scene, the type of game. This is a key event during the legendary duel between the beloved daughter Lortel and Annika Failova. In the original story, Taylor and the other main characters were supposed to watch this match. In the realms, with the changes in the plot, Taylor and Ayla are now outside. He decides it's okay since the match is still happening, and they might be watching from outside. This duel is important because the winner becomes the final boss of the first act of the game. The battle between Danica and Lortel becomes intense. Lortel uses ice magic to stop the fire spirit that Danica summoned. However, the strength of the fire spirit overcomes the ice, melting and hitting Lortel. This makes Danica the winner of the match. The crowd cheers for Danica, excited that a second-year student has won. However, Danica notices Lortel being carried away by medics. She feels guilty, realizing that she used an intermediate magic spell, which violates the rules. Fortunately for her, no one seems to have noticed the mistake, but she is traumatized by what she did to her opponent. Unlike the original story of the game, Lucia now defeats Taylor, and the entire mission ends with Danica becoming the only senior winner, protecting the pride of the previously enrolled students while watching this. It is noteworthy that things are about to get even more hectic for Danica, but he considers this a relief, as it may mean she won't bother him anymore at his camp. Ed decides he wants to avoid further involvement with the main characters, since getting entangled with them only brings him headaches. 2 weeks pass after the joint combat training mission, and Ed focuses on improving himself. He significantly increases his stats during this time. Now he can study and survive, without relying on any of the main characters. His physical constitution, endurance, and other abilities become stronger, making his body more resilient while bathing in the river. Ed sees Danica approaching stealthily. Embarrassed, he shouts at her for invading his privacy. Later they sit together by the campfire. Danica expresses how much she enjoys Ed's camp, describing it as a perfect secret base for adventures. She mentions she needs his advice on something, and asks for his honest opinion. Curious, Ed asks why she came to him, instead of seeking help from her other friends. Danica explains that after Ed left the hall, her fight against Lorethel ended with her victory. However, during the duel, she accidentally used a mid-level spell, which was not allowed, and injured Lorethel. Now she feels guilty, and can't stop thinking that she overreacted. She doesn't want comforting words from her friends, as they would probably tell her she did the right thing. Instead, she wants an honest opinion on whether she should apologize to Lorethel. Ed tells Danica to do what she thinks is right, and apologize if she believes it's the right thing to do. While Danica is cheerful, joyful and beloved by all as the perfect friend, feeling guilty or self-critical won't erase the mistakes already made. People can encourage and support her, but that alone won't undo what has already been done. Hearing Ed's straightforward opinion, Danica is glad he doesn't blindly take sides. She realizes how much Ed has changed compared to the person he was last year. Although she is a cheerful and smiling girl, she is also a keen observer. She remembers how, when Ed once asked her for money, he didn't show the desperation that most people do. Instead, his behavior subtly signaled to her to keep her distance from him. Already, Danica finds Ed intriguing and admits that she likes him a lot. She told him she wished more people were like him, as he has become a strange but comforting source of security for her. The next day at the academy, Ed finds himself in serious trouble as Lortel continues to follow him and call out to him. Despite his best efforts to ignore her, he knows exactly why this is happening in the game. The bankrupt swordsman from Silvânia is considered a masterpiece, with only a few players managing to reach its true ending. Most new players encounter bad endings early in the story, often caused by wrong decisions, or by failing to save important characters. These choices lead to tragic outcomes, such as the hero being killed or broken, resulting in a game over. Lortel in the early stages of the game is a hidden heroine designated for a specific role, unlike Phoenix, who is openly admired. Lortel is treated as a villain from the very beginning. Her true nature and importance are revealed only in the later parts of the story. To avoid losing control of the narrative and risking a bad ending, Ed decides to avoid falling into Lortel's plans. He chooses not to follow her intentions and to be cautious about every decision he makes, while Lortel continues to follow Ed, persistently asking him to stop and listen to her. She eventually positions herself in front of him, displaying an angelic and innocent smile. She politely asks him to spare 2 hours to hear what she has to say. Ed, clearly irritated, asks how long she plans to follow him. Lortel playfully responds that she didn't expect him to ignore her for so long, gritting her teeth as if her presence didn't bother him at all. Lortel, being the only daughter of the elite magnate Catherine, is not an ordinary student. As part of the elite, she is deeply involved in the political rivalry with Princess Phoenix for control over the academy. Ed, however, has no interest in getting involved in her schemes, determined not to fall into her cunning trap. He quickly resumes walking, hoping to shake her off, indifferent. Lortel continues with her sweet and flattering words, trying to gain his attention. She even offers to help him with anything he needs. Ed, impressed, advises her not to make promises she doesn't intend to keep. However, Lortel refuses to give up. placing herself in front of him again, this time with even more charm, claiming to have great respect for him, despite the rumors that he is arrogant and self-centered, to make her offer more appealing. Lortel pulls out 3 gold coins, worth a month's salary for most students, and presents them as an advance, hoping to finally catch Ed's attention. Lortel makes her offer. She wants Ed to be friends with Janica, with a sly smile. She slips 3 gold coins into his pocket, saying that having more people by his side is always a good thing. Ed, already studying carefully, and with a touch of curiosity, asks if the famous Golden Daughter also buys her connections. Impressed by Lortel's understanding of his political position, Ed realizes that she is already strategizing to control the academy. Despite being a first-year student, she is gathering allies to strengthen her influence. What Ed finds extraordinary is that he extends his hand for a handshake, acknowledging her ambition. During the handshake, Ed shares a lesson with her, saying that for people who have always been wealthy, even a small moment of poverty can break their spirit. But for those in desperate situations, one small amount of money can make them abandon their pride, betray their families, or even sell themselves. Taking advantage of desperate people is surprisingly easy and common, and he is neither desperate nor willing to accept money for any clever offer. After saying this, Ed withdraws his hand and places the coins back in her palm. Then he steps away, leaving her stunned and amused by his cunning. Ed feels frustration knowing that accepting the money could have made things easier for him, but he cannot risk altering the narrative. Lortel does not feel insulted by Ed's direct rejection. She understands very well the balance of benefits and risks in the game. She is the ideal business strategist, always seizing any opportunity that arises. Her character is known for turning situations to her advantage in the game. In other words, Lortel has a determined attitude in transforming Janica into one of her allies for political benefits. At night, Janica visits Lortel's quarters. Lortel greets her with a playful smile, teasing that she didn't expect a visit. It is their first meeting since the intense duel. Janica apologizes for using a Relo, mid-level spell during the joint combat exercise, acknowledging the rules she broke unintentionally. Noticing Lortel's still visible wounds, she expresses concern. However, Lortel downplays the situation, assuring Janica that her wounds will heal soon. Then, with a playful smile, Janica casually changes the subject and asks if Lortel's conversation with Ed is going well. Adding a bit of dramatic tension, Lortel, caught off guard, tries to deflect the question, claiming she does not understand what Janica is referring to. Janica, smiling knowingly, reveals her spiritual powers, saying that although she usually keeps her spirits away from personal matters, they enjoy listening to conversations. This revelation momentarily leaves Lortel speechless. Taking advantage of the moment, Janica asserts her seniority, leaning in close, and criticizes Lortel's strategy of using gold coins to gain allies. She emphasizes that sincerity and bonds of trust cannot be bought to make Lortel feel a bit jealous. Janica then talks about Ed's approach, saying it was much more genuine and sincere than the way Lortel was doing things. Diana Carey found it hilarious to show her authority. As a lady, she thinks she might have boasted a bit too much before leaving Lortel's room. She apologizes again for hurting her during training, commenting that one day she will be strong enough to summon a high-level spirit like hers, but she needs to keep working harder for that. When Giannica leaves, Lortel thinks about her. She realizes that Giannica is not as innocent as she seems. Behind her cheerful and friendly personality, Giannica is strong and uses her happy attitude to survive in the dark world. But now Lortel feels that Giannica seems a bit different, as if she is dealing with something difficult. Back at his camp, Ed is hanging his clothes when a strong gust of wind knocks them down. This is caused by Belaya, the senior maid of the Ofala dormitory, who once expelled him from the dorms. Seeing how he is living now, she comments that it's surprising but admits to being happy to see some positive changes in him. The maids of the Ofala Hall are known for their perfection in everything, from cleaning to cooking. Ed can't stop looking at the basket that Belle is holding, filled with the best ingredients she collected in the forest, surprised to see her in his camp. Belle tells Ed not to be so shy, as he can ask anything he wants. Taking advantage of the moment, Ed asks for the basket. He knows it will help improve his crafting skills, to make medicine, food, and other useful things. Seeing a chance to be a good friend to the maid, Ed uses the basket to create new tools and food. At sunset, he sits and appreciates his hard work, even having a bit of fun, but the rest doesn't last long. Suddenly, someone falls from the sky, destroying Ed's entire tent and nearly killing him with shock. It's Lucy. Seeing her precious camp ruined, Ed is furious. He angrily tells Lucy that she almost killed him. When he demands an explanation, She admits that it was Belaya who was in a bad mood for some reason, and got mad at her earlier for skipping class that morning. In her panic, she decided to teleport to the only safe place she could think of, accidentally destroying Ed's camp in the process. Without remorse, Lucy complains that she is hungry, and asks Ed if he has any beef jerky. Furious, Ed slaps her on the head and yells at her for causing such a mess. He is surprised when the most powerful mage does not defend herself with a protection spell. Lucy makes a face and explains that she is out of magic, which gives Ed the perfect opportunity. He decides to teach her a lesson for destroying his camp and skipping classes at the library. Ed is busy looking for a book to help him learn how to build a sturdier house. Ed is busy looking for a book to help him learn how to build a more resilient house. Using real wood, he focuses on understanding the necessary materials, planning the structure and mastering techniques such as smoothing the wood and finishing a roof while flipping through the pages. He realizes it's almost time to close as he is putting the books away. A girl approaches him with a friendly comment about his dedication to studying, thinking she might be the library apprentice. Ed quickly apologizes for staying late. The girl, smiling warmly, reassures him that it's not a problem. She says seeing someone studying so seriously motivates her to work harder too. She introduces herself as Elka Easley, a first-year student at the Magic College. But when Ed says his name, she freezes for a moment, looking surprised. Ed is not surprised. He is used to people reacting this way because of his character's notorious reputation, who quickly smiles and says he looks very different from the rumors. She is especially impressed that he managed to read and understand difficult books on elemental studies so quickly. She admits it's hard to believe he is the same Ed everyone talks about before leaving. Elka says she will be rooting for him and wishes him a safe trip back, as she needs to return to the dormitory to pack her things. Leaving, Ed, slightly encouraged by her kind words, suddenly a loud crash shakes the floor and the library, causing books to fall from the shelves onto Ed and Elka, creating chaos everywhere. This marks the beginning of the final chapter of Episode 1. In the game, on the fields, the students run towards a temporary camp, led by the main character Taylor, among them Isla. Upon noticing the disaster, recalls a passage from a spiritual book she read once. It talks about a summoning ritual for Glasskin. The high-level dark spirit Phoenix listens attentively as Isla explains that only someone with a strong connection to the spirits could summon Glasskin, and that person is Janica Firelover. According to the plot, Janica is now the final boss of Act 1, lost control of the dark spirit, allowing it to completely dominate Fania. Understanding the gravity of the situation, realizes that the barriers protecting the temporary camp will only hold for a limited time. Taylor steps forward and urges everyone to head immediately to the student center. He explains that if Glasskin manifests completely, the chances of casualties will be extremely high, and the group must act quickly to ensure everyone's safety. The captain of the Royal Guard reassures the students not to worry, explaining that the faculty and specialist wizards will notice the situation soon and intervene. However, Elvira Aniston, a member of the Alchemy College, calls for immediate action internally. She warns that the power of the dark spirit is too dangerous to wait for help, especially since Director Obel is out of town. Upon seeing this, he calls for volunteers to face the threat directly. Klebios, a student from the combat department, and another important character, quickly refuses to volunteer, clearly frightened by the immense power of the dark spirit. He explains that while intermediate-level spirits guard the building where Janica is located, two high-level spirits, Tarquin and Velisfer, are also inside. He claims that entering the building is suicide and strongly opposes the idea. Elvira becomes more intrigued, questioning how Janica, still a student, managed to summon all these spirits, including the effort to summon Glasskin, the highest-ranking dark spirit. With her knowledge of dark spirits, she explains that such spirits are natural enemies of spirit sorcerers. Their overwhelming power often exceeds the control of even skilled sorcerers. This likely explains why Janica was unable to control them, leaving her vulnerable to being overpowered by the dark spirits. Now in control, using Janica's abilities to summon Glasskin, with the help of Tarquin and Velisfer, spirits whose control is a mystery. While everyone debates the best course of action, Dick stands up and reminds the group of the importance of making a decision. He quickly suggests that only the Phoenix Princess can devise an appropriate strategy. All eyes turn to Phoenix as they await her command. Phoenix, reflecting on Ed's earlier comments about the burden she carries and the importance of peace of mind, takes a moment to think. Finally, she announces her plan. Only the best students from each year, and the Royal Guards will volunteer for the mission. She orders them to prepare within an hour to enter the building, to rescue Janica and prevent the summoning of the highest-ranking dark spirit. glasskin before they cause more destruction. The female princess encourages everyone to affirm their determination, promising to take full responsibility for the mission. At that moment, a student runs up to her, breathless and visibly distressed. He informs the princess that the residents of the teaching area will not be able to help, as they are already defending the Aldry Hall to protect the potion archives from attacks. Realizing the limited number, Fine asks if there are other students who can help. Suddenly, another student, a frightened girl, runs to the princess, trembling as she reports an emergency in the library. She reveals that Elka, the apprentice librarian, and a second-year student are trapped inside. Upon hearing Elka's name, Dix immediately reacts. Grabbing the girl by the shoulders, he demands confirmation that Elka is still in the library. When the girl confirms, Dix panics, stating that he must save his best friend. Immediately, because Elka has no way to defend herself, Phoenix intervenes quickly, ordering Dix to calm down. She reminds him that paranoia and the dark spirits must be the top priority. They come to hold Dix so that Elka can be safe, since a second-year student is with her. However, Dix questions the reliability of an unknown student and how they can trust him to protect Elka. Penelope turns to the girl and asks if she knows the identity of the second-year student in the library. The girl, trembling with fear, hesitates, unable to speak. Dix grows impatient and presses for an answer. Finally, with a trembling voice, the girl confesses that the second-year student in the library is none other than Ed, Roth Taylor. Her answer leaves everyone shocked, and the girl begins to cry, apologizing for having left the library earlier. She explains that she left Elka in charge because Ed was staying late into the night, and his presence made her irritated. Dix becomes furious, refusing to leave Elka alone with Ed, whose infamous reputation precedes him. His anger and concern for his best friend intensify. Penelope casually advises Dix to relax and trust Ed, at least for once. Her unexpected suggestion leaves everyone frozen in surprise. Dix, however, does not find the advice funny, fueled by worry and anger. He leaps high into the air, cutting through dark spirits with fury as he charges toward the library, shouting Ed's name, determined to reach him and punish him if he touches Elka. Dix's story is different from other characters. He grew up wandering the harsh plains of the north, separated from his family at a young age, with no memories of them. Living like a barbarian, he survived by looting corpses or hunting servants to sell their meat. People feared him because he came from a harsh and chaotic land where only the strong survived. His life as a savage changed when he met Elka, his first true friend. Her family treated him kindly, helping him leave his savage ways behind and become more civilized. Paradoxically, Elka is everything, and he would do anything to protect her. As Dix runs to the library, he passes through dark spirits, breaks down the door, and shouts Ed's name. He only knows Ed because of bad rumors about cheating and intimidation. Inside, Dix finds Ed leaning against a wall, covered in blood and too weak to move. Dix grabs him and demands to know where Elka is. Ed, injured and exhausted, simply points in her direction. Dix pushes past and runs to find her. When he reaches Elka, Dix sees her lying safely on a shelf, asleep. He feels relieved but notices the bookshelves, barricades protecting him. He wonders who placed them there. Then he sees a blood-stained coat, covering her, and a sign with instructions written on it. Realizing that the blood is not hers, he understands that Edea protected her while fighting against dark spirits, even while injured moments before. Ed uses his training strength to lift the heavy shelves and carry the unconscious Elka. He sets up barricades around her for protection, places her inside, and writes instructions on a nearby sign. Then he stays to protect her from the library window. He notices the summoning rune but closes the curtain, choosing not to interfere in the main plot involving other key characters. He reflects on Dianika's impressive connection with spirits and wonders how she could have turned to the dark side, summoning and controlling materialized spirits, something he finds impossible for himself as the dark spirits approach Elka. Ed confronts them directly. After defeating the intermediate-level spirits, he realizes that his stats have improved, slightly. Surprisingly, he even unlocks some spirit connection abilities, leaving him curious about his potential while Dix carries Elka to a safe place. He asks Ed what happened in the library. Ed casually replies that he was just training. Dix laughs at the response and thanks Ed for saving Elka, promising to repay the favor someday. Ed recognizes Dix as a trusted ally and Taylor's best friend in the game. Meeting Dix plays a crucial role in the plot. Ed advises Dix to join Taylor and follow his lead to resolve the ongoing chaos. Dix is surprised by Ed speaking so highly of Taylor, since they hardly interact. However, Ed's reason is to ensure that Taylor unlocks his cutting element, essential to defeat the high-ranking spirit. Tarkin, with Dix's help, just as it happens in the original game story. Dix thanks Ed for the advice and leaves, allowing Ed to finally rest. When Ed sits down to relax, he notices something strange. Dix and Taylor are still not friends. He remembers that in the original game, Taylor and Dix become friends after a duel, where Taylor learns the incision element by cutting Dix's magic. This event should have happened before the end of the first act, but now things are happening earlier than planned. Without their friendship, Taylor hasn't learned the incision element, which is crucial to defeat Tarkin. Ed realizes that the narrative is falling apart. Shifting back to the camp, Dix returns with Elka and apologizes for the delay. The team says it's no use. They have already tried and failed to invade the captain. Soldiers and some students are injured, and they had to retreat. Now they don't have the strength to fight Tarkin again. Ed arrives at the camp, surprising everyone as he sees the situation. He realizes that the ritual to summon Glasskin is almost complete. If they don't act, soon, everything will be destroyed. Ed knows that intervening will change the story, but he has no choice. If he wants to save the game world, he takes control by forming two teams and deciding to lead one of them. From now on, Ed chooses to enter the story to prevent the disaster. Upon seeing Ed, everyone is shocked and keeps their eyes fixed on him. Clay laughs ridiculously at Ed's suggestion, thinking it's a joke, but Diggs interrupts, urging everyone to listen to Ed. Ed explained the situation. To reach Janica, they needed to distract Tarquin, the spirit of fire, and deal with Valisfer, the spirit of darkness that controlled her. Tarquin was protected by a strong shell that they saw during their first attempt. That's why they couldn't hurt him. Ed suggested splitting into two teams, one to lure Darkin away and the other to reach Janica directly. Lortel disagrees, saying it's impossible since they don't have the training to deal with a spirit as powerful as Darkin. She reminds them that they only escaped the first encounter by sheer luck. Ed agrees it's a big risk, but insists there's no other option. If they can defeat Janica, Tarquin will lose his power. The group then decides who will be on the bait team. Taylor volunteers, but Ed immediately stops him, saying that Taylor should be in the combat group. Ed designates himself along with Lortel and Klebios for the bait team, which leaves them scared and nervous. While Lortel and Klebios argue with Ed, the Phoenix Princess intervenes. The princess said she didn't fully trust Ed, but she agreed with his plan. She divided the group. Taylor, Alvira, Dix, and herself would go to stop Janica, while Ed, Lortel, and Klebios would lure Tarquin. Before they leave, Feeney gives one last order to everyone. No matter what happens, don't die. When Ed and his team reach the corridor of the nail hall, they would find a Tarquin, the spirit of fire, standing threateningly, reminding the team to stick to the plan before starting the mission to distract Tarquin. Klebios, looking scared, hesitates, but is encouraged to stay calm. Klebios tells himself that his only job is to distract Tarquin, and that the other group will take care of the rest. Gathering courage, he attacks Tarquin and manages to get his attention. Feeling relieved, Klebios turns to ask what to do next, only to find that he is alone. Realizing he was left behind, he panics as Tarquin starts to chase him. Running as fast as he can, Klebios angrily shouts, blaming Ed and the situation for his problem. Watching Klebios being chased, Ed calmly tells Lortel to focus on her part, assuring her that Klebios is doing his job. Lortel jokes, suggesting they could let Klebios be sacrificed. But Ed vehemently disagrees, saying he doesn't plan to let anyone get hurt. Ed knows Klebios well because he understands the history. Even if Klebios seems scared and insecure, Ed knows that he has hidden strength with Tarquin distracted. Ed gives Lortel his most important task to deal with the spirit. Lortel stays outside the hall, focusing on her task of creating an entryway for another team and executing a crucial attack on Tarquin. As she prepares, she thinks of Ed. Despite his bad reputation, he seems surprisingly cool to her. She remembers not to judge someone solely based on rumors. She uses her magic to open a huge hole in the wall of the hall, creating a path to where Janica is. Her powerful move surprises the female princess and the others previously. Ed notices Lortel's hidden magical abilities and decides this is the perfect chance to use them. He entrusts her with this important role, and she feels grateful for his trust. With the path open, Lortel turns to fight against Tarquin, the fire spirit. Meanwhile, Kleb rushes toward them. Screaming and apologizing for being scared earlier, he pleads for help as Tarquin chases him. Ed quickly realizes that Tarquin's protective shell blocks all attacks just like before. They need something powerful, enough to break it using his knowledge of history. Ed grabs a bag and climbs to the roof of the hall. Lortel protects and shields Kleb by creating a massive wall of ice to block Tarquin's fire attack. On the roof, Ed finds Lucy sleeping. She shouldn't be part of this event, but since history has already changed, Ed decides to involve her. He opens his bag full of jerky and throws some into Lucy's mouth to wake her up. When she wakes up, he throws her at Tarquin while shouting for everyone to duck. Lucy, startled and yelling at Ed for being mean, unleashes her high-level skill, Divine Punishment, to break Tarquin's protective shell, making him weak. With the spirit now vulnerable, Ed sees his chance. He charges forward with all his strength to deliver the final blow to Tarquin in the entire life of Hygienica. People call her a symbol of hope. Her parents, friends, and teachers always take pride in her, imposing high expectations. But for Janica, this has always been a burden she has carried since childhood. As she thinks of all this, those memories seem to shatter into small fragments. The corridor wall explodes. The containment team rushes in to rescue her, but instead of relief, Jennifer merely greets them with a sinister smile. Velasferi, the dark spirit, is completely in control of her now. Outside, Ed is trying to hold steady. He knows the final chapter will end before dawn. He checks on Lucy, asking if she is okay after all her effort earlier. Lortel informs him about Lucy nearby. Rolling around after breaking the shell of Tarquin, Lortel adds that she has been launching ice spears at Tarquin, but he is still strong. Ed concludes that the only way to end this is to go straight for Tarquin's throat, but Lucy, who is already out of energy, and Klebios, who is being chased by the fire spirit, are too terrified to land a proper hit. Ed knows what he has to do. He will take care of this alone. He turns to Lortel and tells her that he is putting his life in her hands to keep Tarquin still. Lortel, always ethical, calls this a big risk, but she just smiles and says it is an investment in getting rid of the monster for her. This catches her attention since this is her area of expertise. She smiles, saying it is much cooler than the princess, who is always acting like an excited royal monarch. Lortel begins to set traps with her ice magic. When Ed advances toward Tarquin, another huge black spirit appears on top of the hall building, the right hand of Glask, making the situation even worse. Ed imagines that Taylor's team must be in the final phase of the fight, but he cannot let this distract him. He trusts that the hotel will not make mistakes even with all this chaos. When Tarquin is about to launch a fire explosion directly at Ed, the hotel hits the timing, using its traps to block the attack and give Ed an opening. He approaches, channels his wind magic, and cuts Tarquin's throat. The flaming beast finally falls when the dust settles. Ed checks his stats and smiles. His spiritual magic levels are very high, and he has unlocked a space for a spiritual contract, something he never thought he would achieve. He looks around and sees Taylor, who is busy cutting the spirit of Glask's right hand, as if it were nothing. Watching him in action, Ed can't help but feel impressed. Taylor is truly fulfilling his role as the protagonist. With Tarquin defeated, and Janica freed from Velasfir's control, the group finally gets a breather. They made it. The danger is over. Lortel laughs, commenting that she has met many people in her life who said they were risking everything, but most of them turned out to be cowards. She finds it funny that, even after going through a life-or-death crisis together, Ed doesn't show much emotion. With a mischievous smile, she squeezes his hand again, this time, placing 3 gold coins in the palm of his hand as a gesture of gratitude. On the other hand, before he can process the moment, Taylor arrives. His hair has turned white due to the immense power he used to defeat Glask's right hand, and there is a look of resentment in his eyes as he looks at Ed. Ed can't help but admire how incredible Taylor looks in his swordsman form, perfectly embodying the role of the game's protagonist. Even though Ed has his own reasons to resent Taylor, the scene is undeniably impressive. To Ed Taylor's surprise, he bows deeply and thanks him for saving the academy, saying that he owes Ed a huge debt. His gratitude is genuine, but Klebios, still shaken, interrupts, crying and shouting about how no one should trust someone like Ed. This outburst is quickly silenced by the others, leaving Klebios mumbling in the background. Finally, Princess Phoenix steps forward with her usual grace. She sincerely thanks Ed, acknowledging how much he has done for all of them. The princess offers Ed a spot on the student council for his heroic acts, but Ed gently declines, giving credit to the team. Alvira teases him in her usual playful manner, while Dix intervenes, insisting she show some respect. Ed can't help but smile as he watches the group interact. Seeing all the main characters together makes him feel warm inside, although Ed has kept his distance from the main characters to maintain the integrity of the story. He feels a calm sense of accomplishment. Seeing them grow and unite, each character has their own path and she strengthens. With every trial, she becomes more resilient by his side. Fania embraces her role as monarch and matures into adulthood, while others play their part in building towards a collective success. Ed steps away from the group, heading to the hallway to check on Janica, despite feeling that the narrative line may have shifted a bit. He knows his role is to guide the protagonists while staying in the background, ensuring each one shines in their own way. Ed finds Janica hurt and dejected, hiding in the chest inside the destroyed hall, back on the ground. When Ed asks everyone why, Janica loses control. Lortel shares her theory. She explains that upon visiting Janica's room, it is covered with letters and posts on the walls, along with piles of gifts, from people outside the academy, mostly from family and friends with high expectations regarding her success. Lortel believes the overwhelming pressure makes Janica become obsessive and vulnerable, forcing her to honor everyone with responses and thanks. The spirit of darkness, Velisfer, explores this darkness within her, turning her into an uncontrolled spiritual mage, to summon Glasskin. Ed wonders why the final act happens so early. He realizes that during the joint combat training, Taylor was supposed to defeat Lucy and gain fame, but instead, Taylor's defeat changes the plot. The audience becomes fans of Hygienic, the only veteran to win against a first-year student, putting immense pressure on her to maintain her standards. Ed then observes that, while both Lucy and Janica make contracts with spirits, Lucy spends more time in the forest, naturally strengthening her bond. However, Janica, there is no connection, and Ed blames himself for being in the forest and altering the game's story. Janica tells Ed that she feels forgotten amidst the chaos, which hurts her. She admits that, after causing havoc on such a grand stage, she thinks others will come looking for her, but they do not. Ed comforts her, making her laugh a little. Janica said she didn't expect him to find her so quickly and just wants to stay hidden a little longer because she feels like she is about to cry very badly. This makes Ed tear up as well. Ed remembers Marilda, the spirit wolf, telling him to save Janica. One day he realizes that this moment is what he wanted to say, preventing Janica from falling into such despair. Ed now understands why the wolf told him those words. Everyone else is putting too much pressure on Janica while Ed keeps his distance, making Janica feel that he is the one she can trust because of all this pressure. Janica makes a mistake. When trying to form a contract with the high-class spirit, she rushes the summoning ritual, and ends up being taken over by the shadow spirit, destroying the faculty building. She studies magic every night, and tries to make everyone who supports her happy. But even though she seems to meet everyone's expectations on the outside, she is struggling a lot on the inside. Seeing her work so hard and still fail is both sad and beautiful for Ed. He tells Janica that she worked hard and offers comfort with these words. Outside, the main characters are being praised, but the hallway is quiet and dark. Upon hearing Ed's kind words, Janica begins to cry to Ed's surprise. All of Janica's spirit friends appear in the hall to support her for the first time. Ed sees the spirits. Although he has watched this part of the story many times, he has never seen them before, and now he feels like he is truly witnessing the end of the first act. Ed's stats rise, and he levels up to 10. He can now see the spiritual animals that want to bond with him. The high-ranking spirit wolf shows great interest in him, and they form a bond. 10 days have passed since the Hygiene Disciplinary Committee's judgment. She admits her mistakes and says she is ready to accept her punishment. However, her friends and teachers stand by her, offering full support. Even during her difficult moment, her other friends, including the main characters, argue that Janica should not be punished because it was not her fault. She was dominated by the dark spirit, Velisfer, and did not act intentionally until Hortel intervenes, covering the costs to restore the building. She asks for nothing in return except a reduction in customs fees on school supplies for the students. Initially, the hygiene punishment included losing all her benefits as the top student and having her achievements revoked, disqualification from the academy. But thanks to the pressure from her friends and teachers, the committee decides to cancel her expulsion and give her another chance, applying only a period of probation and suspension in general. Janica's friends are relieved that she stays, but they notice that she seems a bit stressed. So to cheer her up, they organize an elegant tea party and agree not to mention anything related to the incident. Near her, when Janica's friends invite her to join them, she suddenly asks out of the blue what the difference is between love and liking someone, which catches her two best friends, Anise and Clara, by surprise, leaving them confused. They ask why she is mentioning this, and Janica shares that she has been having the same recurring dream about one of her friends. In her dream, she is sitting in a garden full of flowers, looking like a princess and holding a flower crown she made for a friend. Then her friend, looking quite elegant, arrives on a horse. She places the crown on his head, and they play together. The dream always repeats exactly the same way, which makes her smile as she describes it. This response leaves both Anise and Clara surprised, fearing that they might accidentally discover Janica's secret love story. Feeling embarrassed and worried that they might say something that upsets Janica. Anise panics and quickly makes up an excuse about needing to help the teacher, running out, before things get more awkward. This leaves Clara sweating nervously as she is left alone to deal with Janica's emotions. She knows she needs to handle the situation carefully to avoid upsetting Janica. If things go wrong, the entire student body could discover Janica's love story, which could turn into gossip and make things difficult for her. Clara puts on a calm smile and gently suggests to Janica that she avoid overthinking. She encourages her to be honest with her emotions, explaining that liking or not liking someone is often a mystery. But it's not always easy to figure out if such feelings are positive or negative. Janica finds her words meaningful and makes her think. Clara also warns Janica to be cautious when talking about sensitive topics like this, as it could affect her reputation and that of her friends and herself. Janica listens attentively and fully understands the advice. Janica thanks Clara for the genuine advice, saying it was exactly what she expected from her, then makes up an excuse to leave, mentioning that she needs to return to the dorm hall. Clara bids her a happy goodbye but then leans forward and bangs her head on the table in relief. She has finally managed to prevent rumors from spreading for now. Ed reflects on how he has been saving his money, tirelessly thanks to a petition from the princess to build a suitable house for this time. When he arrives at the construction site, the sight of Janica wandering nearby makes him think to himself that, since the first act is over, finding her should not affect the plot anymore. However, as he approaches her, Annika suddenly hides behind a tree clearly. Scared, confused by her behavior, Jessica remembers Clara's advice about being honest with her feelings. But unable to overcome her nervousness, she quickly makes up an excuse about having things to do in the office. Before fleeing, the thought of confessing her feelings to Annika seems like an impossible challenge. Meanwhile, Ed stands still in surprise, bewildered by her reaction, but decides not to think too much about it, as he has work to do, building his house. On the first day, Ed carefully selects the location for his cabin, ensuring it is a suitable place. On the second day, he begins collecting logs and wood, demonstrating impressive skills. While cutting trees, when the semester results are announced, he discovers that he had an exceptional performance, with skills and grades far above the average student. However, back at the academy, special incidents continue to occur. Whenever Janica sees Ed, she hides or avoids him, leaving him perplexed. Meanwhile, his friends, Clara and Aine, look at Ed angrily, warning him to stay away from Janica as his presence embarrasses her and makes her nervous. After countless days of work, Ed progresses from cutting wood to starting the construction of his cabin. Along the way, he deals with challenges like catching Lucy, while she retrieves the jerky from the traps, handling the help of Belmaya, and navigating the situation continues with Ranica. He faces setbacks like failing to properly structure the cabin, but finds support from his new friend Tix. Little by little, he works on modifications for the walls and furniture. Finally, on the 45th day, Ed finishes his cabin, unlocking a personal achievement by creating something from scratch. Finally, he is no longer without a roof, while Ed peacefully rests in his newly built cabin. Janica appears, silently observing from behind a tree in the forest, watching the cabin he made after finishing the final details, including the floor, walls, the fireplace, and the storage for firewood. Ed takes a moment to admire his hard work. However, his peace is interrupted when he notices Lucy lazily sleeping on the roof of his cabin. To his surprise, Jennifer suddenly appears and greets him cheerfully. Ed, surprised, asks how she found her way to his remote camp. Janica explains that she heard about his beautiful cabin from the maid who praised it as a masterpiece. Curious to see it for herself, decided to visit her wonder with the skill and natural beauty of the cabin, expressing her admiration aloud as she walks. When Ed asks if the spirits told her about the cabin, since it is so new to Anikakora, she admits they mentioned it, but jokes, saying that the spirits were more focused on how handsome and attractive Ed looked while she was building it. Nervously going and hiding her deep feelings, Janica said she just wanted to see how he was living. Ed smiles and invites her in, making Janica blush as she nods her head and follows him inside, while Lucy lazily stretches on the roof. Janica is awestruck in admiration upon seeing the handcrafted items sitting near the fireplace. She expresses her gratitude for the support that Lortel and her friends have given her. However, she also expresses concern about how to repay their kindness. Seeing her conflicted expression, Ed advises her not to overwhelm herself with repayment, especially if she cannot afford it. He remembers that the incident with the shadow spirit happened because she took on too much unnecessary responsibility. Even moving to the Ophelia Hall, with 8 more people, this won't change much, as the cycle of envy and expectations will continue. So he tries to focus on her well-being to avoid repeating past mistakes after a while. While they talk, Ed encourages Janica to visit him whenever she feels lonely, or overwhelmed, assuring her that she is welcome in his cabin in the forest. Surprised and touched, Janica smiles warmly, saying that this would make her very happy. She makes the same invitation to Ed, asking him to come to her if he ever feels overwhelmed. Ed smiles, but discreetly sighs at the word overwhelmed. He knows that the second semester is approaching, marking the start of the second act. This time, the sealed grimoire of the sage, a book containing records of advanced and dangerous spells, will create chaos capable of consuming the entire academy. Grateful for the kind offer, Ed thanks Janica, but keeps his thoughts to himself. He knows he will remain on the sidelines, letting the main characters deal with future challenges, silently rooting for them. On a dark and stormy night, the second act begins. Students of Ophelia Hall live like royalty, enjoying special advantages such as first-choice seats, personal attendance, and greater freedom. These privileges set them apart from the students of Dex Hall, who do not receive the same treatment. When the holidays end, a strong storm hits the southwest side of the academy. The students of Ophelia Hall receive carriages and boats to help them return safely. Even those who arrive late receive extra days without punishment, but the students of Dex Hall are not so lucky. They have to travel through the torrential rain, and risk losing points if they do not arrive on time. This unfair treatment leaves the students of Dex Hall irritated. They band together to protest and demand equality. Treatment. They want answers about why they are treated so poorly compared to the students of Ophelia Hall. Behind the scenes, Lortel and one troublemaker expert named Willain stir things up. Willain is good at using his words to manipulate people and worsen the situation. While the students want justice, Willain's true goal is to cause chaos and damage the reputation of Ophelia Hall. Together, they bring the situation to the brink of a complete riot. Lortel proposes a fair solution, suggesting that the school extend the deadline for students returning after the storm, and must confess that the students of Ophelia Hall receive special treatment. Although the main governesses of Ophelia Hall and the Academy's review division to support her plan, the administration shows little interest in resolving the issue. This lack of action only fuels the protest, worsening the situation. Frustrated, the protesting students go on strike, planning to burn and damage the valuable property of Office Hall, such as fine wood furniture and handcrafted paintings, which will put even more pressure on the authorities to act as a result. William will take advantage of the chaos, using it to harm the Academy's reputation, while Lortel, being in the Merchant Association, uses the Academy's problems to make money and promote his own goals, which had already worsened with the Glaskin incident. While negotiations continue, the elite Merchant Association seizes the opportunity to gain a significant advantage, sabotaging the sealed grimoire of the sage, a book considered the true heart of Silvânia. Its value is so immense that people in desperation are willing to offer anything for it, even their hearts. While the protests boil outside the hall, Lortel looks out the window at the torrential rain, remembering her childhood in the slums. She slowly recalls being in tattered rags under the same dark skies. The thought brings a bitter smile to her face, as she mocks herself for feeling a moment of relief. Her whole life has been an unending struggle to survive, marked by betrayal, suspicion, and a refusal to show genuine sincerity. This desperate existence left her marked a reflection of her dirty self-image. Deep down, she wishes that someone among the students could see her for who she really is, a survivor of a hard life. She decides to look for others like her, those who also endured the life of a sewer rat. She describes Lortel as a shadowy figure, always hiding the harsh truths behind the scenes. That is why the public and the players of the game call her the Black Veil. The irritated students protest loudly, filled with frustration and determination. In the original story, the incident of the occupation of Ophelia Hall revolves around the main character Taylor preventing the provoked students from rising up against Lortel. Along the way, Taylor and his friends face intermediate bosses, positioned on each floor of Ophelia Hall, from the 1st to the 5th, that assist in the student revolt. The first intermediate boss is Tote, known as Whiska. Tote is a bitter student who mocks Taylor, calling him a loser, and ends up getting beaten up by Taylor's friends. This humiliation fuels Tote's resentment, and he is later bought by Lortel. The role of Tote in the incident is to capture the maid who guards the first floor of the protesters and sabotage the front door of the Otheles Hall, allowing the protesters to invade. Scene: the mysterious man kidnaps the maid and breaks down the front door, surprising the protesters outside, and giving Elaine a green light to lead the invasion and cause chaos inside the hall. According to the original story, the role of Toady, after breaking the door, is to block Taylor and his friends and enter the hall when they arrive to confront the protesters. However, as the protesters advance to the 4th floor to declare their control over the hall, something unexpected happens. William approaches a mysterious figure and asks if he is working for Lortel, to everyone's surprise, instead of Todd. It is Roth Taylor who is revealed as the intermediate boss, breaking the expectations of the original story. Ed explains how he got into this situation just 2 days before the incident at Othel's Hall. He was struggling to hunt food with a bow and arrow. He feels pain because he has no combat skills and is bad with a bow despite this. He continues to strive. His camp receives frequent visits now that people know he lives in the forest. Among them, there are 3 who visit him the most. The first is Lucy, who always asks silly questions, but he doesn't have many answers for her. The second is Jennifer, who has fallen in love with Ed. He likes her too, because she often brings him food, teaches tricks for washing clothes, and helps him with chores. When Ed compliments her, she gets embarrassed and acts strangely, which confuses him because she is easy to read. But sometimes Janica seems jealous when Lucy visits. The third is Lortel, who visits Ed at night. She always asks for help, and Ed realizes that she is probably trying to gather people who will help take control of Othel's Hall one night. She explains her plan. She wants him to help sabotage the hall. At first, Ed refuses because he doesn't want to mess with the game's narrative. He believes that if he stays out of it, everything will go as planned. But when Lortel mentions that Toady fainted, after a confrontation with Taylor, Ed becomes worried and asks how this happened. In the original story, Toady was supposed to fight Taylor and be severely defeated. But this time, things are different. When Tote insults Taylor, calling him worse than Roth, it irritates Dix even more, who beats Tote until he faints with a sly smile. Lortel laughs and tells Ed that not much needs to go wrong. He just needs to perform a simple task, grab the maid's keys and open the door when the protesting students crowd outside the hall. Ed realizes that if the hall's doors remain closed and Lortel's plan fails, things will spiral out of control and the story will go off track even if he doesn't want to get involved. He knows he needs to do something to keep the second act on track. He takes a deep breath and tells Lortel that he isn't interested in getting fully involved, but is willing to help if he can maintain his role. Little Lortel agrees and offers him 20 gold coins as payment. With the deal made, Ed agrees to play his part, determined to ensure that the plot remains intact and unfolds as planned. Ed realizes that if the hall's doors stay closed and Lortel's plan fails, things will go out of control and the story will crumble. Ed sits near the fire, thinking about how the protesters took over the hall. He remembers the fight for the sealed grimoire of the sage, and Lortel's clever plan to mess with the Academy's finances. The thought sends shivers down his spine, but he also finds the whole situation fascinating at the Academy. The female princess and Lortel are at the center of a major rivalry. Lortel starts a group called Merchants, a faction focused on business that challenges the Phoenix Princess's student association. The outcome of the story depends on which side Taylor, the main hero, chooses. Ed has no interest in picking sides. At first, he plans to observe and join the winning side later, ensuring that he survives and has a good ending in the game. Before the protest, Janica visits Ed in his cabin. She thanks him for always letting her in, and says she is moving to Dex's hall since her suspension is ending. She offers to give Ed some of the things she doesn't need, like cushions and pillows. Ed happily accepts, which makes her smile. Janica notices Luck sitting on the roof in the rain, and asks why she does that. Ed remembers Luck's story about avoiding her fate and reflecting on her life on rainy days. He tells Janica not to worry about it, which seems to make her even happier and special. Ed then asks Janica for a favor. He knows that, when the protesters invade the hall, magical protection runes will be activated and lock everyone in their rooms for conspirating safety. Still, he doesn't want Janica to get involved in the chaos, so he asks her to meet him in the rose garden outside the hall at 9 o'clock in the evening. Janica thinks Ed is planning to confess his feelings and gets excited. She runs off blushing and waving to God. Ed, however, just wants her to be safe and feels relieved. Knowing that she will be out of danger returning to the protest, Dix is in his room exercising. He notices someone sneaking to the back door of Opolos Hall. It is Ed, who is let in by a maid. The maid tells him that the other staff members are in a meeting, trying to figure out how to block the protesters. She then hands Ed the goods he requested and leaves. At the protest, Welaine urges the students to break down the door before they can. Ed opens it for them. Welaine finds Ed and realizes that he is the person, Lortel, hired to help upon seeing a bound maid and hearing her story of assistance, how he was once expelled from the hall. Welaine feels moved for doubting Ed and thanks him for his support. Ed downplays the gesture and tells Welaine to start working upstairs. Advancing the plot, Ed knows that Elaine will take the blame for everything, but he doesn't feel very guilty, as it is all part of the game. While Ed looks around the hall, he sees the maid untying herself and running to report. He is not stopped, knowing that the head maid, Alice, is on Lortel's side and will not be able to stop the protesters in time. As soon as Ed observes the chaos unfold, Black sees Lortel appear, setting the stage for the next part of the story. Lortel explains to Ed that the Academy's team will quickly end the chaos, so she needs to finish her plans quickly. Ed, uninterested in the details, tells her to do her best. As she is going up the stairs, she stops and asks Ed a dark question if he has ever killed someone. Ed, uninterested in her games, replies that he has not. Lortel smiles and admits that she has not either, but has done things as bad as destroying lives and betraying people to survive. She says that is how she earned the title of Golden Daughter. Lortel knows she does not deserve sympathy, but she often seeks it from people like Ed, who can offer understanding instead of outright denial. Ed warns her to take responsibility for her own actions. Lortel, with her cunning smile, apologizes to go up and finish what she came to do. Ed sits on the floor waiting for the hall's magical defenses to deplete. He knows that once this happens, the story will take a dramatic turn. Welaine will absorb the hall's defense magic, and will transform into the fourth stage boss. With his role in the events concluded, Ed relaxes and waits for Taylor's arrival. The hero. This is the part of the story where the focus is on the hero and the boss. Ed has no intention of interfering or changing the plot. He knows that his job now is to play the role of a minor villain, take a few hits, and continue the story. It is a necessary sacrifice to ensure that the game stays on the right path. In the Rose Garden, Janica sits nervously waiting for Ed. Her eyes drift towards a golden carriage parked nearby, and she wonders who it belongs to, especially so late at night. She notices a letter on Ed's bench, apologizing for being late and promising to meet her as soon as he finishes some work. Blushing, she admits that he is planning something special for her and decides to wait as long as necessary. Janica's mind has been filled with thoughts about Ed for the last 3 days. She hasn't been able to stop thinking about him, even losing sleep over it. She also feels conflicted because Marlita, the spirit wolf, informed her about other girls visiting Ed's cabin, making her feel guilty and heartbroken. Still, her feelings for him are strong, and she is determined to wait, no matter what happens. As she sits, Janica suddenly becomes aware of her appearance. She wonders if her flower hairpin is good enough, or if the Cosmos hairpin would be better. Overthinking, she decides to run back to the hall to change her hairpin, and then quickly, meanwhile, outside the hall, Taylor and his friends Elvira and her arrive. They see the trail of footprints leading towards the open main gate of the hall and realize that the protesters have invaded. Elvira gets furious at the idea of her belongings being damaged and rushes into the hall. Worried that Elvira might use dangerous magic, Taylor and her follow. To stop her from making the situation worse, Elvira forces the door to open wider, only to find Ed Roth calmly sitting in their way. Confused, Taylor asks Ed why he is there. Looking around at the chaos in the hall, Taylor and his friends quickly realize that Ed intends to block their way to the 4th floor, taking on the role of the villain. Ed confirms their suspicions, declaring that he will not let them pass. Elvira, irritated, steps forward, boasting about her magical abilities, and saying that she can easily defeat him, but Ed, impassive, calmly warns her that she is still just a novice. Determined, Elvira and the others prepare to fight, while Ed gets ready to stop them. Taylor takes the first step, advancing towards Ed with skilled precision. Ed uses a spell to throw debris in Taylor's path, interrupting his attack. Then, activating a wind spell, Ed cuts the chandelier above him, causing it to fall. The falling chandelier crashes against the wall, hitting Taylor and knocking him to the ground. Inside one of the rooms, Kleber is sitting, trembling, scared by the loud sounds of the protesters outside. The screams and crashing noises make him more nervous, imagining trouble coming his way outside. In the hallway, Taylor and her dodge Ed's wind magic, while Elvira continues trying to advance. Ed skillfully uses his spells, making it difficult for them to get closer, while Elvira moves forward. A sharp blade of wind cuts through the air near her, surprising her, causing her bag to fall, spreading her spells and important items on the ground. Seeing this, Elvira turns to grab her things, but Ed casts a fire spell, creating a wall of flames around her fallen items. Now she cannot reach them. Ed moves quickly and thinks ahead, controlling the fight as if it were second nature. Turning around frustrated, she begins to blame Dix for not properly warning them about how strong Ed is. She realizes they underestimated his magical power, which is much greater than they imagined, effectively preventing her. Elvira notices something crucial. Ed understands the Academy's biggest flaw. The students rely too much on magical tools and elixirs, leaving them with almost no real combat experience. She reflects on her own overconfidence, depending on spells and discarding magical rings and necklaces as inconvenient. Now she sees how Ed overcame by unleashing a chandelier, using a small opening to cast a wall of fire and aiming at her bag. The best first-year alchemy student becomes completely powerless, frustrated, and furious. Turning around, she curses Ed for being so cunning and screams his name in anger. Determined not to give up, she throws a magical sphere on the ground, summoning a rabbit spirit. She applies a fire-resistant formula on the creature, amplifying its strength and turning it into a monstrous and furious attacker. The rabbit becomes her weapon to regain control. Meanwhile, she and Taylor struggle to navigate through the walls of fire that Ed has set up. She tries to use a water spell to extinguish the flames, but the fire walls are protected by wind magic, striking anyone who gets too close. Taylor shields her from the sharp wind blades and encourages her to keep trying. He knows that she excels in magic theory and is above average in casting basic spells, but Ed's precise aim keeps them cornered, unable to advance. Elvira calls out to Taylor, asking if he can defeat Ed if he gets close, not waiting for a response. She commands her spirit rabbit to attack, using it as a distraction to create an opening for Taylor. The rabbit charges at Ed, its amplified strength, making it a real threat. At the same time, Taylor propels himself forward, trying to seize the opportunity to get closer while Ed is distracted by the rabbit. Elvira runs towards her bag, ignoring the firewalls and narrowly avoiding Ed's spells. Finally, she reaches her scattered items, smiling in relief as she holds her spells again. Despite the chaos, she feels hopeful, ready to change the course of the battle. While Elvira retrieves her spells, Ed quickly casts a Windblade spell and hurls it in her direction while facing the spirit rabbit. Seeing the attack approach, Elvira closes her eyes confidently and casts a magical release spell. The spell neutralizes all of Ed's active magic, transforming into harmless chemical reagents and temporarily preventing the use of any magic on the spirit of the now vanished rabbit and its magic deactivated. Ed realizes he is at a disadvantage and flees. Taylor does not let him escape. Chasing him up the stairs, Ed grabs a bucket of flammable oil that he had prepared earlier, spilling it on the floor. The oil ignites with flames spreading quickly, alarming everyone. Taylor and the others hesitate, worried that the fire might consume the entire hall and put everyone inside at risk. But Taylor, determined to stop Ed and end the chaos, uses an elemental cut to extinguish the flames and clears a path, advancing toward Ed without hesitation. Meanwhile, Elvira notices something unusual. The carpets in the hall have been removed, and the windows are wide open. She realizes Ed's intention. He had prepared the area to minimize the dangers of fire. Before she can warn Taylor that Ed may not be the villain he appears to be, Taylor closes the distance and confronts him. When Taylor gets close enough to attack, Ed raises his bow and shoots an arrow, not at Taylor, but at her. The arrow whistles past Taylor, aiming directly at her. At the last moment, Elvira jumps into action, intercepting the arrow with her claw-shaped hand tool. She notices that the tip of the arrow is wrapped in cloth. It is not sharp. Alarmed, she shouts a warning to Taylor. Suspecting that Ed might have another trick up his sleeve, Taylor reaches Ed and swings his sword. Ed blocks with his bow, holding it briefly. Then a noise from above catches Ed's attention. Klebios has escaped from his room. Realizing that the next phase of the act in the game is already in motion, Ed sighs in relief. Fully resigned to his role, Ed allows Taylor's next strike to hit. The force of Taylor's elemental cut sends him crashing against the wall. The battle ends with Ed defeated, leaving everyone stunned and questioning his true motivations, as if he had been playing a deeper game all along. With Ed finally defeated, Taylor grabs him and demands to know why he went so far to stop them. Elvira watches anxiously, feeling that Ed was toying with them throughout the fight. It doesn't make sense. Ed is a second-year student with more experience, and if he really wanted to dominate them, he could have ambushed them after the chandelier fell. Instead, he held his ground and faced them deliberately, seemingly more to delay than to win. The group feels that something is wrong, as if Ed's actions were motivated by a deeper purpose. Frustrated, Taylor pushes him, weak and injured. Ed speaks in a quiet but firm voice, telling them to go upstairs, if they have finished wasting time with him, and to stop the real chaos. His words leave them stunned. Elvira demands to know why he tried so hard to stop him if he is now telling them to leave. Taylor and Elvira press him for answers, their confusion growing as they turn to him. With her voice rising in frustration, she shouts that she won't leave until Ed tells them the truth. She is determined to uncover his intentions. Suspecting that there is more to his actions than meets the eye, before Ed can respond, the hallway door swings open. Behind them, a girl enters, shielding herself from the rain with a hood. Upon entering, her eyes widen at the scene before her. Taylor, Elvira, and Ed standing there, hurt and bloodied, with the hallway in complete disarray. It is Janica. She had been waiting for Ed in the rose garden, thinking he might be in the nearby pavilion, but seeing him like this makes her heart sink. shocked and worried. She screams, asking what they have done to the hall and to Ed. Her voice echoes in the tense silence, leaving everyone paralyzed. To Janica, Ed is someone who has become incredibly important in her life, making her feel special despite being involved in a complicated situation. Ed's simple lifestyle and the way he treated her during the hunt in Glasskin made her care even more for him, but he has a way of making her believe that he will always find a solution no matter the problem. While she is there, seeing Ed hurt and surrounded by chaos, she begins to reflect on everything he has done for her. She now understands that he drew her out of the hall to protect her from disaster, knowing she had already been punished for her involvement in the incident. Glasskin, now feeling the weight of his kindness towards her, she feels an overwhelming desire to help him in return. She knows he never asked for help, but this is her chance to repay everything he has done for her. With determination, Janica takes out her hairpin. Setting aside her appearance and any distractions, she focuses, gathering her strength and prepares to face the situation. Her tone shifts to one of tension and authority as she demands what everyone is doing. Her voice is filled with determination, and her presence suddenly feels much stronger as she is ready to do whatever it takes to take control of the situation. Taylor, still uncertain of Janica's intentions, expresses relief that she is safe and quickly informs her about the protesters who have taken over the office hall. He also explains how Ed has been acting irrationally, preventing them from reaching the upper floor. Taylor suggests that Ed might be trying to protect someone hidden inside the hall. However, Janica turns and interrupts sharply, pointing out the drastic change in Janica's behavior. She warns that Janica could now be her enemy. Suddenly, Janica releases a powerful aura, creating immense air pressure that spins violently through the hall. Ed, alarmed, calls her name, but now, completely possessed by her magic, she calms him down, saying that she will be fine. Taylor and his group stand paralyzed, sweating and wide-eyed as they witness her, summoning an entire battalion of intermediate-level spiritual beasts, demonstrating overwhelming power. Realizing the grave danger, Elvira panics and insists that they retreat, recognizing that fighting against Janica, now seemingly unstoppable, is far beyond their abilities. But Taylor, being the heroic character he is, refuses to back down. His unwavering determination to face any challenge keeps him firmly in place. Elvira desperately tries to make him see reason, but Taylor's determination remains unshaken. At that moment, Ed intervenes. Despite his weakened state, he grabs Taylor and pushes him aside, saving him from a crushing blow from one of the beastly spirits of Janica. Ed orders Taylor and his group to leave and follow the original plan. Confused and shaken, they question why Ed, who was so determined to stop them, is now encouraging them to go up. Reluctant to leave, she argues against abandoning the fight. In response, Ed gives her a light tap on the head, returns the bag of chemicals, and tells them, firmly, to do as he says. Realizing they have no choice, they leave Ed behind with Janica, and run upstairs while Janica is still immersed in her summoning magic. Ed approaches her slowly. Janica, noticing his presence, tries to reassure him, saying that she will take care of everything and that he doesn't need to exert himself anymore. But Ed, weak and hurt, gently calls her name. He places his trembling hands on her shoulders, leaving her stunned. It's the first time he touches her this way, and the gesture leaves her momentarily speechless. With a weak voice, Ed kindly asks her to dismiss the spirits, explaining that the wind is too strong and that he can barely stand. Seeing him in this pitiful state, Janica's heart softens. She immediately cancels her magic, dismissing the spiritual beasts and restoring calm to the hall. Taylor and his group, watching from the stairs, are shocked that Ed was able to stop Janica so easily. Ed then turns to them and urges them to go quickly, emphasizing that time is running out. I will finish speaking if I tire him out. And he collapses to the ground. After some time, Ed and Janica are seen sitting together. Nick is gently tending to Ed's wounds, his face full of concern. She furiously scolds Taylor and his group for being too harsh, blaming them for Ed's condition. Ed, trying to ease her worries, mentions playing to take revenge the next time he meets Taylor, and the others leaves Janica even more worried, and she insists that Ed promise not to get hurt again. Ed feels grateful for her care and thanks her. Gently, he feels relieved to have completed his task, even though things didn't go perfectly. As planned now, he just wants to rest, so he gets up. Ready to return to his camp before he leaves, Dinica hesitates and informs him about something strange. She noticed earlier she describes a large carriage adorned with a golden crown. Parked near the garden, it's from Kongala, instantly recognizing the symbol. Belonging to the leader of the elite merchant association, the Golden King, who is also Lortel's adoptive father. Ed remembers the story from the game where the Golden King appears much later as a false antagonist. Before being defeated by Lortel in the second act, Ed is confused and alarmed by the early arrival of the Golden King, suspecting that something unusual and beyond his knowledge of the game is happening. Meanwhile, on the fifth floor of the office hall, Lortel looks out the large window with a cold and calculating expression. Beside her is Alice, the head of the maids of the hall. Lortel begins to speak with Alice, recounting her previous encounter with Ed. She describes him as cruel and insensitive. Mentioning how he ignored her pleas for sympathy without any hesitation, she reflects on how people like her, shaped by lives of hardship and betrayal, learned not to expect anything but cold indifference from others. Alice, who has worked in the office hall since she was 15, listens silently. She rose from nothing to become the hall manager. Through years of hard work and competence, recognizing Alice's strength and influence, Lortel invested a considerable amount of money to secure her loyalty, seeing her as a valuable ally. Offering Alice a box of gold coins, Lortel thanks her for being by her side, although Alice remains quiet. Lortel believes she has found someone like herself, someone willing to set aside their values for the sake of gold. In her mind, she believes Alice is someone who shares her understanding of survival and sees her as a soulmate. Lortel's thoughts briefly return to her difficult past in the slums, where life was a daily struggle for survival, and betrayal was frequent despite her tragic origins. Lortel embraced her role as a villain, hidden in the narrative of the game, using cunning and manipulation to achieve her goals. The current plan is to give Berserker defense magic to Willie's group on the fourth floor to destroy the office hall from within, also targeting the students inside. Feeling confident in her plan, Lortel walks with Alice towards the storage room to set everything in motion. She assumes Alice is fully on her side, her loyalty guaranteed with gold. But as she continues on her way, Alice suddenly draws her sword and points it at Lortel's neck. Her aura intensifies, creating a heavy, intense atmosphere, coldly announcing that she is not the same type as Lortel. The words leave her frozen, only running. To understand the depth of Alice's determination, for the first time Lortel feels a crack in her carefully constructed world, the realization of her loneliness sinking deeply. She remains still, caught between fear and disbelief as Alice's blade hovers next to her neck. As the game continues, Taylor and his team face many challenges, but manage to overcome them one by one. They calm panicking Clebius, defeat the boss maids, and handle each problem skillfully. After the tough fight on the first floor, things start to go better eventually. They reach the fourth floor, where everything takes a turn for the worse. The scene on the fourth floor is pure chaos. William is trapped in the effects of the defensive magic runes and loses control. His body glows with unstable energy, and the defensive magic crystal ball in his hands becomes extremely dangerous. The villain calls for help, but the magic is taking over his body and mind. The situation becomes even more perilous. As the students panic, thinking the building will collapse, they rush out of their rooms in fear. Increasing the confusion and danger, the protest that was once organized completely falls apart. Taylor and his group act quickly. Taylor blocks William's magic explosions, protecting the students, while the rest of the team helps them evacuate. Once the students are safe, they turn their attention back to William, who is still under the dangerous effects of the magic runes. His attacks grow stronger, and the destructive magic spreads through the hallway. Alvira realizes that normal magic won't work to stop Elaine. She takes out an angler algae reagent, a special substance that can weaken magic, and prepares to help. She tells the group they need to knock out Elaine, physically, because only magic won't save him now. Taylor takes the lead and runs towards William, while Alvira throws the frightened Clebius in front as a distraction. The group moves in a zigzag to avoid William's uncontrolled attacks. The air is filled with powerful magic, and the pressure is intense. Finally, Taylor gets close to William, ready to stop him. But the magic runes become very unstable. William's body glows brighter and brighter, until a large explosion shakes the entire hall. The situation has turned into a complete disaster. Ed and Janica watch the explosion from the garden. Jessica, worried about Ed's injuries, panics over him. While resting, Ed reassures her, explaining that most of the blood isn't his. Trying to ease her worry, however, Ed's attention is elsewhere. His biggest concern now is not the explosion, but the threatening presence of the carriage parked outside the hall, belonging to one of the elite members of the Golden King of the Merchant Association, the Golden King. Lortel's adoptive father is a character who shouldn't appear at this point in the game right now. His presence at this moment triggers alarms in Ed's mind, known as a false boss. He eventually disappears after being defeated by Lortel in the second act. His discreet and unexpected arrival suggests a hidden motive. Ed's eyes narrow as he observes the carriage, piecing together the puzzle in his mind. What catches his attention next is even more unusual. Shiny, one of the maids from the Ophelos Hall and a subordinate of Alice, is by the carriage waiting for the Golden King. This seems strange. Alice is someone Lortel invested a lot in to ensure her loyalty. For Shiny, one of her trusted maids, to be seen with the elite now seems odd and out of place. This suggests something deeper. A rupture in the loyalty that Alice swore to Lortel. The pieces begin to fit in Ed's mind. Realizing that Shiny is involved with the elite, since Alice may have betrayed Lortel, Ed understands the gravity of the situation. Lortel is an essential character to progress in the final acts of the game. If the elite takes the Phyllis Hall and gains access to the sealed grimoire, Lortel's downfall could occur, causing the entire story to collapse. Ed knows he needs to act quickly. He decides to take on Lortel's role, doing whatever it takes to keep the Golden King away from entering the building and altering the original story before the chaos of Alice's protest. The headmaid of the Ophilos Hall secretly writes a letter to the elite merchant king. In the letter, she exposes everything about him, how he is Lortel's adoptive father, and the man responsible for killing Lortel's biological father. She reveals Lortel's plans for revenge, manipulating the elite's business magnates and directors to overthrow him. She also shares details about Lortel's scheme to acquire or sabotage the sealed grimoire of the wise, a critical move aimed at surprising the Golden King and removing him from power in the Merchant Association. Alice ends the letter with a bold demand for more money than Lortel offered her, promising to switch sides and create a dramatic twist in favor of the Golden King. Now, with her sword pressed against Lortel's neck, Alice awaits the arrival of the Golden King in the Ophilos Hall. Lortel, usually shrewd and confident, is now shaken. She pleads with Alice, questioning her betrayal and pointing out that they both wanted revenge against the Golden King. Alice sighs and apologizes, but delivers a brutal truth. She tells Lortel that they, including the Golden King, are not so different, driven by ambition and survival. Her words cut deep, leaving Lortel speechless. Suddenly, an explosion echoes through the hall. As the door bursts open, Taylor and his group arrive, dragging a defeated and bound William behind them. They are weakened, but still resolute as they turn. But it delivers a brutal truth. She tells Lortel that they, including the Golden King, are not so different, driven by ambition and survival. Her words cut deep, leaving Lortel speechless. Suddenly, an explosion echoes through the hall. When the door bursts open, Taylor and his group arrive, dragging a defeated and bound William behind. They are weakened but still resolute as they turn. Quickly assesses the situation, concluding that Alice must be responsible for the chaos, since only she could have provided William with the magical defense runes, taking advantage of an opportunity amidst the confusion. Lortel acts to dramatically collapse onto the floor. Taylor and his group rush to check if she is okay, concerned for her well-being. Hiding her tears and masking her turmoil, Lortel pretends to be overwhelmed and defenseless without a word. She suddenly gets up, runs, and retreats to her room, her mind racing with plans for what to do next. The hotel is paralyzed, stunned by the unexpected arrival of the Golden King, the man who manipulated everything in the shadows. He came himself to the hall. Although shocked, she quickly focuses on the opportunity, now in her hands, blaming the large-scale manipulation of the Merchant Association's accounting books, and the damage caused during the chaos could finally lead to his downfall. Her plan to bring him down seems to be within reach. But she knows she must act fast. She knows what she needs to do. She needs to get to her room. Where a carrier pigeon is hidden, the pigeon will take a message to the officials of the Merchant Association, exposing the crimes of the Golden King once she sends it. She plans to hide somewhere in the hall to keep herself safe, although her heart aches from Alice's betrayal. Lortel does not allow herself to cry. She is used to being hurt by others and has learned to blame them to protect herself. Drying her emotions, she quickly heads to her room, determined to complete her plan. At the same time, the elite of the Golden King enters the hall with his guards, emanating an aura of authority. Upon spotting a student near the entrance, he calmly advises the student to evacuate for his safety. However, the student does not move, and instead informs to him that no one is allowed to enter the hall due to security protocols. He then appears perplexed, but intrigued by the student's firmness. The student is none other than Ed, standing in front of the stairs like an immovable wall, blocking the elite's path to the upper floors. The elite, maintaining his composure, asks Ed if he has any official authority or permission to enforce the rules. Ed boldly replies that he is acting on his own judgment. In this tense confrontation, he assesses the situation. He knows that only 3 people truly understand the unfolding story. Lortel, who wants revenge on the elite for destroying her childhood and plans to depose him. The Golden King himself, elite, who seeks the sealed grimoire of the sage to gain supreme power. Alice, the head maid, who has become the central villain in this act by betraying Lortel. Ed decides to trust Tello and his group to deal with Alice, the main antagonist of the act. while he focuses on preventing the elite from ascending the stairs by doing so. While he focuses on preventing the elite from climbing the stairs by doing so, he hopes to preserve his understanding of the game's story and ensure his role as a successful character. In the end, the elite tries to defuse the situation by claiming he needs to consult the Academy about the chaos inside, but Ed remains unshaken. His inflexible stance begins to irritate the elite, who activates his aura and then asks a direct question if Ed is on Lortel's side. 10 minutes before the confrontation with the Golden King, the elite, Edika and Nika, arrive in Dix's room to their surprise. Dix is calmly exercising while the building is in chaos, with most students already evacuated. Curiously, they ask why he hasn't left. Dix explains that he is trying to avoid hasty actions and prefers to focus on his routine rather than get involved in the protest. Noticing Janica and Ed together, Dix teases and asks if they are dating. Embarrassed, Janica screams and instantly denies it. However, she becomes flustered, establishing eye contact with Ed, while worrying that she might have made him uncomfortable. Noticing the embarrassment, Ed makes Dix realize his rudeness. Dix quickly apologizes to Janica for his careless question. After a brief moment, Dix asks why they came to him, especially considering they broke into his room, even damaging part of the wall in the process. Ed asks for a favor directly, promising to repay later. Although Dix seems reluctant at first, he eventually agrees. Back in the hallway, the elite Golden King Keklin discusses with Ed. Janica and Dix secretly observe the scene from a hidden spot. The elite tries to convince Ed, describing Lortel as a treacherous and ungrateful person. He recounts how he raised her since childhood and accuses her of conspiring against him. In an attempt to win Ed over, he even offers to double the amount of gold coins that Lortel promised to anyone on her side. Ed remains firm, making it clear that he is not interested in money or personal gain. Frustrated, the elite gives up on diplomacy and orders his guards to eliminate Ed. As the guards surround and overpower Ed, Dix springs into action, using wind magic to throw the guards through the air, creating a moment of chaos. Dix and Janica reveal themselves, stepping in to help Ed. Janica summons her spirit companions, while Dix prepares for battle. Ed thanks them for the intervention, promising Dix that he will repay later before heading upstairs to check on Lortel. The elite, now realizing that these students are formidable opponents, orders his guards to fight with all they have. A fierce battle begins as Dix and Janica face the guards, standing firm with determination. Meanwhile, Ed climbs the stairs, floor by floor, until he finally spots Lortel. He doesn't waste a moment. She tells her to escape through the back door of the hallway and run as fast as she can. In the world of Lortel, kindness and benevolence always come at a price. A reason, a label, or a coin. Everyone she trusted only showed loyalty because she invested in them. Now, as she reflects on her choices, she regrets the foolish mistake of believing in anything else. She admired Janica Filova, who seemed to have grown up surrounded by love and care from others, without expecting anything in return. Watching the bond between Janica and Ed, built on trust and understanding, made Lortel wonder if she could ever have that kind of connection with someone. But now, betrayed by Alice after sharing all her plans, she feels foolish and scolds herself for thinking she could live a life like Janica's. Full of confidence and genuine relationships, Lortel convinces herself that she should have remained true to her euphoric and calculating self. Among the 5 people she trusted to occupy the hall, Alice, attracted by allying with the elite, the twins Shane and Kelly joined Alice, and even William leaned towards the elite. The only one left was Ed. But Lortel feels that he will eventually betray her too. After all, why wouldn't he betray while they run through the hall? Ed asks Lortel if Alice betrayed her. Suddenly she stops and stands up, her voice low and regretful, as she apologizes, saying she can't guarantee the 20 gold coins she promised him. The situation is very unstable now, and she lost control. But Ed doesn't care about the money. He firmly says he is not doing this for gold. Without hesitation, he grabs her arm and pulls her forward. Encouraging her to run, he warns that if the elite catches her, it will all be over. They need to escape quickly to ensure the plan and secure her survival. Upon hearing Ed's words, Lortel is surprised. For the first time, she wonders if Ed sees something in her that is worth believing in. She begins to question her assumptions about trust, wondering if perhaps there are people who act without ulterior motives. Still, the idea confuses and disturbs her. As they run, Ed asks what is really going on with the Merchant Association and why the elite came to the academy in person. Lortel explains about her adoptive father, the elite. Ketlin has been covering losses due to market price manipulation through secret deals and monopolizing the armor trade within the association. This scheme left him in desperate need of money to secure his power. and position in the association. To solve his financial problems, KK plans to sell the sealed grimoire of the sage for a high price. He sent Lortel to the academy to find a way to steal or sabotage the grimoire. For years, Lortel worked to build alliances inside the Merchants Association, buying the loyalty of the traders and committee members, and turning allies. His ultimate goal is to expose the manipulations of his adoptive father and remove him from power, avenging his past. Ed realizes that Ketlin's desperation explains why he arrived earlier than expected in the story. His hasty actions to monopolize the armor trade and secure the grimoire put him in a vulnerable position. Ed knows how important it is to keep Lortel safe to ensure her plan's success. Lortel knows that her plans can only work if her father is kept away from the goods. With him out, the merchants on her side will have the chance to transfer the selling rights to her. Ed quickly gathers everything. He realizes that Lortel has been using this elaborate plan to disrupt the Academy's finances. By burning the Ophalis Hall, this chaos would drive negotiations for the sealed grimoire of the sage in favor of the elite. Now, the urgent need for money from the elite, Ketlin brought him to the Academy, giving Lortel a perfect opportunity to send a message to her allies and execute her plan to bankrupt him. Surprised by Ed's insight, Lortel informs him that she has a carrier pigeon ready to deliver the message. To her allies, however, she also reveals that her father expects her to be discovered and plans to use this to expose the merchants within the mansion tree. When they arrive at Lortel's room, Ed pauses and gives her detailed instructions. He tells her to hide and avoid being seen by anyone. He explains how she can escape. Using the night and the lodgings riding to the Arkan Mountains, he advises her to leave the carriage in a location to deceive the elite guards and then hide in her house in the forest for 3 days, while he writes and sends the message to her allies. From his room at Howard, he notices someone suspicious guarding the back door and warns Lortel to wait until it is safe. He holds her firmly by the shoulders and emphasizes the importance of staying hidden. Lortel is impressed by the calmness and determination with which Ed handles everything. For the first time, she begins to trust him when Ed sees her lost in thought. Lortel suddenly asks in a soft and innocent voice why he is helping so much. Ed simply replies that he is doing it for no reason. He just feels he must help her with that. He leaves her alone in her room in the hotel. She sits confused by her feelings. She hears a loud sound and soon realizes it is her own heart beating for the first time. Someone helped with kindness, expecting nothing in return. This unknown warmth, she is filled with emotions she has never felt before. While at the back door, Shane, one of the twin maids, stands guard as he approaches, ready to confront her, while Taylor's group fiercely battles Alice, the head maid. The stakes rise as Alice gathers all the runes from the hall and controls her magic, using them to launch powerful attacks despite her experience as a veteran intermediate magic user. Alice cannot match Taylor's strength, being the hero of the game, a failed swordsman from Silvânia. Taylor's determination and skill are incomparable. With that, the final battle of Act 2 begins. Meanwhile, Ed confronts Shane, one of the twin maids. At the back door, Shane draws her sword ready to fight as she advances with a quick attack. Like a lightning bolt aimed at Ed's leg, he uses his quick reflexes to dodge her strike. Ed, being a skilled player of the game, already knows her fighting patterns and begins to anticipate her movements. He traps her sword with his foot and grabs her hands, just as she tries to draw her knives, disarming her. But Shane is not finished yet. Sharing a magical ability with her twin sister Kelly due to their joint birth star, she uses low-level telekinesis to throw objects and blades at Ed while trying to stab him. Despite taking some hits, the wounds are not deep due to her unrefined magic. Ed removes the blades from his body and manages to immobilize Shane, pressing his knee against her back. As Shane struggles, she begins to cry and scream about how she cannot fail Alice, revealing her deep loyalty to the maid. Ed calmly tells her that Alice will lose, but Shane shares Alice's story of how Alice created orphans and saved lives, including Shane's. Meanwhile, Taylor and Klebios, with the help of Elvira and Isla, approach Alice. Taylor uses his powerful cutting element attack, causing a massive explosion that shakes the entire floor. Seeing the explosion, Shane screams in despair before fainting from shock and exhaustion. Ed, indifferent to the emotional story, continues focused on surviving the game. He drags the unconscious Shane into the hallway and props her against the wall before quickly leaving. He knows that these side stories will not affect the main plot, and chooses to prioritize his own survival. As the story progresses, he reaches the hotel room. Noticing the neatly arranged books, the luxurious wooden furniture, and the decorations, he is impressed by how well the room perfectly matches Lortel's character. Without wasting time, He writes a message, ties it to the pigeon, and sends it flying towards the headquarters, giving them a crucial time advantage. Since elite Kecklin, currently in Silvânia, will take at least 3 days to return to headquarters. Later that night, under a rain-soaked sky, Ed, hurt and tired with cuts and bruises, limps toward his cabin to rest and heal. He managed to prevent the elite from reaching the hall with the help of Dix and Annika. He created an escape route for Lortel. His quick thinking left the elite with no choice but to pursue the carriage that Lortel had rented. Everything was falling into place, and the story remained intact when Ed finally arrives at his cabin. Hoping that Lortel is already there, he is startled by a disturbance. Lortel, holding a knife, walks towards him with a dark and sinister expression. Panic sets in, as Ed begins to think that she might be the true mastermind behind everything, eliminating everyone one by one, and now targeting him. His body tenses, unable to move, as his thoughts spiral out of control. But as Lortel approaches, she unexpectedly tears a piece of his clothing and tends to his wounds. Ed's fears vanish, replaced by relief and confusion. Lortel, with soft and affectionate eyes, helped him reach the cabin, where she had already prepared a warm fire. Lortel suggests to Ed that they should first warm up by sitting together. His cheeks slightly flushed, Ed and Lortel sit together near the fire, the warmth helping Ed dry off and recover. As they talk, Lortel mentions the coachman who promised to divert her attention by distracting the elite guards, even risking his own life. Ed, curious, wonders how she managed to earn such loyalty. Then remembering that she is Lortel Kecklin, he decides not to ask further and remains silent. After a pause, Lortel thanks Ed for his help and reminds him that he now owes her a significant favor. Noticing his quiet demeanor, she teases him for being so boring. Ed politely responds that he should just hand over the 20 gold coins, as per their agreement, when the time comes. They sit together for a while, before Lortel breaks the silence with a question about him and Janica being close. She asks with her voice carrying a hint of curiosity. Ed speaks very highly of Janica, describing her as kind and trustworthy. Lortel listens silently, her expression only hinting, but showing a trace of sadness. After a moment, she adds her own praises about Janica. Although her tone is somber, sensing something behind her tone is a question of what she means. Lortel takes a deep breath before sighing lightly, with a better mood and a slight smile. She says that she is not like Janica, who is caring, always thinking of others at the same time. In the hall, Dix and Janica are doing their best to resist the elite, Kecklin and his guards. However, things change when the elite receives a report from one of his men that Lortel has escaped. Without wasting time, he leaves the hall to chase her. The fight is not going well for Dix. He is fighting, and it is clear that he is no match for the guards. But Janica, who was nervous before, suddenly activates her spiritual magic aura. A powerful tornado forms in the hall, throwing the guards in all directions while her spirits unleash their full strength. Dix panics and screams for her to stop. Worried about the destruction and casualties, Janica takes a pause, then turns to him with a disturbing smile, almost strange. Her eyes shine with a strange intensity as she calmly says that she is not angry at all. The next day at Ed's house in the cabin, he is busy washing his ruined academy uniform after a long and exhausting night. He skipped classes to take care of things. Dix arrives with the extra uniform for Ed and shares some surprising news. He explains what happened after the incident. William took all the blame for the destruction of the Hall of Opalos, while the head maid, Alice, who was captured, did not say a word about what happened. Lortel has disappeared, hiding safely in Ed's cabin, and there is still no news from the elite Kecklin. As Dix speaks, Ed feels relieved. His plan worked, and now all he has to do is wait for the messenger pigeon to return with good news. Stretching his sore muscles, Ed feels the pains and sufferings from the events of the night, but remains determined to move forward. Later, Ed notices something new. His attributes have improved, and he has reached the intermediate craftsman level. This upgrade unlocks advanced crafting skills, giving him access to new abilities. Excited, he decides to learn the infusion of the spiritual formula, a skill that combines spiritual sorcery with magical engineering. With this skill, Ed can make contracts with spirits and create powerful weapons, even magical outfits and useful tools. Feeling more confident in his abilities, Ed begins to plan how to use these new skills for the challenges that lie ahead. Later that day, Janica visits Ed with a cheerful smile. Ed is exercising outside the cabin when she arrives and sits next to him. Curious, Ed asks why she is not in class. Janica explains that she is feeling tired and needed a break, so she decided to come to the forest to breathe some fresh air. Worried, Ed asks if she got hurt because of. Janica shakes her head and smiles reassuringly, saying that she is fine. Then, with a slight frown, she asks if Lotel is okay. Ed tells her that Lotel is resting inside the cabin, which makes Janica feel a bit jealous, although she hides it well. Inside the cabin, Lotel leans back, relieved that the chaos from the incident in the Hall of Opolos has finally ended. However, her work is not done yet. She still needs to convince the headmaid, Alice, to help, preparing the ground to negotiate the purchase of the Sage Grimoire seal. For now, however, she waits, anxiously for a response from the elite merchant's headquarters. While waiting at the hotel, she can't help but notice how safe and supported she feels. In Ed's presence, his unconditional kindness and confidence make her heart race, and for the first time she feels something more precious than gold. Praying, she realizes she doesn't want to lose Ed to Janica, whose life is already full of family and friends. Lortel silently decides to win Ed over, even if it means competing with Janica. Spending 3 days with Ed only deepens Lortel's feelings for him. She begins to develop a certain fixation, even imagining covering him in gold, if that's what it takes to win his affection. But then, she decides that a different approach might be better, one that feels more natural. She resolves to show him sympathy and kindness, and even considers helping him with his tuition to subtly win his favor. Lortel's heart races with determination. For the first time in her life, she has discovered something worth more than wealth, and she is ready to fight for it, no matter what it takes. Fantasizing about Ed makes Lortel feel embarrassed and uncomfortable, especially since she has never had a boyfriend before. Suddenly, the sleepy Lucy bursts into the cabin and claims her spot by the window. However, Ed quickly intervenes, dragging Lucy out and settling her in the small tent outside the cabin that he had made specifically for her. Ed then apologizes to Lortel, asking if he disturbed her. Lortel feels uneasy with Lucy's presence in Ed's cabin, seeing her as another rival for his attention, and mentally labeling her as a natural disaster. On the second morning, Lortel wakes up early, hoping to spend some time alone with Ed. However, to her disappointment, she finds Janica already with him as usual. Sighing, she turns back, noticing that Lucy is still sleeping in the cabin as well. Meanwhile, Ed works on creating homemade bricks, adding another achievement to his stats and learning the masonry skill. Using this new skill, he builds a brick fireplace inside the cabin. Later, he grills the dried meat for everyone, and they have dinner together. As they eat, Lortel comments that, since nothing significant happened that morning, it means everything is going according to plan. Ed thanks her for the good news, but warns not to let their guard down. Feeling a bit competitive with Janica, Lortel offers to compensate Ed with supplies and goods, instead of the 20 gold coins they had previously agreed upon. Ed appreciates her offer, and asks if she has any construction materials or magical engineering equipment available. Lortel promises to check. Ed then turns to Janica and asks her for a favor, to teach him a bit of basic spiritual magic, and how to make a joyful spiritual connection. Since Ed is seeking her help, Janica agrees enthusiastically. She demonstrates using a spiritual bird, explaining how to focus and make a connection. But unexpectedly, the spiritual bird speaks, reprimanding Janica for giving Ed incorrect advice. The bird also reveals that, during the last spiritual meeting, Janica received hints on how to use Ed's cabin construction, as an opportunity to get closer to him. Embarrassed, Janica quickly dismisses the bird. Nervously sweating, she asks if Ed heard anything, while Lortel seizes the moment to tease Janica. She joins the conversation and mentions her remaining food stock at the headquarters, which she promptly offers to sell to Ed at a discount. Ed negotiates, asking her to include the supplies in the 20 gold coins deal. Playfully, Lortel suggests giving the supplies for free, further irritating Janica, and sparking a cheerful debate between the two women. Ed leans back, enjoying his jerky with amusement, realizing that he can now learn both spiritual magic and magical engineering, with the help of Janica and Lortel. As the conversation continues, a new figure appears in Ed's cabin. It is Belmaja, the new head of the housewives of the Ophel Hall. She apologizes for the sudden visit, explaining that she brings bad news. A message from the former head of the housewives, Alice. Upon hearing this, Lortel's expression changes to concern, and the atmosphere becomes tense with suspense. Before Belmaja's visit to the hall, Clara, one of Janica's friends, passes by the candle. Clara gossips with Belmaja, revealing ultra-secret news, but warns Belmaja not to show shock or let anything slip. Leaning in close, Clara whispers that her friend Janica is in love with Roth Taylor. He feels conflicted, trying not to show surprise while maintaining his composure. The two discuss Ed, who has a reputation for being a troublemaker, but seems to be improving his image lately. Clara admits she supports her friend Janica, but can't help but notice that Janica keeps mentioning Lortel's name. She confesses she doesn't understand any of the relationships She says they are about balance, and Janica is too naive for the game. Clara complains that Ed is acting clueless, completely ignoring the obvious hints that Janica keeps throwing. She begs Belmaja to intervene and do something. Belmaja, trying to calm her, suggests that Ed might be too worried about his own problems to think about romance right now. She adds that it might just be luck, or the lack of it when it comes to relationships, leaving Clara restless and slightly frightened by the idea. In Ed's cabin, Belmaja becomes irritated seeing Lucy, Lortel, and Janica all together in Ed's house, causing headaches. When Lortel asks why she is there, Belmaja informs her of an important message from the former head of the maids, Alice, on that beautiful night, and Maria decides to take Lucy and sleepy Janica with her, leaving Ed frustrated. He is restless about the location of Lortel being exposed to someone connected to the Hall of Offal, especially since Lortel is hiding to avoid further risks. Lortel chooses to leave Ed's place and go with Belle. Madia offers to take her to a safe hideout before departing. Lortel gives Ed a repaired uniform as a thank you for his help. Ed expresses his gratitude, noting that it will be a good second outfit for the academy. A carrier pigeon also arrives with good news, a letter announcing a victory over the elite in commercial sales, signaling their downfall. At the headquarters of the Merchants Association, relieved Eddie feels that he can now return to school. As usual, Lortel reads the letter, commenting that her father, the elite, must now be making his last stand and will not have time to pursue her in Silvânia, ensuring her safety for now. However, she warns Ed not to underestimate her father, who may still have tricks up his sleeve. Nonetheless, she expresses confidence in her allies at the headquarters, believing she can become the next president of the Merchants Association. Lortel's main concern, however, is now Alice, when Ed asks if Alice could reveal her role. As the mastermind behind the incident at the Hall of Offal, Lortel dismisses the concern, explaining that Alice will side with whoever wins. In Alice's letter, she details the orphanages she sponsored, with Lortel financially supporting them in the coming year. Lortel shares Alice's story. Years of tireless work have caused her health to decline, but the academy ignored her struggles. Unable to manage her responsibilities, including the orphanage, Alice took risks during the incident at the Hall of Offal, switching sides for money. Although her actions were seen as betrayal, Lortel recognizes the desperate situation in which Alice found herself after reading the letter. Lortel concludes that Alice is only on her side because she sees her victory as inevitable. In the relentless world of merchants, sympathy is rare, and Alice knows this well. Although Lortel agrees to keep Alice by her side, her trust in her will not be the same as before after the betrayal. As she prepares to leave, Lortel reminds Ed to stop by the branch of the Merchants Association to finalize the supply delivery contract. Before leaving, Ed hands her a torch to light the way. Lortel pauses, looking thoughtfully at Ed, when he asks why she is still standing there. She comments on how tall he is. She admits that she often takes risky actions to win. With that, she approaches Ed, adjusting his uniform tie. Flirting, she comments that he looks handsome in the new outfit, and then, suddenly she pulls him by the tie, leans in, and unexpectedly kisses him. Flirting even more, Lortel teases Ed by commenting on how delicious the raspberries they ate were, claiming she can feel them again from their kiss. She laughs happily, clearly enjoying the moment, while Ed, ethical, firmly warns her to respect the boundaries. Indifferent to his serious tone, Lortel cheerfully mocks his boring reaction. Adding another provocative remark, she says next time he should try to pull her closer during the kiss, as she needs to practice pretending to push him away. Taking Ed's torch, she finally leaves, but when she moves away a bit, she runs off quickly, disappearing into the forest. Ed stands there, completely embarrassed by her boldness. No matter how much he tries to avoid getting too involved in the main events of the game, things always spiral out of his control, leaving him confused and disoriented. Later that night, as Ed sits around his campfire looking at the starry sky, through the trees and listening to the crickets chirp, he feels uncomfortable. The plot seems to be veering off course, and he can't shake off the discomfort of being pulled into the center of events. His original plan was simple: observe the game events from a distance, intervening only when necessary to keep the scenario on the right track. He has no ambition beyond surviving, graduating from the academy, and carefully managing his stats. However, the plan that seemed so simple now feels like an endless and reckless challenge as summer quietly fades into autumn. He reflects on how quickly time is passing and wonders what twists the game might present him next. The next day at the lake, Janica gathers with her spirit friends to discuss her growing concerns about Lortel and how to handle her. The spirits inform Janica about the incident between Ed and Lortel, which immediately infuriates her. The spirit marks Lortel as an intimidating redhead, while Janica anxiously asks how Ed reacted. She lets out a sigh of relief upon learning that Ed responded coldly and showed no emotion. However, her relief is short-lived, as the spirit Tarquin warns that Lortel's persistence will only intensify if Janica doesn't act quickly to secure Ed's attention amidst a flood of ridiculous and embarrassing suggestions from Spirit Tarquin. The other spirits push Tarquin away for a while, and the spirit Marlita offers a more sensible idea. Marilda advises Janica to create a memorable and exciting experience with Ed to make him think of her. After some reflection, Janica decides that sharing a meal together might be a good idea. That night, Ed prepared his new recipe that he learned and let Lucy try it. However, for the spirit, Tarquin warns that Lortel's persistence will only intensify if Janica does not act quickly to secure Ed's attention amidst a flood of ridiculous and embarrassing suggestions from the spirit. Tarquin, the other spirits push Tarquin away for a while. Ridiculous and embarrassing of the spirit, Tarquin. The other spirits keep Tarquin away for a while, and the spirit Marlita offers a more sensible idea. Marilda advises Janica to create a memorable and exciting experience with Ed to make him think of her. After some reflection, Janica decides that sharing a meal together might be a good idea. That night, Ed prepared his new recipe that he learned and let Lucy try it. However, upon tasting it, she immediately pulls away in disgust, exclaiming that it tastes horrible. Ed hears her criticism without reacting calmly, noting his mistakes and deciding to postpone improving his culinary skills until he receives a greater variety of ingredients from the stock deliveries. Despite the setback, Ed gains one improvement in his statistics, advancing to an intermediate level in crafting. He reflects on how his main statistics significantly affect his practical skills, and decides to balance and improve all of his statistics efficiently. However, Eddie's busy schedule leaves little time to focus on personal development between attending classes, enhancing survival skills, and keeping a close eye on the progression of the game scenario. His hands are full. He observes that Taylor's combat skills are constantly improving. Isla continues to support Taylor, and Princess Fania seems to be on the right track. Still, Ed knows that the crucial event in the story, the confrontation of Fania with Lortel, is approaching. He is also aware that another important character, Clarice, will not enroll until next year, so he does not need to worry about her yet. Although the early departure of the elite creates some uncertainty regarding the hotel, Ed is sure that this will not prevent her from seeking the sealed grimoire of the sage when the day at the academy comes to an end. Ed looks at the main building and realizes it's time to start monitoring the college closely, since the final boss of the second act is about to emerge in the meantime. In a quiet room within the academy, someone receives a letter revealing the mentor behind the incident in the Ophelia Hall. This person receiving the letter is none other than Professor Glass. Professor Glass is in his quiet office, while his assistant Claire Elfin stands nearby. Trying to impress him, Claire praised his insightful thinking for suspecting someone behind the incident. In the Ophelia Hall, however, Glass, an austere figure, ignores her attempts at charm, removing his glasses. He exudes a dark and intimidating aura, commanding Claire to find the divine science thesis he had requested earlier. Startled by his stern tone, Claire rushes out to do as he says. In the Ophelia Hall building, Claire receives all the materials regarding the incident from Ennis. Relieved, Claire thanked her and began looking through the files of the students involved. Among the student files related to the incident, 3 catch her attention. Involved among the students' files related to the incident, 3 catch his attention. Ed, Roth, Taylor, Dix, and Janica. Although most of the case seemed simple, Claire couldn't shake off the feeling that something was unusual about Ed's file, his reputation, and some missing pieces, which left her curious. That night, Ed visited the Silvânia Merchants Association branch to collect the supplies he had ordered regarding his contract with Hotel Lortel. Clearly enjoying her company, he provocatively apologized for forgetting the details of the contract, as he was using it merely as an excuse to make him visit again. She prepared tea and snacks. Inviting him to sit and chat while they talked, she told him to grab his magic equipment from the counter as he left. Trying to keep his attention, Lortel displayed her elegant dress, asking how she was for an important meeting. But Ed, uninterested, simply asked what kind of meeting it was. Lortel smiled, amused by how little he noticed her flirting. Then the conversation shifted to Ed's cabin. Lortel suggested he might need furniture, but Ed explained that her company's products were too expensive for him. Lortel agreed, but said she couldn't give items away for free because of her merchandise business ethics. Suddenly, she used her magic to break a chair leg, claiming it was now damaged and she wanted to throw it away tomorrow. She taught Ed that with his crafting skills he could fix it. Ed thanked her for the broken chair. Still maintaining his calm and serious demeanor, Lortel, entertained by how he never shows much emotion, approached him. Sitting at the nearby table, She provocatively remarked that he didn't see her as a woman. She boldly admitted that she wasn't helping out of kindness, but because she had her reasons. Smiling confidently, she told him she was determined to stick around and get the answers he was seeking, making it clear that she had no plans to let him. Ignore her, Ed calmly responded, making it clear that he wasn't looking for answers from her, and had no interest in getting involved in battles he knew he couldn't win. Despite her attempts to get closer, he remained composed and distant, Lortel unfazed. Lortel smiled, and warned him that one day, it wouldn't just be her. Struggling to contain her feelings for him, her smile was as always calm and confident. Ed realized she never showed her true feelings, whether she was winning or in trouble. He noticed it was part of her nature as a merchant, always keeping her cards close to her chest, and never letting her emotions show. At the academy during break, Jennifer eagerly taught Ed to control a spirit using her staff. She explained that he must focus on his magic, to try to form a connection, and summoned a small fire spirit named Mug. Mug appeared serious and promised to serve Ed well, surprising Ed. He remembered that before coming to this world when he played as Ed. Surprising Ed, he remembers that before coming to this world, when he played as Ed, he once formed a bond with a spirit duck. They used to laugh and play, but in the end, he let it go. However, looking at Mugi now, he feels that this will be different. Curious about Mugi's strict nature, Ed asks Janica why he acts this way. Janica laughs and explains that Mugi is a good spirit, with great energy efficiency, and was carefully chosen by the high-level spirit Tarkan. Since Ed wanted a strong spirit, she chose the best for him after going through a rigorous selection process. Mugi was finally delivered to Ed, and he successfully forms his first spiritual connection. Holding Mugi, Ed is impressed to see how warm he is, almost like a portable heater. He checks his abilities and statistics, and Janica cheerfully says that Mugi is a great survival tool because he doesn't need wood to heat. Seeing Ed happy, Janica smiles, although he still looks tired before leaving. She reminds him to let her know if he needs more help. She offers to teach him more about spiritual connections, and suggests that he will learn faster if he spends more time with her, while Janica talks with Ed. Suddenly, she changes her tone and expression as soon as she promises to come the next day to help him. She quickly changes, claiming to be very busy and that many others are waiting in line for her lessons. She remembers her spirits and her friend Clara, advising her to keep things calm with Ed and not to get too close too quickly. Smiling awkwardly, she says it's a bit too much for her to teach him magic all the time. Ed, feeling guilty, apologizes for taking advantage of her kindness and offers to pay for her help, as a gesture of appreciation. Upon hearing him mention money, Janica gets annoyed and insists that she is helping, out of friendship, not for payment. She calls his offer cold, and reminds him that they are close friends, and such things shouldn't interfere between them. Confused, Ed points out that it was she who mentioned compensation earlier, realizing that she contradicted herself. Janica becomes flustered and embarrassed to correct the situation. She admits that her friend Clara said she is too generous and needs to learn to say no. Sometimes Ed appreciates her honesty and agrees that Clara is right. After some time, Janica says goodbye, promising to meet him again in combat training and bring a special accessory next time. She leaves Mugi the spirit with Ed, and he waves back. With his new crafting skills from Lortel's magical engineering and Janica's low-level spirit, Ed finally feels that he has a proper structure. Now he can learn proper crafting skills and keep his fireplace lit, all the while making his life much more comfortable. Looking out the window of his cabin, at the night sky, he suddenly remembers that he forgot to check the traps and heads out in the meantime. In the depths of the forest, Claire Elfin is investigating Ed, suspecting that he is the mastermind behind the incident in the Offals Hall. With everything he knows about his disownment by his family and his lack of connections with Offals Hall, he stands out among the other students and teachers. Reports say he often appears in the forest, which leads her here as she moves carefully through the woods. She suddenly hears footsteps and quickly hides. What she sees is terrifying. A man carrying lights over his shoulders, while dragging a dead deer behind him. The man does not use magic, but seems to rely on raw combat skills, which makes Claire realize that it is not the director of the ball at that moment. Her suspicions are confirmed as that man is not the director of the ball in any way. It is Roth Taylor, the true mastermind behind the incident at Offals Hall. Realizing her intuition is correct, Claire feels proud of her detective skills. She silently follows Ed through the forest. Surprised to discover his hidden cabin, watching from afar, she sees Ed throw Lucy into a tent he set up for her and place the deer near the fireplace. After that, Ed enters his cabin, planning to sleep early for work tomorrow. Claire approaches cautiously, determined to rescue Lucy. As soon as she reaches the tent, Lucy suddenly casts an alert spell, startling Claire and demanding to know who she is. Sweating nervously, Claire introduces herself, but Lucy, uninterested, returns to her tent and starts eating jerky. Then, she looks at Claire with suspicion, before casually flying away, leaving Claire there completely confused. Back in the office, Claire rushes into Professor Glass's office, presenting the evidence she has gathered. Convinced that Ed is guilty, she reminds Glass that Ed was disowned by his family, emphasizing how suspicious he is. However, Glass, uninterested in low-tier students, barely remembers who Ed is. Claire mocks him for his indifferent attitude and insists that Ed is dangerous, recalling how he easily overpowered Lucy in the forest and kept her trapped in his tent. But Glass dismisses her claims, stating that Lucy often wanders and sleeps in the forest, and that it is nothing unusual. Frustrated, Claire realizes that convincing Glass will not be easy. She adopts a different approach, and confidently reveals that she used magic to record the memories of the first floor of Awful's Hall. Glass, raising an eyebrow, questions whether she had permission to use magic for such purposes. Flustered, Claire quickly tries to cover herself, claiming she lied to the authority, and retrieved the memories of the floor on her own. Without being impressed, Glass firmly orders her to write a letter of apology and explanation for her actions. Despite this, Claire insists that Glass should still see the memory she brought. The recorded memory clearly shows Ed sitting on the stairs in a perfect pose that makes him look like a criminal genius. It also captures him preventing Taylor and his group from going up the stairs, which seems highly suspicious to Claire. However, Glass remains uninterested and asks if she has any stronger evidence. Eager to convince him, Claire mentions the recent incident in the forest, explaining how Ed was carrying an unconscious Lucy, making it seem like he was trying to capture her. Glass stares at Claire in silence for a moment, simply reminding her once again to send the letter of apologies and explanations. Sighing in frustration, Claire leaves his office feeling exhausted. Now alone in the office, Glass finally looks at the memory globe seriously while watching Ed blocking Taylor and his group. He is intrigued. He finds it hard to believe that someone as ordinary as Ed could hold back the sword Saint Taylor and the gifted alchemist. The memory flickers again, replaying Ed's actions and combat techniques for the first time. Glass's expression changes as he realizes that Ed may not be as ordinary as he thinks. The globe finally captures Glass's attention. Back in the forest, Ed successfully crafts an impressive weapon. Using magical engineering and spiritual magic, a ceremonial dagger explodes. He admires his work, realizing it is the best weapon he has made since he started living independently in the game. Feeling a sense of pride, he examines the dagger closely. Mug, seeing Ed satisfied with his creation, advises him to improve the weapon's efficiency by using it frequently. Then, trying to flatter him, Mug begins to sing a song in his honor. Ed, who has been observing Mug's flattery and overly formal behavior since they met, suddenly lifts him up and shakes him, demanding to know the true reason behind such behavior. Mug stammers and tries to apologize, but Ed insists, asking if Janica promised him something in becoming Mug. Mug hesitates, but Ed insists that he must be honest, since they are now connected by their spiritual bond. Feeling the pressure, Mug finally breaks down and confesses. He admits that he deeply respects Ed, but is ashamed of his own ambitions and success. The real reason he agreed to the contract was to take advantage of the refined magic around Janica, which allows him to grow at twice the normal rate of a low-tier spirit. Ed sighs, asking if there is anything else Mug is hiding. Mug, feeling guilty, reveals that he also heard rumors about Ed's strict and authoritarian reputation at the academy. Fearing Ed's temperament, he tries to stay on his good side by constantly praising him after hearing Mug's full confession. Ed sighs, wondering if there is anything else that Mug has been hiding. Mug, feeling guilty, reveals that he also heard rumors about Ed's strict and authoritarian reputation at the academy. Fearing Ed's temperament, he tries to stay on his good side, constantly praising him after hearing Mug's full confession. He tries to stay on his good side by constantly praising him after hearing Mug's full confession. Ed calmly tells him that he understands his situation and that it is natural to want to become stronger because of it. They walk back to the cabin together while Mug comfortably settles on Ed's shoulder, chatting with him. On the way back to the cabin, Ed chops wood for the fireplace. His endurance has improved. His stock is now filled with meat and vegetables. He no longer needs to sleep outdoors feeling hungry. With enough supplies, he can now focus better on his studies, reducing sleep and practicing more, forcing himself to absorb information quickly. However, all this effort leaves him exhausted, and he falls asleep. Later, Ed wakes up and finds Janica beside him while he is lying outside the cabin. She advises him to take better care of his health, saying she is worried about him. Ed decides to focus more on himself, especially since he received 3 letters. The first letter is from the academy, and the second is from the Merchants Guild. However, it is the third letter that captures all his attention. He realizes that this letter will decide the future direction of the game in Rido. In the original game, the main event of the second act was a negotiation over the sealed grimoire of the sage, a dispute between the student council of the academy and the Merchants Guild. But things changed with the fall of the elite. The original client who wanted to buy the grimoire involves the Roth Taylor family. The plot has transformed into a three-way conflict, now with the Roth Taylor family involved. Crepin Roth Taylor, the head of the family, becomes personally involved. He wants the grimoire to advance his research on eternal life. Crepin was originally supposed to be a major boss in Act 4, and appearing so early in Act 2 makes things much more difficult. No player will be strong enough to defeat him at this stage. Now Ed knows how dangerous Crepin is and wants to prevent him from getting involved, hoping to keep the story intact and avoid unnecessary chaos. If Crepin Roth Taylor manages to buy the sealed grimoire of the sage, it will be impossible for Ed to complete the game, even with all the knowledge he has about it. Crepin's involvement would destabilize everything, making Ed's survival and progress impossible. The third letter contains critical information about Crepin's actions and his suspicions regarding the grimoire. However, the sender of the letter remains unknown, adding another layer of mystery to the situation. During the break at the academy, Princess Fania enjoys her tea in the garden when Captain Claire approaches her. Reporting that she delivered Ed's letters as instructed, she thanks her for the service. For Fania, the sealed grimoire of the sage is the heart of the academy, and selling it just for money would bring disgrace. Even Director Abel seeks her help, informing the princess about the academy's financial problems and requesting her assistance. However, what worries Fania the most is the unexpected interference of Crepin Roth Taylor in the sale of the grimoire. Captain Claire suggests that perhaps, for females, the sealed grimoire of the sage is the heart of the academy, and selling it just for money would bring disgrace. Even Director Abel asks for her help, informing the princess about the academy's financial troubles, and requesting that she, however, what concerns Fania the most, is the unexpected interference of Crepin Roth Taylor in the sale of the grimoire. Captain Claire suggests that perhaps Ed had reported the sale to his family in hopes of being accepted back. He believes that Ed could do anything to regain his family's recognition before the conversation continues. Lortel, known for her cunning nature, arrives and interrupts Claire. She doubts his theory and politely asks the princess for permission to join her tea session. Fania finds Lortel's visit surprising, as she always thought Lortel didn't like her. However, Lortel smiles and clarifies any misunderstanding, offering some insider information as a sign of goodwill. Lortel reveals that it wasn't Ed, but rather Elite Ketlin, her adoptive father, who involved the Roth Taylor family in the grimoire business. To Fania's surprise, Lortel adds that Crepin Roth Taylor was the one who originally requested the grimoire. However, with Ketlin's influence waning at the merchant headquarters, he is still determined to buy it with Crepin's help. Since the elite merchandise invested a lot of effort into the business, this makes Fania realize that the sale of the grimoire could be an attempt to form a trade alliance between the two families. But she wonders why they are competing for it now, instead of working together. Lortel smiles and explains that since she now controls the trade, she wants to save the grimoire by buying it herself. She holds the female, who has no intention of selling it to the Roth Taylor family. Surprised by Lortel's honesty, the female asks why she is sharing such internal matters. Still smiling, Lortel calls the female an ally in this situation. She explains that if Fania helps her obtain the grimoire, it will strengthen her position in trade while Fania can keep the Roth Taylor family under control, marking a situation where both win. Lortel continues explaining her reason for intervening to protect Ed from further trouble. She tells Princess Fania that Ed has already been disowned by his family, and it would be unfair to suspect that he is involved with them. Fania listens attentively, observing Lortel's manner of speaking and how she carefully chooses her words. She begins to suspect that Lortel may be hiding something, as she is surprised that Lortel has never cared so much about someone wanting to test Fania. Fania casually mentions Ed and comments that he is quite useful in such situations. She suggests that she could interrogate him personally, using her authority to bring him to their side, and if he refuses to cooperate, she won't hesitate to exploit him. Hearing this, Lortel, who had been calmly holding her teacup, suddenly starts to tremble and shake. She carefully sets the tea aside. Then she bursts out laughing upon realizing that not even Princess Fania is above exploiting others for her own goals. Captain Claire, surprised by Lortel's mocking attitude, becomes agitated and wants to. How dare she disrespect the Phoenix Princess, however, before he can act. Phoenix calmly orders him to step back. Lortel gracefully rises and reassures Phoenix that they are allies. She then gives Phoenix one last piece of advice: never underestimate Ed Roth Taylor. She warns that if Phoenix does, she will end up regretting it. As Lortel walks away, Phoenix dives into deep thoughts. She struggles to uncover the truth. Could Ed really be responsible for the sudden involvement of crapping Roth Taylor in the bidding? Could it be Lortel, who always acts with such confidence and never bows even before a princess watching Lortel depart? Phoenix wonders if she will ever have the chance to face her again. For the first time, she feels uncertain about what to do next at the merchant's branch. Lortel sees Ed with Janica and can't help but feel a bit jealous. Janica, noticing Lortel's gaze, greets her provocatively. Lortel, who had prepared only 2 cups of rosemary tea, one for herself and another for Ed, now finds herself reluctantly offering a glass of cold water to Janica. Janica smiles and teases Lortel for not having more tea prepared for visitors. Lortel, keeping her composure, retorts, reminding Janica that, as a merchant, she cannot afford to waste her goods so easily. Ed, visibly tired and exhausted, takes the cold water and hands his tea to Janica. This small gesture leaves Janica happy, while Lortel watches, feeling slightly irritated. As Janica continues to tease her, after a while, Lortel presents the magical engineering equipment that she promised Ed as the glamorous tools are revealed. Janica suddenly shouts in protest. She accuses Lortel of breaking merchant ethics by offering Ed new equipment for free. Janica's jealousy awakens, suspecting that Lortel is trying to win Ed over with expensive gifts. Lortel, maintaining her composure, approaches the equipment and points out the minor defects holding them that are not new. But Janica, unconvinced, insists that Lortel may have done this on purpose. Lortel just laughs, further fueling Janica's irritation. While Ed looks at the equipment, he hesitates, telling Lortel that he cannot accept more free items, especially since he still hasn't paid for the previous ones. He reminds her that this is already the 4th time she has offered him something. However, Lortel dismisses his concerns, saying that, as he is her regular customer, he can always renew his contract and there is no problem. Janica, noticing Lortel's clever tactics, suggests to Ed that he quickly finish his payments and cut ties with Lortel before he ends up deeply in debt. Lortel, unfazed, tells Janica to mind her own business, provoking a fun yet competitive discussion between them, both clearly trying to get Ed's attention. While the two continue their playful banter, Ed suddenly feels a strange sensation take over his body, a light and floating feeling as if he were drifting in water, something he experiences when overwhelmed, his mind occupied with thoughts on how to deal with the grimoire issue and building a better mattress for proper sleep. He cannot overcome his exhaustion before he can react. He collapses on the floor. Lortel and Hygienic immediately rush to his side in the Silvânia Academy. The Phoenix Princess reflects on Ed's calm and precise behavior. Whether when she saw him fishing at his camp or during the Glasskin incident, his calm demeanor and the reputation among students, who claim he only focuses on studies, make her rethink Lortel's words. She begins to question if her assumptions about Ed were wrong and decides she needs to confirm this one last time. To do so, she is the one who sends Ed the 3rd letter, an invitation to visit her at the royal residence, a letter that must be highly secret. While reviewing her schedule for the next day, she asks Captain Claire about the expected visit from Ed. However, Captain Claire brings the unexpected news that Ed collapsed from exhaustion. This revelation surprises the princess born in a game. When a character accumulates the state of exhaustion, they are usually given several days of rest to recover. Now, despite all the urgent issues and preparations for the Crapping Rock Taylor event, Ed is forced to rest, delaying his plans. When Ed wakes up in his cabin, his body feels incredibly heavy, and a strange heat spreads through the lower part of his belly. Looking down, he finds Lucy sleeping on top of him, murmuring in her sleep. Seeing her sleep so deeply, Ed remembers how light she usually is when he carried her during the Glasskin incident, making him question if she is even human. But with his exhaustion, he has no strength to move her. Noticing the new blankets and mattress around him, he assumes that the merchant must have brought him here to recover. As soon as Lucy wakes up, she immediately starts talking about how hungry she is. Realizing that Ed is finally awake, she offers him mana treatment, helping to restore his distorted mana flow. Lucy mentions that she has been doing this treatment repeatedly while he was in his weakened state. As soon as she finishes, she falls asleep again beside him, before dozing off. Lucy gives Ed advice not to keep getting sick because it is a bother for her, and warns Ed that being weak can be dangerous. Ed knows her grandfather is bedridden from an illness like he is now, so he sincerely thanks her for the magical treatment and her concern. At that moment, Dix enters the cabin without knocking, checking if the stove is working properly. To keep the place warm for Ed, upon seeing Dix enter so casually, Lucy quickly flies out of the camp to another location, feeling embarrassed. Now completely awake, Ed contemplates how he seems to attract so many people. in this so-called open society, despite his efforts to remain independent. Turning to Dix, he asks why he is here, to which Dix replies that he has been checking on how he is doing while the others are out. While they talk, Dix casually mentions that it is autumn, offering Ed a bowl of soup. Still processing everything, Ed asks if there is any news from Silvânia Academy. Dix shares updates about the Academy's exploration problem, mentioning that Taylor handled it well and other incidents, like the sewer demon act, that seems to be under control, according to the story. This reassures Ed that nothing critical has changed, and everything is going according to the story. However, the most important event, the fight for the sealed grimoire of the sage, is still approaching. Ed urgently asks how long he has been unconscious, when Dick says that 10 days have already passed. Ed realizes with shock that the main event has already started, adding more worry to Ed's attention. Dix also informs that Lortel has no choice but to leave for an important negotiation in his absence. In panic, Ed immediately gets up, insisting that Dix help him send a message to Lortel immediately. Meanwhile, at Silvânia Academy, the bidding war for the sealed grimoire of the sage has begun. The main stakeholders are gathered: Princess Phoenix Claw, representing the Student Association, Lortel, of the Elite Merchantry, and an unexpected third party, the man who deviated from the original plot, entering the hall with an imposing presence. The patriarch of the Roth family, Taylor, none other than the very Crepin in Roth Taylor. At lunch, all the key players gather to assess each other before the bidding war for the sealed grimoire of the sage crapping. Roth Taylor warmly greets Princess Phoenix and expresses his pleasure in seeing her in good health. He personally apologizes for the actions of his foolish relative Ed Roth Taylor and assures her that Ed's past actions do not reflect the values of the Roth Taylor family. The Princess Phoenix politely responds, telling him not to worry too much. However, she observes him closely. Crepin seems noble, compassionate and wise with his attendants, showing unwavering respect in every action. But through her judgment, she clearly sees Crepin as a wicked man. Crepin then turns his attention to Hotel Ketchen, asking if she represents Elite Merchantry. Hotel rises and makes a respectful bow, introducing herself as Hotel Ketchen and expressing her honor in being in his presence. As they converse, Crepin tests the knowledge and motives of Lotel. With calculated words, Lotel strategically responds, revealing only what benefits her. She claims that her interest lies solely in profit, maintaining a composed and confident demeanor as the bidding process begins. Each participant notes their bid, knowing that the highest offer will win the sealed grimoire of the sage. The Academy wants to keep its financial troubles a secret, so they placed Vice Principal Rachel in charge of the auction, with the Phoenix Princess as the only royal observer. The auction takes place discreetly. Inside the Academy building, Penny watches attentively, knowing that the grimoire is more than just an expensive item. It holds great magical value for research. She knows how rare books like this are usually sold, and realizes that knowing the highest bids of the other bidders is the key to winning in this type of auction, where there is no price limit. Lortel and Crepin sit in silence, carefully observing each other's movements, pondering their strategies before submitting their final bids. Lortel, driven by profit and market trends, maintains a calm and serene expression, while Crepin's demeanor remains inscrutable, exuding confidence and authority. Vice Principal Rachel collects the bids and thanks Lortel and Crepin for their participation. As Rachel prepares to announce the winner, Fenny quickly glances at the bid amounts. She assumes that Lortel, who always thinks about profit, probably bid around 8,100 coins, the highest price a similar book was sold for before. If Lortel offered more, it would be risky, because reselling it for profit could be difficult. Still, Fenny worries that if Crepin bids just a little higher than Lortel's estimated maximum of around 8,000 coins, he will win the grimoire. Vice Principal Rachel finally stands up and begins to announce the bid amounts, when she reveals Crepin Roth Taylor's bid. As expected, he offers 8,500 gold coins. Fenny is not surprised. Crepin did not come to the Academy just to profit from selling books. However, when Rachel announces Lortel's bid, the entire room is stunned. Lortel offered 9,400 gold coins, far exceeding expectations and securing the grimoire. Crepin's face darkens with frustration as he realizes his loss without a word. He leaves the building with his assistants, his bitter expression revealing his disappointment. Meanwhile, Lortel calmly moves to a private room to complete the transaction, leaving Fenny in shock. Fenny struggles to understand why Lortel, who claims to care only about profit, would spend such a huge amount just to secure the grimoire. The princess recalls their earlier conversation during tea, when Lortel suggested they become allies. Now, it becomes clear what Lortel's true intention was: to prevent the grimoire from falling into Crepin's hands. However, Fenny remains skeptical. She cannot believe that Lortel would act solely out of a sense of justice. There must be someone behind her, someone who ordered or influenced her to outbid Crepin Roth Taylor. There must be someone behind her, someone who ordered or influenced her to paracrep in Roth Taylor. The princess's suspicion grows as she questions who could be manipulating everything behind the scenes. When the Phoenix Princess remembers Lortel's words about Ed's ties to the Roth Taylor family, a realization hits Ed. He has been fighting against the darkness of his family all along. Struggling to the point of crumbling from exhaustion, overwhelmed by guilt, Fina panics, questioning how she could have led such a person to ruin. Oppressed by her disownment, regret washes over her as she reflects on the consequences of her actions. However, for Ed, Fina's misunderstanding may have been a hidden blessing, forcing him to hone his survival and combat skills, making him much more capable than before. Meanwhile, in her quarters at the elite mercenary camp, Lortel admires the sealed grimoire of the sage she just acquired. She carefully calculates her potential profits if she decided to sell it, realizing that the difference would be only 900 gold coins. However, deep down, she knows she didn't do it for profit, she did it for Ed. Following his request without hesitation, determined to win him over by any means, she sees the grimoire as an opportunity, something she can use as leverage to ask for anything in return. Lying in her bed, Lortel indulges in the thought of having Ed in her debt. Considering the small price of 900 coins a worthwhile investment, she smiles to herself, romanticizing the idea of having Ed in her hands, believing she has finally found a way to make him hers. At the camp, Ed feels better after hearing that Lortel won the grimoire. Dix is sitting nearby and laughs, telling Ed that he should have seen Lortel's face when Elka delivered the news. Ed knows that Lortel may have used her charm to get what she wanted. She often relies on it, but he worries if it will be enough this time. Even though she has succeeded, Ed is still concerned. He thinks that crapping, Roth Taylor must have had some secret information to enter the auction. Ed feels that things may not be over yet, and that crapping will not give up easily. In Ed's cabin, Jennifer suddenly arrives, breathless, and asking about his health. She seems worried, and quickly apologizes for any trouble she might be causing with the rumors about him. It's laughable, and he tells her it's okay, since he already hears everything from Dix. Hearing this, Janica gets angry at Dix for telling Ed how she runs around the academy crying for him, which starts rumors about her being heartbroken. Frustrated, she orders her spirit bear to take Dix away while Dix is dragged off. She waves at God as Dix looks defeated. From Janica's hair, Ed's spirit Mug suddenly appears, crying out of guilt. Mug apologizes, saying he didn't know Ed was trying so hard to the point of, he faints, begging for forgiveness, and even says he is willing to be punished. Mug wants to hug Ed, but is afraid of affecting Ed's mana, so he clings to Janica. Instead, Ed, seeing Mug making noise, calms him down. Dix returns after his fight with the spirit bear, and tells Ed that Mug is not exaggerating because he fainted for 10 days. Upon hearing this, Ed is shocked. He realizes that his stock of meat and vegetables must be spoiled, and he has to gather everything again. But this time, Dix and Janica offer to help. Seeing their determination, Ed feels grateful. He remembers when he built his wooden shelter and slept alone in the forest. Now with friends supporting him, he realizes he is no longer truly alone. Janica watches Ed, noticing how tired he is. Glancing at him, she recalls her earlier conversation with her spirit friend, Marilda. Sitting on a magical tree in the forest, they talk about Ed. Marilda tells Janica that this is the perfect opportunity to get closer to Ed before the cunning Lortel hatches another scheme to win him over. Marilda, acting like a dating expert, advises Janica to start dressing like a rural housewife to attract Ed. Janica tries on a worn-looking outfit, feeling insecure, but Marilda encourages her, saying it looks good. Marilda then gives Janica tips on how to make progress with Ed the next time they meet. But while Janica hesitates, acting too innocent, Marilda becomes frustrated. She leans in and asks what Janica plans to do as soon as she gets close to Ed. Upon hearing Janica's uncertain response, Marilda groans in frustration, scolding her for being too naive. She warns that if Janica doesn't act now, she might lose her chance forever. Ed is getting stronger every day, and he won't always be in difficult situations where he needs support. Feeling pressured by Marilda's scolding, Janica finally devises a plan. She whispers it to Marilda, who nods in agreement, saying it's a very good idea. At night, after eating a good stew that Janica prepares for him, Ed gets up to rest, as he is still tired despite all the help he receives from Dixie and Janica. His main focus is on recovery. When he lies down on the bed, the door suddenly opens, and Janica appears standing there. With a romantic pose and soft voice, she tells Ed that he looks very tired. Ed, seeing that Janica doesn't leave, starts to wonder if she is planning something. Janica, looking at Ed with romantic eyes, enters the room. When Ed asks what she is planning, she just smiles and approaches his bed. She then sits beside him, trying to seduce him. She softly says that he needs to admit that he is going through a tough time, remembering that exhaustion affects everyone, both physically and mentally. She said she understands how difficult his schedule is and how much he is enduring. More than anyone else, Janica then confesses that Ed helped more simply by staying quietly by her side. When everyone else rushed to offer support, she wants him to acknowledge her struggles so that she can finally rest in peace beside her. While she also wishes to support him, silently seeing how much Janica cares, Ed rests his head on the pillow, and finally admits that he is really going through a tough time. Just saying that out loud, he feels a deep relief and quickly falls asleep in a peaceful slumber. In the morning he wakes up and finds Janica sleeping beside him, but what makes him happiest is that his fatigue has completely disappeared, and he feels fully recovered. All thanks to Janica. The next morning after waking up, Ed is surprised to see the hotel visiting. They go to the river to sit there. She seems happy to see him better, but she also tries to gain his sympathy, mentioning her own health problems, claiming that she is suffering from chronic fatigue. At first, Ed thinks she is just exaggerating, but when she struggles to walk over to him, showing pain in her joints, he realizes that she might really be sick. She finally sits beside him with some effort. Concerned, Ed asks why she came to the forest when she is busy and not feeling well. But Lortel, who came mainly to see Ed, ignores his concern and says she has something important to tell him. She reveals that she is renaming her trading company to a trading corporation and offers Ed a key role in it. She wants him to help manage the assets, products, and external affairs, offering him the position of co-executive. Lortel tries to convince Ed, saying that he would visit the company every day and that they would be separated by just one wall. She also promises him great benefits, including shares in her personal assets. In her mind, she dreams of this as a step closer to being with Ed, almost as if they were married. While Lortel continues talking, lost in her own thoughts, Ed hesitantly interrupts and asks if she doesn't think it's a bit too much to go that far for him. Hearing this, Lortel takes a deep breath, pulls the hood of her cloak, and looks at him seriously. She tells Ed that he doesn't understand anything. She explains that she knows what he must be thinking, that something is wrong with her, or that he cannot make such an important decision based on the fleeting emotions of a young woman like her. Lortel acknowledges that Ed wants to keep things professional until the end, but he doesn't realize what she has been through. After living a life where hundreds of gold coins come and go, and facing betrayals countless times, she has come to understand one thing. She needs someone she can truly trust, someone who will never betray, even if all her wealth disappears. One day, she tells Ed that while most people have family or friends to trust, she has seen too much great merchants rising and falling, fortunes disappearing overnight, and through all this, her greatest fear is that one day, something might happen to her, leaving her with no one to trust. Finally, with a deep and sincere expression, Lortel asks Ed to stay by her side forever, no matter what happens. Ed looks at Lortel surprised, but she just laughs and says she almost tricked him, frustrated. Ed yells at her for being emotionally manipulative. Lortel, still laughing, admits, with a smile, that she has a habit of touching people's hearts and making them waver. While they sit together for a while, Lortel takes a deep breath and says her feelings are not a lie. After all, however, Ed tells her that he plans to graduate from Silvânia Academy first, and that he does not intend to leave until then, and tells her to consider his offer as co-executive only after his graduation. Lortel, smiling, stands up and tells Ed that she can wait for him to graduate. But then, with a playful smile, she shows him the grimoire document. She reminds him that he is in debt to her and warns that she will use this as a free pass to win him over someday, waving to God with the letter in hand. She cheerfully says, "It was great to see him again," and walks away as Lortel leaves. Ed sighs, feeling that he made a mistake. He realizes that he truly is bound by the sealed grimoire of the sage, and now feels trapped. Meanwhile, as Lortel returns, she feels nervous about the risky move she just made. She wanted to confidently tell Ed that he belongs to her now, but seeing his serious reaction completely ruined her plan. She even forgot to give him change for the magical engineering products he bought from her, and now feels uncomfortable with the idea of going to see him again. Deciding to discreetly leave the change at his cabin, she heads towards it, but when she arrives at Ed's cabin, she is shocked to see Janica already there, coming out after just waking up. Both women freeze in surprise. Gasping upon seeing each other, they immediately start questioning why the other is there, and the tension rises. Anger and rivalry fill the air, marking the beginning of a new disaster. Not only for them, but for Ed as well. Both are determined to win him over at all costs. Ed, after taking a refreshing bath in the river, returns to his daily routine. He starts chopping wood for the fireplace while being constantly reminded by his spirit, Mug, not to overexert himself. Taking Mug's warning seriously, he carefully manages his stamina and completes all his tasks efficiently now that his food and firewood supplies are full thanks to the help of Dix and Annika. Ed can finally refocus on his health and studies with a clear mind. He concentrates on the 3 letters he received before fainting from exhaustion. The first letter is from Lortel, warning him to stay alert since neither of them knows what the elite might do next. The second letter is from Fania, discussing the possible involvement of Krepin in the recent events, but it is the third letter that catches Ed's attention. It is a highly confidential message from an unexpected sender, Professor Glast requesting a private meeting with him after the conference. Unfortunately for Ed, he cannot meet with Professor Glast due to his sudden collapse, leaving him in the dark about Glast's true intentions. However, based on what he knows from the game, Ed is well aware that Professor Glast is the final boss of the second act, and the events of this act have already begun in the game's story. Glast believes that only a few talented people can change the world. He wants to bring back Silvânia, the greatest sage in history. To do this, he has been studying a spectral magic that can alter the natural laws of the world. However, Glast needs the sealed grimoire of the sage to complete his plan. As the Academy sold it to the hotel due to financial issues, Glast steals it. He then kidnaps Taylor's friend Isla, who has a special magical ability. He wants to place Silvânia's spirit inside her body to initiate a new era, but his plan is dangerous and insane. In the game, Taylor faces many obstacles and defeats Glast to save Ayla. In the end, Glast falls from the magic tower and says something important before dying, but Ed cannot remember what it was. What Ed knows is that the final battle of the second act begins when Isla is kidnapped. He realizes he needs to be ready for what is to come. In a tense moment, Isla wakes up and finds herself locked inside a dark and damp dungeon, watched over by a terrible demon from the underground channel. Fear consumes her as she realizes the horrible situation she is in. The eerie silence of the dungeon makes her heart race, and she cannot help but feel overwhelmed. However, Isla soon realizes she is not alone. Another voice echoes in the dungeon, blaming her for ending up in this mess. Tears fill Isla's eyes as she screams at this person, calling them wicked for blaming her in a moment like this, insisting that she hates being trapped in this horrible place. To her surprise, the person with her in the dungeon is none other than Ed Roth Taylor himself. At the final scene of Act 2, Ed did not plan to be kidnapped. To explain this, he reflects on the last 3 days. While working on his magical engineering devices, Ed realizes that despite his hard work, it is still not enough for the final battle. He needs better materials and plans. Suddenly, an idea springs to his mind, as he remembers a crucial detail from the final battle, where they must enter a secret laboratory during the 3rd stage of the final act's battle, which is filled with valuable projects, although Taylor is responsible for facing the boss battle. Intermediary in the secret laboratory, he is more interested in the laboratory's content, knowing it is dangerous to go alone. He decides to ask Janica for help at the academy. Professor Glasta announces that 2 new students, Adele from Class B and Isla from Class C, will join Class A. This decision comes because the academy needs to accommodate more talented students. Dix realizes that, with the addition of these 2 students, Class A will now have 5 members, marking a significant change after many years under the supervision of Professor Glaste. Although Isla may not be the strongest student, her unique spectral magic statistics stand out. Curious, Dix asks Glast if the class criteria are strictly based on talent. Glast firmly responds, warning Dix not to underestimate the efforts of the students. He advises that the quickest way to ruin someone's life is to give them false confidence and vague talent and offer inadequate support, ensuring that everyone, including Dix, understands the lesson. Professor Glass is a man who strongly believes in talent and is almost stubborn about it, mainly because of his daughter Maui. He had a lot of faith in her as a father. Even though she was just an average mage, Maui wanted to prove herself, so she joined a monster hunting mission too early. Unfortunately, she was killed, which broke Professor Glass's heart after losing his daughter. Professor Glass changed a lot. He became even more focused on proven talent and spent most of his life at the academy, studying spectral magic. But what makes his research interesting is that he is not doing it to improve magic. Instead, he wants to bring back Silvânia, the greatest mage of all time and the creator of magic. At the end of the class, Professor Glast calls Lortel as if to say something, but then stops and changes his mind. Instead, he says he will talk to her separately, tomorrow, about the lesson. However, Lortel knows exactly what he wants to ask. He is worried about the sealed grimoire of the sage that she has already purchased. She also knows he wants to reprimand her, considering it a disgrace since the grimoire is crucial for spectral magic research. But Lortel is not worried since the passage ceremony and the official transfer of the grimoire to her are about to happen, and their conversation will be of no use at the academy when Claire's class comes to an end. Ed prepares himself knowing that the connection ceremony of the sage's sealed grimoire is about to begin, marking the start of the final battle in Act 2. Ed's original plan is to closely follow Taylor as he fights from Stage 1 to Stage 5 to rescue Ayla, collecting any items left behind along the way, exactly as he planned. Looking at his list of essential items, Ed focuses on the crucial items he needs to collect, especially from Phase 3. These include the Eye of Gluttony and Del Rey's Hourglass. He needs these two items because their materials are hard to obtain, and they usually can only be crafted in the final phases of the scenario. Collecting them will give him a significant advantage in the approaching story progression. At the same time, he plans to admire Taylor's progress up to Phase 5 before returning to camp. Once his mission is complete, he seeks help from Jenica and tells her they need to go to the underground canal, because he lost something there and wants to find it together. Although he hopes Jenica doesn't dislike dark and narrow spaces, she enthusiastically agrees to help, which makes Ed feel a bit guilty, as he realizes her concern for him, but he knows he still needs her support for the battles to come. Just as Ed is preparing to leave, the assistant professor Claire arrives and informs him that Professor Glass wants to see him in his office. Surprised and confused, Ed cannot understand why he is being called. However, he assumes it might be because Professor Glass had summoned him earlier, but he couldn't respond at the time due to fainting. Thinking that Glass might want to discuss something important, Ed decides to go to his office. Upon arrival, Ed is even more surprised to see Ayla already there. She immediately takes a defensive stance, still cautious of Ed's intentions, since the incident in the Oval Hall where he shot an arrow at her. Ed, on the other hand, is confused to see Ayla safe in the office instead of being kidnapped as expected for tomorrow's event. Intrigued about why he was called, Ed quickly feels that something is wrong and begins to examine the professor's desk and around for clues that might indicate a change in the future story. Eventually, he discovers a report on Glass's desk written by Claire, detailing her observations and investigations about Ed regarding the incident in the Oval Hall. At that moment, Ed realizes that Professor Glass knows about his abilities and actions and may have discovered what he did while he is still processing the situation. Suddenly, the office door opens and Professor Glass enters. Instinctively, Ed pulls out his dagger. Ayla, startled by Ed's sudden reaction, screams and runs toward the professor seeking help. However, Ed is not the villain, Professor Glass is. He has now revealed himself as the final boss of the second act. Without hesitation, Glass uses his spectral magic to trap Ayla in a time prison. Reacting quickly, Ed throws his dagger at Glass while calling Mug to trigger an explosion. However, the experienced professor effortlessly blocks the attack and even praises Ed's quick response and his ability to research his study materials in such a short time. Despite being impressed, Glass tells Ed that it will take more than that to understand his true motives, hiding as Ed asks why the professor is restricting him, and even promises to stay quiet and not interfere if Glass only needs Ayla for his plans. However, Leslie refuses to leave any potential threat unchecked after witnessing Ed's combat skills and ingenuity. He decides to eliminate him as a potential obstacle, realizing that even if he manages to escape now, Professor Glass will continue to pursue him, interrupting the original plot. Ed contemplates his options. If he allows himself to be captured, there is a great chance of being taken to the secret laboratory, the exact place he wants to go. After weighing his options, Ed finally surrenders and allows Glees to abduct him. Observing Ed, Glees comments that Ed is a product of effort, not talent. Despite his impressive combat and survival skills, Glees considers his approach weak. Seeing Ed reminds him of his daughter and her struggles in the past. While Ed is trapped in the time prison, Mug stealthily escapes from his pocket and flees from the professor's office. The little creature runs towards Ed's cabin where Jenica is preparing lunch, unaware of the unfolding events. Unfolding, an elderly man writes the story of his life, chronicling his travels across the southern continents, where he discovers many magical truths. He dedicates much of his writing to his late master, Silvânia, one of the greatest sorceresses who tragically passed away young in his heart. She remains eternally beautiful, and throughout his life, he longs to break the natural laws of the world, just to see her face once more. However, he understands that what is lost cannot be recovered. Instead, he chooses to pass on his knowledge, training a young apprentice, preparing her to continue his teachings. On his deathbed, he places Silvânia's hat on his apprentice and hands her the work of his life. In the final words of his book, he dedicates his legacy to his young apprentice, Lucy Marcel. In the story of the game, that old Glock accepts his imminent death with serenity, waiting for it more sincerely than anyone else. Lucy, his apprentice, has no choice but to let him go. However, the sorrow of losing her beloved master, whom she calls grandfather, cuts deeply. Ed reflects on whether Lucy's pain will ever heal completely, or if the scar will remain forever. The only small comfort Lucy finds is in the bag of jerky she keeps from Ed's cabin. When Lucy shakes her bag of jerky and finds it empty, she descends from the cabin roof to restock it. However, she sees Janica standing below, activating a deeply sinister purple aura filled with rage, while the spiritual mug speaks to her. Meanwhile, in Trick's hall, in the main conference room of the Academy, the ceremony for the sealed grimoire of the sage begins with elite members of the merchandise and faculty of the Academy gathering as the hotel is ready to receive the director's grimoire. Obal faces the audience while looking at the director. Obal. She remembers crapping Roth Taylor, who is the same age but looks remarkably different after the grimoire auction. Crepin personally met with Lortel, urging her to hand it over to him, and Piposk inspires a response. She countered with an offer of 12,000 gold coins, which Crepin accepted without hesitation. Before leaving, he revealed crucial information to Lortel, that her father, an electrician, had hired a group of mercenaries who were now heading to Silvânia. Despite Crepin's unpleasant personality, his information proves valuable to Lortel, strengthening their alliance. Holding the grimoire in her hands, Lortel contemplates her options to sell it to Crepin for a significant profit or use it as an opportunity to get closer to Ed. A slight smile appears on her face as she gently touches the grimoire, pondering her choices. Suddenly, Professor Glass uses spectral magic to create a powerful barrier, preventing anyone from approaching the grimoire. At the same time, he summons two enormous spirits, forcing Director Obel and Lortel to retreat under the overwhelming pressure without hesitation. Glass grabs the grimoire and quickly leaves the hall, with no obstacles in his way. The story progresses unchanged, signaling the official start of the final scene of the second act. In Professor Glass's secret laboratory, Ed finds himself trapped in a cell next to Isla. Frustrated and irritated, Isla screams at Ed for being petty and expresses her hatred for him. Suddenly, a friend of Glass and a colleague in spectral studies appears, warning them to consider themselves lucky for not being used in experiments, and advises them to stay quiet, fearing that the monster guard outside might wake up and put them in danger. However, Ed remains calm and responds confidently. Impressed by Ed's composure, he urges them to sit quietly and avoid any reckless actions while he observes them closely. Ed leans back and waits patiently, hoping that Taylor will invade and rescue them. His plan is to seize the opportunity to gather all the magical engineering recipes and equipment, and return quietly to his cabin. Meanwhile, he tries to strike up a conversation with Isla. To pass the time, however, she scolds him every time he speaks. Still annoyed by the arrow he shot at her earlier, Ed tries to calm her down, insisting that he holds no grudges and that he could have hurt her if he really wanted to. Stunned by his reasoning, Isla continues to scream, calling him a liar. Finally, Ed firmly tells her to stop and wait patiently for Taylor. While the attention remains, Ed ends up apologizing, explaining that his actions were motivated by his own circumstances. Hearing an apology from Ed for the first time, Isla is left speechless. At that moment, Ed's spirit and Mug appear, crying and asking if Ed is safe and unharmed. Seeing Mug, Ed feels relieved and hugs him tightly, finally having someone to talk to in the cell. Isla, surprised to see Ed with a spiritual companion, suggests that Mug should go and inform others to ask for help. Mug excitedly informs that he has already asked Ganica for help and that Lucy is also preparing to come. Upon hearing Lucy's name, Ed's mood changes instantly. He becomes furious, realizing the disaster that will occur if she arrives. Frustrated, he slaps Mug, who flies across the cell, noticing the commotion and approaching Ed. But Ed warns him to free them, or he will face serious problems. Amused by Ed's confidence, Cum ignores him and returns to his work. Meanwhile, Mug stealthily returns with the dungeon keys. Having picked them up while Cum was distracted, Ed quickly unlocks the cell and has the chance to escape, convincing Isla to stay behind in the cell because her leg hurts and there are dangerous monsters outside. After some hesitation and discussion, she reluctantly agrees, without wasting time. Ed runs out, determined to stop Lucy before she arrives and causes chaos. Ed knows that even the most dedicated players in the game avoid involving Lucy in important events, fearing the unpredictable changes she could bring with her future at stake. Ed runs against time to prevent Lucy from reaching the laboratory in the Oval Hall in Dick's room. Taylor arrives injured and exhausted, seeking Dick's help to rescue Ayla, having lost track of Professor Glass. After the events in the hall, Trix urgently requests Dick's assistance and plans to take his companions to the underground canal to pursue him. Meanwhile, Ed, having escaped the laboratory, begins to retrace his path in reverse order, different from the original scenario. He finds it amusing to experience the final scenario this way, but at the same time, feels relieved that in this reversed sequence, all the monsters remain confined, which works in his favor. However, his greatest fear lies in the possible encounter between Lucy and Professor Glass, which could lead to a disastrous outcome. Determined to avoid this result, he rushes, without finishing the scenario, before things spiral out of control. Eventually, he arrives at the secret library, where the head librarian reigns and a Benchie keeps watch, familiar with Raina's movement patterns. Ed decides to avoid confrontation with her, leaving the battle to Taylor. He knows that Taylor will benefit from the experience, acquired by defeating the Queen and Cum, making future scenarios easier to complete silently. Ed sneaks through the library, collecting only the necessary magical tools and magical engineering recipes while avoiding Raina's gaze. As Ed observes Raina's movements from behind cover, Mug signals him to move carefully as they navigate the area. But suddenly, a violent earthquake shakes the ground. The unexpected tremor causes enough disturbance to alert Raina, who immediately spots Ed and Mug. As she approaches, both Ed and Mug scream, realizing they are in serious trouble 30 minutes before the earthquake. Director Obal finally defeats the giant summoned by Professor Glass in the Tricks Hall, saving everyone. Lortel is surprised, unable to believe that Glass stole the grimoire right in front of the Academy's main faculty. Obal tries to calm everyone down, stating that he takes full responsibility and will recover the grimoire. However, he expresses his concerns about Glass, suspecting that he is planning something dangerous. While the others listen in confusion, Obal explains the three great taboos of magic: seeking immortality, resurrecting the dead, and time travel. These acts defy natural laws, destabilize time, and challenge human fate. Lortel recalls Glass's obsession with his deceased daughter and the legendary sorceress Silvânia, realizing that he might be using the grimoire to attempt one of those forbidden spells, possibly to bring the dead back to life. Obal then asks Lortel what she thinks Glates will do if he has truly mastered spectral magic for resurrection. Before she can answer, a faculty member rushes in, reporting that Taylor was seen chasing Glass in the underground waterway. Concerned for Taylor's safety, he also informs that eyewitnesses have seen students being kidnapped, including Isla and Ed. Upon hearing about Ed's kidnapping, Lortel is shocked by the news, believing that Director Obal, the greatest wizard of the time, will fulfill his promise to recover the grimoire. Lortel feels confident that he can easily rescue Ed and the other students as well. She decides that the wisest thing to do is to wait in the hallway. However, looking outside, she notices something huge moving in the distance. Curious, she grabs a pair of binoculars and sneaks up to the window. Looking through them, she spots the entrance to the underground canal, and is shocked to see a massive spiritual dragon, ridden by none other than Janica herself. Realizing that Janica is entering the waterway, Lortel quickly decides. She orders her team to prepare for action, deciding that they will personally recover the grimoire and join the battle against Glass's madness in the underground waterway. Janica spots Dorothy, a third-year student and one of Professor Glass's assistants. She grabs Dorothy for questioning, but the sight of Janica's enormous fire dragon leaves Dorothy trembling with fear. Lortel quickly decides and orders her team to prepare for action, deciding that they will personally recover the grimoire and join the battle against the Glass madness in the underground waterway. Janica spots Dorothy, a third-year student and one of Professor Glass's assistants. She grabs Dorothy for questioning, but the sight of Janica's enormous fire dragon leaves Dorothy trembling in fear. While Janica's dark aura intensified and Takem growled, Dorothy fainted on the spot, confused about where to go next. Janica recalled the directions Dorothy mentioned. Before fainting, she sighed, feeling a bit guilty, and gently covered Dorothy's face to hide her unfortunate state while Janica did this. Lortel arrived with her team, greeting Janica in a playful tone. Observing the powerful spirits of Janica, Lortel realized that Janica would do anything to ensure Ed's safety, even if it meant destroying the entire channel. However, jealousy arose when Lortel imagined a scenario where Janica won and Ed fell in love with her, determined not to let that happen. Lortel approached Janica with a sly smile and casually said that Ed had already been rescued and returned to his cabin, suggesting that she should check. However, Janica, always perceptive when it came to Ed, didn't fall for it. She logically questioned the hotel, asking how Ed could have escaped if she was the first to arrive and saw no one taking him away. While the two engaged in a playful argument, Janica casually mentioned that she also asked Lucy for help, but Lucy simply yawned and left, leaving the two to deal with the situation. Realizing they had no choice, both Janica and Lortel decided to split up and search for Ed in different directions, both hurrying to find him and save him. in hopes of winning him over. Meanwhile, inside the secret library, where Ed and Mug were trapped by Reyna, an unexpected event occurred. The roof suddenly collapsed right on top of Reyna, trapping her under the rubble to Ed's horror. Lucy casually fell from above, yawning and explaining that she got bored and decided to come help upon seeing Lucy now in the scene. Ed was in shock, realizing that things were about to get even worse as the event unfolded. Director Obel and his friend watched the sunset, discussing whether they should intervene to retrieve the grimoire or stay out of it. Obel considered letting the students handle the situation, believing it to be a valuable opportunity for them to grow as they are the future wizards and warriors of the Silvânia Academy. However, his friend questioned whether the students really needed to strive so hard. He acknowledged that this was the greatest golden age in the Academy's history, but wondered if they should interfere to lighten the burden. He mentioned talented students like Taylor and Jix, rare discoveries among their peers. Over time, many students faced the challenges of the Academy, showing great potential and shining like stars. He and Obel had high expectations for them. Upon hearing this, Obel's excitement grew. He felt that something big was coming, future challenges that would be even more intense and difficult. Taking the students beyond their limits during the event, Lucy falls straight into the underground secret library, landing on top of Reyna and pinning her under the rubble, sitting on the pile and yawning. Lucy's casual attitude leaves Ed completely stunned as he laments her unexpected arrival. Lucy innocently asks if he still has any beef jerky for her. Still upset about the situation, Ed says he has none, leaving Lucy sad as she begins to look for a place to take a nap. But before she can, Ed quickly grabs her shoulder, devising a new plan. Ed knows Lucy's arrival has messed things up, but he also realizes that by this point, Janica and Lortel must have already entered the hall to help him with the rescue to allow Taylor to defeat the remaining enemies and gain experience. He needs to prevent Janica and Lortel from interfering. More importantly, he must stop Lucy from advancing to the final phase and defeating Glass, which would lead to a bad ending. Thinking quickly, Ed convinces Lucy to stay with him and not wander off. He remembers something Janica once said, staying quiet with someone ensures safety. Using the same logic, he tells Lucy to stay close, promising her beef jerky as soon as they escape. Now with Lucy by his side, Ed plans to gather all the magical equipment from the library, find Janica and Lortel, and manage to get out of there, leaving the scene for Taylor to handle as they begin their escape. Lucy casts her ignition spell, burning all the attacking bats in their path. Ed watches in awe, realizing how powerful she really is, trying to prevent her from defeating too many enemies, wanting to leave enough for Taylor to fight and grow stronger, while Janica and Lortel search for Ed. They take different approaches. Unlike Janica, who relies on her spiritual connection ability, Lortel is skilled at quickly finding the right paths. As she navigates the underground canal, she feels a growing genuine concern for Ed, something beyond her usual motivations of wealth and power. For the first time, she realizes she truly wants to help someone, expecting nothing in return. Eventually, she reaches a hidden wall. With a spell cast upon it just as she stops to listen, a loud explosion destroys the wall, and Ed emerges, carrying Lucy on his back while holding advanced magical equipment. His sight brings immediate relief to Lortel, who was worried about his safety. Without hesitation, Ed hands her some of the expensive magical tools for her to carry. However, she is stunned to see Ed carrying Lucy so casually, igniting a flame within her. She had seized every opportunity to get closer to Ed, taking the initiative and being proactive. Unlike Janica, who hesitated and played it safe. But now, with Lucy in the picture, it seems all her efforts may be in vain. Her frustration grows, and she can't help but scream Ed's name in anger. But before she can say more, Ed suddenly pulls her close, looking directly into her eyes and saying that he trusts her more than anyone else. The hotel becomes paralyzed. Completely surprised by his words and actions, her heart races and a deep blush spreads across her face. At that moment, all her anger disappears, replaced by happiness. She feels that she is finally making progress with Ed in a way she never expected before she can fully process the moment. Ed, one of the members of his team, runs to her bringing urgent news about a major problem unfolding nearby. Meanwhile, Taylor and his group enter the underground waterway. Clebius, always scared and complaining, starts to murmur nonsense about wanting to go home. Irritated, she kicks his foot to silence him. Clebius screams in pain and angrily asks why they need to save Ed Roth along with Isla. Taylor tries to calm him down, reminding him that Isla is a good person, and asking him to be strong and help her as they walk deeper into the water passage. Adele, the romantic and self-proclaimed seer of the group, dramatically raises her finger, happily warning the group that something dangerous lies ahead. Adele's prophecies are usually spot on, almost as if she can see the future, and that's why Taylor trusts her to guide. At the moment her finger points in the direction, an explosion suddenly occurs. Takim, the blazing dragon spirit, appears carrying Miss Claire from Janica, demanding that Claire tell where the professor is. Terrified, Miss Claire stumbles and faints, just like Dora did before. Janica notices Taylor and his group nearby and greets them with a smile, but Taylor's group immediately goes on the defensive. Preparing for a fight, Janica looks confused, but Taylor assumes she might be an enemy they have to face to move forward. Everyone is tense except Dix, who casually waves to Janica. Taylor, determined as always, prepares to fight, but Dix stops him, feeling that there has been a misunderstanding before things escalate. Someone shouts for everyone to stop. Ed, Roth, and Lortel appear from another direction. Taylor freezes in shock. He now sees Janica, Lortel, and Ed together, and the realization hits him that it is impossible for his group to defeat them. Taylor remembers how Ed, with only basic magic skills and a bow and arrow, managed to hold his group during the incident in the Oval Hall. Now Ed seems even stronger, both physically and in combat skills. Taylor knows that his chances of winning are 0.00, but to Taylor's surprise, Ed approaches and touches his shoulder. Ed calmly tells Taylor to focus on saving the island and defeating Glass. Ed assures that Taylor will take care of the story, while he will handle the secondary threats. The elite quickly takes action when a crew member from Lortel. He runs to her side, bringing the alarming news that the elite group has arrived on the island of Archon, accompanied by mercenaries. Upon hearing this, Ed immediately understands the situation. The elite cat in the mid-boss of the second act of the game was not properly defeated before. Because of this failure, it returned, taking advantage of the mistake that Lortel made by leaving many of her merchant company members behind. Without their leader, the elite had no difficulty in defeating them. One by one, however, Ed knows that he now possesses a unique advantage, which is the magical tool that allows him to see the future of the game. While examining the events that are happening, Ed realizes that everything is still following the original story, with Act 2 approaching its conclusion, and Taylor advancing in the main story. It is clear to see his role if he can deal with the new elite mini-boss Catherine, just as it happens in the original story. The plot will follow the right path. Confident in his strategy, he encourages Taylor and his group, giving them a boost of morale. He wishes good luck to Taylor, knowing that as the main character of the game, Taylor will face even greater challenges ahead, trusting that Taylor will handle the main storyline. Ed leaves his group to focus on their mission. Without hesitation, Ed heads out, determined to confront the elite Katon and eliminate this new threat before it disrupts the flow of the story. Ed thinks that the elite might attack Lortel's trading company to find evidence of their involvement in the armor-selling scheme that caused his loss of position in the association. While running towards the trading company, Janica suddenly tells them to stop for a moment, but Ed insists that they keep moving. Quickly, Janica stops in the way and forces Ed to stop as well. She reminds him that he has fainted before and barely escaped from Glass's prison. With tears in her eyes, she pleads for him not to hurt himself again and says that the elite's problem has nothing to do with him. Ed knows that this is not really his fight, but he also understands that the elites are a great threat. If he does not deal with it, it could ruin the ending. I'm sure that he is trying to protect. He also realizes that he will need Janica and Lortel's help to deal with the situation. Lortel agrees with Janica and says that it is her fault for involving Ed in her problems. She tells him that he should be resting in a safe place instead of putting himself in danger. Ed feels touched to see Janica and Lortel getting along, even if it is just for a moment, but he knows it is not the time to rest. He thanks them for caring about him, then firmly states that Lortel's problem is not just someone else's problem. For him, upon hearing this, both Dianica and Lortel freeze, surprised by Ed's words completely changing the atmosphere. They look at Ed, surprised and moved by what he said, as a new determination begins to form among them. Ed insists that they keep running anxiously to reach the exit as quickly as possible while they run. He feels embarrassed and regretful about the awkward explanation he gives to Kanky Lortel. It is always difficult for him to say things the right way. Noticing Ed's worried expression, Janica tries to cheer him up, telling him that he is right. It is not just someone else's problem, as she reasons that if the elite takes over the trading company, Ed's contract will be ruined, cutting off his supply of magical tools. Listening to her explanation, Ed is impressed by how smart she is. As desperate, meanwhile, the Lotel Cora, silently lost in his own thoughts about Ed's words. As they approach the exit, Ed realizes that the scene ahead is in complete chaos. Destruction is everywhere. For a moment he wonders if Taylor could have been responsible, but he is surprised when Janica admits that she was the one who caused the destruction. She confesses that it was an accident, and nervously explains that Dora knocked you out in the chaos. Janica worries that Ed might think she is heartless, but she tries to convince him that it was unintentional. The Lotel team member informs them that they are almost at the exit, and that there is a carriage waiting for them outside. The plan is to use the carriage to quickly reach the association building where the Lotel team is waiting. However, when they exit, they find a horrific scene. The carriage has been destroyed, and the members of the Lotel team have been killed. Among the wreckage is none other than the elite himself, waiting for Lortel, trying to keep calm by mocking the elite for showing up earlier than she expected. The elite laughs grimly and replies that once, he taught her how to handle company records, ensuring that no evidence would remain if anyone investigated her files. But this time he exploited a flaw in her personnel management. By bribing one of the crew members, he managed to lead everyone into this trap. The elite mocks. Lortel, seeing her struggling with the betrayal of her crew, cruelly taunts her, saying that she finally mastered the expression of smiling through betrayal, but it is a pity that he will ruin her with torture to make her confess. With a snap of his fingers, he transforms the beaten members of Lortel's crew into zombies that immediately attack Ed and Lortel. As the fight begins, Lortel mocks the elite, accusing him of never fighting alone and always relying on mercenaries to do his dirty work. With a grim smile, he responds that this time he brought the best mercenaries from the continent. He orders them to kill everyone, except Lortel, whom they must capture alive. The mercenaries. They unleash a rain of arrows against the group. But Janica quickly activates a wind spell, blocking the arrows before they hit. Observing the precise and calculated movements of the mercenaries, Janica warns everyone to stay alert. Elite, knowing how difficult spiritual successors like Janica can be, reveals his trump card, the legendary item Belarus's Prejudice, which suppresses the mana around. Ed recognizes the item as a powerful and high-level tool, but he also knows it has a drawback. It takes a significant amount of time to activate, and the preparation is obvious. However, even with this knowledge, Ed realizes they are at a severe disadvantage. The mercenaries are veterans, and their group mainly consists of mages, making it almost impossible to cast spells under pressure. Lortel informs Ed that Elite is well prepared and already knows all their strengths and weaknesses if Belarus's Prejudice is activated. Their fight will end in defeat. When she questions Elite about how he plans to deal with the Academy, holding him accountable for his actions, Elite smiles grimly, saying it is better than losing his life. Ed feels the weight of the battle as he watches the chaos unfold. He regrets leaving this third-rate villain alive earlier in the story, because the butterfly effect of that decision has now made Elite an almost impossible opponent to defeat. Remembering Elite's dark past, including how he killed Lortel's parents and his relentless rise to power, Ed sees him as the ultimate villain. But despite the overwhelming odds, Ed remains determined. He knows that, in the original story, Elite was defeated, and he plans to make that happen in reality. As Elite's mercenaries continue to block their path, Ed has an idea. He crouches down, gently unloading Lucy from his back, nudging her, telling her it's time to wake up. Lucy lazily yawns, complaining about how loud everyone is. Then, without hesitation, she activates her magical aura. The overwhelming power of her spell clears a path, sending the mercenaries flying in all directions. Lucy, the lazy yet immensely powerful mage, finally awakens and joins the fight. The tide of battle begins to change. In Glock's small cabin, his travel diary, written in the last days of his life, was almost unknown to everyone. In it, Glock wrote about Lute. He recognized her natural talent and her blessing from the stars, but warned her not to stop learning or become lazy because of her gifts. He also advised her never to be alone, for her great power would bring loneliness. Before finishing the diary, he made Lucy promise 3 things: never to kill anyone with her magic, to avoid actions that could stain her hands with blood, even accidentally, and to live a peaceful life as a student at the Silvânia Academy. In the present, when Lucy activates her magic, the veteran mercenaries who had faced danger and death countless times, they are terrified. They have never seen such a powerful force before. Even the elite, who was so confident, shouts for Lucy to stop and orders his men to fight her. A brave mercenary charges at her with a sword, but with just a snap of her fingers, Lucy uses her magic to launch him with overwhelming force. Seeing this, the rest of the mercenaries panic and flee, leaving the elite to face Lucy alone. The elite, now sweating and scared, tries to threaten Lucy, saying that he will use his magical tool if she comes closer. But when Lucy asks if he is the leader, his powerful presence terrifies him so much that he falls to the ground just as she is about to finish him off. Ed intervenes and signals for her to stop. The elite has already been defeated, and there is no need to do anything more. Suddenly, the ground shakes violently as a large earthquake begins. Myths in the sky. The 7 brightest stars align in a straight line. Ed realizes that Glock has advanced his magic to a point where it is breaking the laws of nature, causing the descent of the magical realm. This signals the beginning of the final battle of the second act. Ed thinks of Taylor, who defeated the monsters in the underground canal, and is now stronger and ready to face Glock with his group. Feeling relieved that the story is progressing as it should, Ed begins to relax. But then, to his shock, he sees Lucy flying towards the magical realm. Lucy observes, as the towers of the realm begin to absorb magic from the air, suggesting that reviving the dead may actually be possible. Surprised and worried, Ed realizes that Lucy may now be involved in something much more dangerous than anyone expected. As Ed watches Lucy, he remembers the bad ending of the game in the original story. Lucy takes a nap on the roof of Trix Hall. During this event, if the players wake her up early and take her to face Glock, he offers to revive her mentor Glock. This temptation causes Lucy to turn against the players, becoming an enemy and annihilating the entire group, including the hero, leading to a bad ending. No matter how skilled or dedicated the player is, there is no way to defeat Lucy. Ed now fears that his actions of being kidnapped and escaping from the prison cell may have triggered this bad ending involuntarily. While Lucy observes the realm and Ed watches nervously, he seizes the moment to activate his legendary magical tool to suppress Lucy's mana. With Lucy temporarily weakened, the elite orders a mercenary to attack Ed. The mercenary charges, but Ed, keeping calm, uses his Windblade magic to counterattack, launching the attacker aside. The elite is stunned by Ed's ability. However, Lucy's overflowing mana proves to be too much for the tool, and it shatters under the immense pressure once again. The elite sees himself defeated. Realizing that his situation is desperate, he falls to his knees begging for mercy. But Lucy, furious, is ready to end his life. When she is about to attack, Ed steps between them and urges her to stop. He reminds her that killing, even if it seems justified, is not the answer. His words are, with Glock's advice to her about avoiding bloodshed and keeping her hands clean, Lucy hesitates. Remembering her mentor's teachings, she spares the elite and turns her attention back to the kingdom. Once again, as she prepares to leave, Ed asks where she is going. Lucy responds vaguely, but Ed insists, asking if she will regret her decision. Lucy recalls Glock's final advice in his book, to be strong and accept that what is lost is lost. He dedicated his life and his teachings to her, encouraging her to move forward with calm resolution. Lucy assures Ed that she will not regret her choice, and flies away, disappearing into the sky. With the battle over, Janica supervises the mercenaries, ensuring they retreat safely by boat. Meanwhile, the group captures the elite and takes responsibility for delivering him to the authorities for his crimes. With the situation under control, Ed climbs to the top of the Trix Hall. His body feels heavy, but he pushes on, knowing he must reach Lucy. When he finally arrives on the rooftop, he finds Lucy sitting alone, looking at the kingdom silently. Ed sits beside her. He reflects on how much Glock contributed to the academy, even founding the scholarship from which Ed benefits, despite living a frugal life. Glock donated all his wealth to the academy, shaping the future of countless students. The Glock Hall that Janica accidentally destroyed in the first act was built in his memory. Ed understands Lucy's sadness, that this entire academy is her mentor's legacy, and his presence remains everywhere for Lucy. The academy is a constant reminder of Glock's life and sacrifices, a footprint. After sitting with Lucy for a moment, she suddenly asks Ed if he still has any jerky. Ed shakes his head, laughing softly as he says he has none. Curious, he then asks what she is doing up there on the rooftop. Lucy remains quiet for a moment before responding, her voice thoughtful and distant. She says she is just thinking about the old times while watching the kingdom as the stars shine in the sky. Lucy begins to tell her story. She remembers how in the past she used to cry a lot because of all the sad things that happened to her. But at some point, the sadness began to fade. She explains that it wasn't because the pain disappeared, it was because so much time had passed. Her old father passed away a long time ago, and even if she used spectral magic to bring him back, he would end up leaving again. She reflects that he was already prepared for death, so if she resurrected him, he would probably be upset, die again, and scold her for it. She looks up at the sky, her voice now lower, and says that resurrecting someone as legendary as Glock, a mage who dedicated his entire life to studying magic and using forbidden magic, would be nothing but an insult to his legacy. Calling herself selfish, she admits that her desire to bring him back was purely for herself, not for him. He listens carefully, letting her words sink in. He can't help but ask to make sure she is okay. He knows that Lucy's decision to give up on reviving Gloop seems recent, almost as if it could be a fleeting whim. If she changes her mind again, it could lead to something catastrophic. He wants to make sure she is truly at peace with her decision. To his surprise, Lucy does not respond with her usual sarcasm, nor does she ask for more jerky. Instead, she leans her head on his shoulder, seeking silent comfort. Ed notices that, despite everything, Lucy has accepted her loss, even though finding another user of spectral magic like Glass in the future is almost impossible, and resurrection magic is not easily available. Lucy now understands that the dead are dead, and what was lost is lost. She has accepted this reality and is beginning to heal, covering her wounds with the life she has now. Together, they sit in silence, looking at the beautiful night sky while the stars seem to shine brighter, and for a moment, the sky appears peaceful. When the end of the second act begins, Taylor and his team finally find Professor Glass. A huge golem, summoned by Glass's spectral magic, stands before them, trapped in its heart. Is her unconscious, about to be sacrificed. The final battle of the act begins. Dix and the others launch magical attacks at the golem, trying to create an opening for Taylor to save her. Taylor advances, but Glass blocks his way while fighting. Glass remembers his life as a teacher, spending his days reading ancient books, studying magic and creating lessons for his students, hardly noticing, as the changes of the seasons outside her window. Her visitors, Dorothy, Miss Clare and Director Obel, who passed by for tea, but Glass remained focused on his work. However, a memory never left him. The death of his daughter, Murray. That pain led him to do anything to bring her back, while Taylor tries to move forward. Dixie and Elvira distract the golem. Glass uses his spectral magic to trap them in a temporal prison, freezing them in place. Just before completely freezing, Dix shouts for Taylor to dodge. Taylor barely avoids the spell and gets back up, never refusing to give up as Glass advances to the final stage of his plan. To revive Muiri, Taylor uses her powerful cutting strike to destroy the golem. The destruction of the golem reverses all of Glass's creations, restoring time and freeing Dix and the others. Furious, Glass tries to counterattack, but Dix hits him with an ice spell. Freezing him momentarily, Taylor sees her chance and delivers the final blow, saving herself and completely destroying the golem. Seeing his plan fail, Glass falls from the building in despair. Missing his daughter Moir, he teleports to a quiet forest, ready to face his death alone in the woods. Glass leans against a tree, weak and bleeding. He knows his end is near. As he closes his eyes, he realizes someone is standing before him. Opening his eyes slightly, he sees Ed, who came to ask something of Glass, to confirm after the events settle down. Lortel arrives off the island after ensuring the safety of her adoptive father, Elite. With all threats now resolved, she heads to find Ed near the underground canal. Ed arrives with Lucy holding onto the sleeve of his jacket. Seeing Lucy clinging to Ed, Lortel becomes a bit cautious before anything can be said. Dorothy and the assistant professor Claire emerge from the underground canal. However, upon seeing Janica along with Tarkin, both Dorothy and Claire scream in terror as Janica approaches, calmly from the group to check on Ed's condition and ensure he is unharmed. Janica, then, shares what her spiritual friends told her about reports of spectral magic being used in the forest. Tarkin detected an unusual type of magic coming from the magic tower. Realizing that this suspicious magic is spectral, the group concludes it must be Glass's doing, making Ed, although it is unsettling to interfere, decide to investigate his recent encounter with Elite, teaching him how dangerous it can be to leave unresolved threats, knowing how much damage Glass's influence could cause if he resurfaces. Ed decides it is better to confront him now in the forest. They find Glass in a terrible state. His wounds are open and blood flows freely as he weakly leans against a tree. Seeing him in this pitiful condition, both Janica and Lortel are shocked. They ask what he is doing there, and with a weak smile, Glass jokes that he is just admiring the moon. His humor seems out of place, but Ed maintains a serious tone, telling Glass that he must have known he would fail with forbidden magic. Glass lets out a weak laugh and admits he was aware of his fate. What surprises him the most, however, is being defeated by students. He then praises Ed, saying he is a much better student than he thought, but unfortunately for him, he discovers Ed's potential too late. Ed sees the opportunity to ask Glass the question he wanted to finally ask. Why did he kidnap him in the first place? Weak from his injuries, Glass finally explains. He confesses that he was impressed by Ed's exceptional talents. Initially, Glass planned to use Ed as part of his schemes. However, when Glass fainted from exhaustion, his plans failed. He captured Ed as a precaution, intending to make him an offer. But when he returned to the dungeon, Ed had already escaped. Glass accepts that he is paying for his sins with his own life, and says it is not a bad deal. However, He admits that he still misses his daughter very much. He reflects on the 17 years he spent with her, realizing that they were not lonely after all. Seeing Glass, lost in sadness and consumed by memories of his daughter, Ed decides to speak. He reminds Glass about his assistant, Professor Claire, who deeply admires him. Despite his harsh and cruel behavior towards her, Glass was not just a teacher, he was the most erudite and brilliant mind she had ever known. Ed also mentions Dorothy, who saw Glass as a precious mentor, someone she respected immensely. Ed tries to make Glass realize that although he may have recklessly put the students' lives at risk and lost his existence, he still left a lasting impact, even if he is here alone, reflecting on his life. To say he will die alone is like mocking his own legacy. Many, including Professor Glass, will always remain in their hearts, whether as an academic mentor or a colleague. Hearing Ed's words, Glass smiles faintly and slowly removes his glasses, gathering his remaining strength. He hands Ed the key to his personal library, entrusting him with his secrets. Inside are legendary category creation formulas and years of knowledge. Ed, surprised, hesitates, asking why Glass would give him something so valuable. With a weak smile, Glass replies that Ed should be happy to receive such a gift. He then makes a joke, urging Ed to clean up all the mess he made before the Academy's investigation team arrives. Finally, Glass turns his gaze to Lucy and offers her advice to look around once in a while. With those last words, Glass closes his eyes forever, his body resting peacefully under the moonlight of the tree, as if they were merely in a deep sleep. Ed, Lucy, Janica, and Lortel remain silent, each carrying their own thoughts about the man who once was their enemy and, in a way, their teacher. The next morning, Ed is summoned to the dean's office for an investigation into the recent events. The dean questions him about Professor Glass's reasons for kidnapping him, how Ed managed to escape without taking Ayla with him, and his unexpected involvement with Taylor's group. Ed explains everything about his actions during the event, his encounters with Janica and Lortel, and how they worked together to resolve the dangerous situations. After hearing the entire account, the dean pauses. Observing Ed carefully, he expresses some suspicion, pointing out how Ed seems to know a lot, while claiming to know very little. However, after reviewing Ed's past reports, including an incident in the Ophelos Hall and the recent Glest event, the dean recognizes Ed's exceptional talent. Apologizing for the Academy's negligence and for the suffering Ed endured, he decides to reward him. To Ed's surprise, instead of focusing solely on the report about the recent incident, the director takes Ed's entire report card after their conversation. Ed is dismissed from the office. Outside, Janica approaches Ed with a cheerful smile, asking if he is okay or if he is hurt. Ed, concerned for her, asks the same. Janica assures him that she is fine, downplaying his worries by saying her injuries are just minor rashes. While her spiritual bird sings something in her ear, Janica asks if Ed is really okay, or if he is hiding any pain. Ed, reflecting on everything that happened, tells Janica that he noticed something during the event, that she is always the one who tirelessly works to help and often ends up suffering in the process. Feeling worried, Ed apologizes for taking her kindness for granted and for causing pain unintentionally. Janica, initially trying to cheer him up, suddenly becomes concerned. She interrupts him and admits that she is lying and is not hurt, as she is just pretending to be injured to get his attention. Ed is surprised, but quickly reassures her by revealing something unexpected, that next semester he will live in Dex's Hall, the same place where Janica lives. The dean rewarded him with suitable student housing, finally allowing him to leave the jungle behind. Upon hearing this, Janica's face lights up with excitement as she congratulates him with genuine happiness. Later, Ed returns to his cabin, feeling a mix of relief and nostalgia. Although he has grown fond of his little cabin and the tranquility of the forest, the idea of living a normal student life seems like a significant change. Approaching the door, ready to rest, something unexpected happens. Suddenly, Lucy falls in front of his door. Landing behind him, surprised, Ed turns to face her, asking what brought her here this time. Meanwhile, in a dream, Lucy walks through the forest and realizes she is no longer on Arcum Island, but rather in the Remolano Mountains to the north, where as she grew up, she wonders why she is dreaming of her childhood now, but decides to go to her old house to see her father's face. Regardless, when she enters, she finds him in a rocking chair in a house full of cobwebs. However, when he turns to her, his face is deformed, and he demands to know why she didn't save him when she had the chance. Soon she realizes she is having a nightmare and wakes up after getting up. Her maid arrives to prepare her for school. Curiously, Lucy does not respond, but instead uses high-level spatial magic, because for some reason, she feels an urgent need to go immediately to the forest to the north. She lands on the roof of Roth Taylor's cabin and watches as he walks towards the house after talking to the director. Finally, a smile crosses her face as she feels an inexplicable sense of relief. Suddenly she hears Ed talking about how his camping life is about to end, causing her to slip off the roof and fall in front of him. Meanwhile, a teacher named Fleurben teaches his students about how cats are unpredictable. They let you think you have approached them, but when you try to pet them, they act indifferent and distant. However, when you lose interest and get busy, they become needy. Professor Fleurben explains to the students who want a cat-like familiar that the best way to attract one is to act indifferent, which will make them approach first. The girls in class laugh about how this is even harder than dating, while the ecology class on feline creatures continues. These classes are very popular, and most students have good grades, but Ed's were initially among the lowest. However, he soon got ahead in his preparation and ensured that his notes were better than everyone else's. After the end of class, Professor Fleurben calls Ed to his office to inform him about the Academy's scholarship program. It is a system where students contribute with academic tasks in exchange for discounts on tuition. The professor recommends that Ed consider this, while petting his snake. When Ed asks what kind of tasks he would be doing, Flavio smiles and vaguely says that he will give him various academic tasks, including assisting the teaching assistant Claire. Claire already has a capable assistant named Anis, but the workload is very large, so there is work to be done, including semesters and evaluations, academic society agendas, and assignment tests for the freshman class. Fleurben reminds him not to be too strict when dealing with the freshmen. Ed then realizes that someone he knows will be among them as the professor continues talking about the new students. Meanwhile, the hotel evaluates the sealed grimoire of the sage, now in her possession, and feels its immense magical resonance. She wonders if it is wise to sell the grimoire to creeping Roth Taylor, the head of the Roth Taylor family. Recalling that Ed desperately pleaded with her not to let Crepin have it, she finds herself in a dilemma, considering that she originally bought the grimoire to resell it but also recognizes that she needs to be more ruthless in her business. She looks once more at the message she received from Ed about how he would do anything for her if he could obtain the purchase certificate for the sage's grimoire, which ultimately changes her mind. Moreover, she considers enrolling in a special class during the winter break at the end of the semester, to keep herself busy since Janica, Ed, and Lucy will also be busy. However, as she prepares to sign the documents, she hesitates, feeling restless. Back at the cabin, Lucy warns Ed that they are running out of firewood and asks why he hasn't been hunting lately. He is surprised that she is saying something productive, which is not typical of her usual lazy demeanor. Although it is true that he has neglected camp activities because he is thinking about moving to Dex Hall, if that happens, he won't see Lucy as often, although he hopes everything goes well. As they walk through the complex, Janica arrives after one of her classes was cancelled and decides to rest in the cabin. She sits down and pushes Lucy aside, saying that they won't be able to stay at the camp once winter break starts, so she has to come as often as possible. She explains that she really enjoys spending time there and is a bit sad that it is coming to an end. She also adds that she hopes Eddie will call her if he eventually decides to move to Dex Hall, since she can help him with anything he needs. She continues talking about how they will see each other more, how they should eat together in the cafeteria, and how she can show him the hall while she talks about taking the key that Professor Glass gave her before he passed away, and considers that it is time to unlock the secret vault in the library that the late professor mentioned. While he is lost in thought, Janica hands him an application form for Dex Hall, warning him that he might miss the opportunity. Being surprised, Ed thanks her for the consideration and she encourages him to fill it out with her. While she speaks, Lucy positions herself between them, looking tense. She signals for Janica to stop and then turns to Ed, insisting that he should not move to Dex Hall. This moment marks the beginning of an intense rivalry between the two young ladies shortly after. While Janica helps Ed increase his human spirit resonance, she can't help but notice Lucy staring at him intently, making her wonder if she did something wrong. However, Ed's magical power continues to grow until he decides it's time to try intermediate magic. During this time, Lucy continues to cling to him wherever he goes, and remains particularly hostile towards Janica, but her hostility seems more like fear than resentment. Eventually, Ed realizes that intermediate magic is much harder than he expected when he can't grasp the basics. Despite practicing all day, suddenly Lucy approaches him and asks what he plans to do when she leaves. He explains that he needs to resolve a matter and check the fireplace, something he wouldn't have to worry about if he moved to Dex Hall. Without warning, She kneels in front of him and proposes that they go together shortly after. The two create a secret entrance from the top of the school library, and Ed uses a rope to descend upon entering. He asks Lucy why she followed him to a place like this. She doesn't answer but insists she could have helped him with magic. However, he declines because he needs to learn how to descend alone, since he won't be able to take everything there at once. Finally, they find a secret vault, and Ed tries the key. After opening it, a bright light explodes, and he sees something spectacular inside shortly after. Ed climbs back up and remembers that it's almost time for Lortel to send the magical engineering item that he requested. The object they found is a legendary ranking magical tool known as the Golden Phoenix Ring of Glass, which can distort the timeline to bring the magic one possesses in the future to the present to use their future magical abilities. This means Ed can access high-level magic now. However, depending on how much magic he borrows, he will be unable to fight for a while. He realizes it is wise not to use it impulsively, but only when he is cornered. Another way he could use it is for a spirit contract. Just as Janica can command countless spirits due to her vast beginner magical reserves, since he only has 1 or 2 slots, he must practice to communicate with low-level spirits. Due to his limited magical capacity, temporarily increasing his maximum magical ability means he will be able to form a contract with a high-level spirit, but there may be risks. Lucy wonders why Glass didn't act differently since he had time to create something like this. But it reminds her that all of this is in the past. He believes this is the most precious thing the professor could have left for them, because he did not have the habit of wasting time. This ring can break the talent barrier known as maximum magical capacity, and must have been the reason why the professor was researching magical engineering items. The reason he hid it until the end was that it was meant to be a gift for his daughter. When they leave, Lucy talks about how she usually only realizes the importance of something after it is gone, and she tells Ed that she followed him because she had something to ask. Finally, with a solemn expression, she asks if he is going to Dex Hall, and if he can avoid going. Her words shock Ed, because it must have been difficult for Lucy to say this eventually. He confesses that entering Dex Hall would make life more comfortable after all. It's not normal to live outdoors in the cold of winter. Lucy agrees, sadly. Lucy sees the clouds in the sky and feels that it will rain, but they turn out to be small snowflakes, which is unusual for the weather. Despite everything, Ed mentions that he hasn't gathered enough firewood for the winter and asks Lucy for help with a smile. He watches as she jumps on him, realizing what he is saying. Excited, she asks if he is serious, and he nods. He is completely adjusted to camping life. This is how the second act of the game, the Failed Swordsman of Silvânia, ended. Now it is officially the third act, where the scale of challenges will increase, with much to deal with, including the Princess Fania, who is aiming for the position of Student Council President, and her confrontation with Lortel. Furthermore, new enemies and main characters will enter as new students, and the final boss of the third act will be none other than Lucy herself. It won't be easy, but Ed decides to put aside his worries for a moment, hopeful that both will live well and stay healthy. He had never seen Lucy show such emotions in any scene or route while playing the game, so he is hopeful. Soon after, winter arrives in full force, and Ed spends half the day shoveling snow. He then starts chopping firewood, determined to finish his tasks quickly because he was called for a scholarship task. Eventually, Ed goes to meet Director Abel to decline the dorm privileges but ends up receiving tuition privileges, which grant him more free time. However, he still can't just go home to rest. Because of Lucy, he gave up on expelling her, not because she would be cold, her protective magic ensures that she won't, but because it would make him feel bad. Finally, he goes out to practice with the ring and tries to summon Marilda, the guardian spirit of the forest. Meanwhile, Janica is drawn to La Place Bakery with a high-quality snack from her friend Clara. Since there was no other way to get her out, while Anus is also present, Clara immediately informs Janica that she thinks she is slowly approaching a dangerous line and has completely fallen under Ed's spell. Janica is shocked that Clara knows this, but Clara clarifies that she is not trying to stop her because her assessment of Ed has changed. She hints by asking Janica how fast her heart beats and how nervous she gets when she is with him. After continuous questions, Janica confesses that she feels comfortable and at ease around him. This frustrates Clara even more, and she explains to Janica that she is heading towards the worst possible ending in a dating relationship, becoming a comfortable girlfriend apparently. What frustrates Clara is that Janica is the only one showing emotion, instead of making Ed desire her. She explains that going on like this is a terrible approach to a relationship. Janica's spirit friends give Clara a thumbs up for making a good point. However, Clara calms down and advises Janica to focus on activating Ed's protective desire, instead of doing ridiculous things. While all this happens, Ain observes silently as Clara gives solid advice she has gathered from the love stories of her many friends. Clara is largely responsible for changing the negative perception people used to have of Ed, simply because he is the guy Janica likes. Now everyone seems to trust Ed, but Ain has a different opinion. Sometime later, An returns to school and sees teacher Claire being reprimanded by the librarian, simply because he is the guy Janica likes. Now everyone seems to trust Ed, but Anne has a different opinion sometime later. Anne returns to school and sees Professor Claire being reprimanded by the librarian for not returning a book on time. The situation makes her feel that Claire has no dignity, and wonders how Claire became a teacher. However, all the serious teachers praise Claire's skills. While Enos enters to submit his report, a boy offers to help him carry it. Meanwhile, she reflects on how her assistance is the reason why the assistant professor, Claire, who has an incredible academic mind but is terrible at her job, managed to handle all her important tasks. She thanks the boy but declines the offer as she enters. She is a second-year student at the Magic Academy, and the reason why the clumsy assistant professor's personal research lab is always clean. She leaves the report on the desk along with some secret information about Ed that she collected at a rate similar to stalking, something that could have gotten her in trouble if she had been caught. Besides Janica and Clara, few people know her true appearance, and for her, human relationships are like a game of mask exchange. Since she has 20 minutes before the professor returns from getting snacks at the bakery, she analyzes all the details and information about Ed. Roth Taylor. He is from the Roth Taylor family, the strongest family within the Clawell Empire, and is the only son with 2 sisters. She reads more about Ed's birth and the family's history. When Anne was admitted, her family was unstable, and she had no choice but to fend for herself, working as a student teaching assistant and as a scholarship student. She has great survival skills, and even considers Lortel her role model. Upon reviewing Ed's family history again, she assumes he must have been indoctrinated with a dominating mindset. After growing up in a restrictive environment, she concludes that he is probably the type of person who avoids responsibilities and seeks a woman who gives him positive feedback to help him express himself. He would probably prefer a beautiful girl, given that he has been surrounded by luxury his whole life. Based on his history, he doesn't seem like someone who would appreciate a proactive woman, so she decides that it is necessary for her to remain just adequate. Although he has changed a bit since his excommunication, she reasons that someone who has lived a certain way for decades cannot change so easily. Regardless of whether he has become more hardworking, she believes he is still the same arrogant person as always. After preparing a profile of Ed, she decides to practice and embody the type of woman he might like, since they will be working together soon. Suddenly, Professor Claire enters with some sweets she brought from the bakery, but accidentally spills the tea that Annis had made. For them, fear overwhelms her as she waits for Annis to react with anger. But instead, Annis asks if she is hurt, something completely different from what Claire knows of Annis. Not long after, in Lucy's room, Ed thanks the Academy maid Belle for cleaning his uniform. Belle insists it was nothing, but notes that she found many strands of blonde hair on Lady Lucy's clothes and many white hairs on young Master Ed's clothes. She also asks Ed why he continues to speak to her so formally, but he explains that he feels comfortable, especially because she is the head maid of the Academy and has many people to manage. However, she insists that he has even more people to manage, referring to Lucy, Jennifer, and Lortel. Despite this, Belle offers to always wash his clothes, regardless of his decisions regarding the 3 ladies, especially now that the Ophelos Hall has been completely restored, when she mentions that 7 new students will join after the holidays, and that one has already requested a transfer. Ed realizes she is talking about Tania Roth Taylor, his younger sister, and instantly fears the upcoming break. Sometime later, Dix visits the cabin and informs Ed that he will go to his hometown during the break to spend time with his best friend Elka. Dix asks if Ed will stay at the camp throughout the entire recess, and Ed replies that he will stay to learn how to use medium magic since he will soon be a 3rd-year student. However, Ed remembers not to overexert himself when he realizes he cannot feel any magic in Dix. He checks his temperature and asks if he has trained beyond his limits. Ed, who had secretly used a ring, gives a vague answer. Dix then informs Ed that Aya has been asking about him and mentioned dragging Taylor along to apologize properly. However, Ed asks him to tell her that he doesn't want an apology because he is not upset. Shortly after, since Dix is very good at keeping secrets, Ed gives him some money to help hire labor to organize Professor Glass's basement library. Dix replies that he doesn't need the money, as it is like training for him, and discovers that Ed wants to use the library as a workshop. The next day, before welcoming the scholarship students of the Academy on behalf of Assistant Professor Claire, since Claire has been awake for 2 days doing paperwork, She informs that the scholarship students mainly help prepare the class assignment exam for new students and supervise on the day of the exam. As she speaks, Ed remembers that Professor Glass used to take care of this exam every year, but now Assistant Professor Claire will be responsible. Onyx quickly assigns Klebs the equipment he requested from Trix Hall and hands it to another student. Onyx is part of Assistant Professor Claire's work finally because she suspects that Ed looks like a player, especially being surrounded by so many girls. She decides to test him because of Janica and Clara. After conducting her research, she created the perfect person he could be attracted to, in order to see if he can resist her seduction. She then informs him that she will accompany him to conduct field research. Ed and Anis head northwest to Mount Oron to inspect the exam site. While working, Anis mentions that she is tired and asks Ed if he is too. He suggests they take a break. In a cute and pretentious manner, she thanks him and praises his endurance in ways that seemingly dispel the misconceptions she had about him. When he asks what she is talking about, she explains that she is close to Janica and was worried that Janica was spending time with a bad person, which was the reason she acted coldly towards him. However, Ed replies that it's okay and that he doesn't mind such things. He comments that she must be tired of being a teaching intern and working so hard, but she seductively grabs his arm and responds that it's fine since he is here now. She begins to talk about how she feels supported by his presence and shares that she was also excommunicated from her family but had to support herself during school. Ed respects her strong ability to survive and solve problems that come her way, so he tells her not to be too distressed, since she has handled everything very well. Excited, she thanks him and comments that they have a lot in common. However, Ed notices that something seems to have changed regarding her cold and realistic image all of a sudden. She trips over nothing and falls into Ed's arms. He catches her and asks her to be careful, but is surprised to realize that she tripped over nothing when she becomes more dramatic. He is confused. Then she asks him to wait while she goes to resolve something. Alone, Anis observes that he is reliable and trustworthy and wonders if he is pretending. She had acted correctly by forming a relatable point of affinity, sharing that she also endured a difficult life at the academy, showing her weakness so that he would want to protect her. She also tried to make contact a few times, but that didn't seem to change much. Strangely, she finds herself admiring how muscular his body is, even though he acts like a nerd, and how he is much better at work than she expected, considering she thought he was a young master from a noble family who couldn't do any work beyond that. She thinks he is handsome, and it's no wonder that Dianica suddenly fell in love with him. It occurs to her that this is how Ed makes women fall for him, so she decides to maintain her position because it is different. Meanwhile, Ed waits while enjoying the beautiful view from the top of the mountain, which briefly makes him forget all his worries. One of his main concerns is Tanya Roth Taylor, a young villain. Tanya is a genius in politics and schemes, and she is trying to become the first president of the student council in the history of Silvânia. She will soon start gathering influential figures at the academy. The reason Tanya is arriving at the dormitory before the others is to consolidate her position before the semester begins. She is a villain, and Ed thought he would have time to prepare before her appearance. But the problem is that he doesn't know how Tony Roth Taylor will treat him in the game. Roth Taylor is a villain who appeared briefly at the beginning before disappearing, and there wasn't much about him in the epilogue, which means he was really just a background character. That's why he has no idea how to deal with this problem regarding Tanya Rottweiler. Ed Rottweiler is trash. Meanwhile, Tania arrives at the academy in a carriage. For her, Silvânia is composed of elites, including the Phoenix Princess of the Clovel Empire, Lortel, an executive of an elite trading company, Dianica, a prodigy of spiritual sorcery, Alvira, a great alchemist, Klebios, the sword demon of Northendale, and the coolest, Lucy, a rare genius, mage. This gathering of nobles makes Tanya's heart race, and she can't help but wish to be part of it. Soon she arrives, and Belle comes to guide her to her room and help her complete the entry procedures before they do that. Tanya declares that she has a place to go first. The first thing she plans to do in Silvânia is to get rid of Ed Roth Taylor, the trash that has dishonored the family name. Not long after arriving at the academy, Tanya receives a letter from her father, Crepin, encouraging her ambition, instructing her to show her face to represent him and strengthen her position. She eagerly promises herself to meet her father's expectations. He told her that Silvânia is a land of learning, and as such, she must treat her teachers with respect, as masters, so as not to commit discourtesies just because she is noble. He also reminded her to consider everyone a degree above her. As a lord, just as her father advised, she thanks a specific lord for taking the time to speak with her. Tanya talks about Ed, referring to him as a disgrace and a stain on their family. The Lord finds her words interesting, so she continues, saying that Ed is full of bravado, a rude person, and that he is merely the heir of the family. Because of her age, she comments that her pride is so great that she never acknowledges her incompetence and that she barely managed to get into Silvânia. The senior responds with interest again, but Tanya feels uncomfortable because the conversation seems to be one-sided. Her father had warned her to be careful when meeting people he introduced her to, so as not to disrespect them, especially when it came to Lortel, as he had met with her regarding the grimoire business of the Wise Seal. She notices Lortel's hostility and stops talking, but Lortel asks what is wrong and encourages her to continue. However, she stutters when asking if Lortel is upset, but Lortel just smiles and asks what she is talking about. Sometime later, Ed crosses off the establishment of a workshop organization plan from the list, concluding the scholarship student from the academy, working on understanding the theory of medium magic and contracting with the high-level spirit. From his winter break list, he acquired a medium-level magical skill, known as particle explosion, and another called Root's Desire. He obtained these skills from a book in Professor Gasty's library last night. That morning he goes out and tries to ignite a flame, but still cannot use magic due to the ring's effect, preventing him from practicing what he has been learning to light the fire. He wakes Lucy, who is curled up in her blanket, and takes her outside to help. He points to the fire, and she lazily ignites it, before asking him to leave her outside so she can enjoy the warmth while they sit together. She mentions that she smells a fragrance on him that must have come from the flower scent on Ane's body since he had been working with her all day. Lucy also asks if he has a fever or is sick, and when he confirms, she tells him not to die. She tries to release her magic in case it is distorted, but when she notices it is empty, she accuses him of doing something reckless. However, he responds that it is manageable. Suddenly, Lucy makes a strange request, asking him to stroke her head. He complies while reading a book. She rests her head on his legs and enjoys the warmth of his gentle touch. Out of nowhere, Lortel appears and tells Ed that it has been a while since she last saw him. He assumes she is here because of the favor he asked her, and wonders why she didn't invite him to the trading company. However, the hotel clarifies, intensely, that she has other matters to discuss and wanted to ask him something. Meanwhile, Tanya thanks some seniors for listening to her, and offers to reward them as best as she can if they help punish Ed. She offers several antiques from the family's storage, Professor Taylor, which excites Elka, but Dix gives her an intense look, wanting to confirm if she is really Ed's younger sister. The glowing aura he displays suggests that her body is well trained, and Tanya realizes she needs to be careful with him. Because of the strength of his magic, when Dix confirms that she is Ed's younger sister, he smiles at her and announces this to Elka excitedly. He hands Tanya a mandatory magical engineering item for new students to help train their magical resonance. Tanya looks confused, but Dix also gives her Elka's copy of Professor Dolof's elemental study notes. After gathering several essentials for her first year, they fill an entire box with useful items. Surprise. Tania asks if they heard her offer properly, but Dix dismisses it, saying that his brother always has problems with little things afterwards. Dix and Elka board a ship to their hometown, and Dix finally introduces himself as a second-year student. He explains that he is junior to Ed and is close to him because they owe each other a debt. He reassures Tanya, saying that she will be fine, and gives her a pat on the back. Recognizing her noble lineage, Tanya collapses under the weight of the gifts she received, irritated by the unfolding events. Meanwhile, in the assistant professor's office, Claire announces the hard work of Claire and mentions that they can relax for the rest of the holidays if the new student's assignment exam goes well. Clara praises Anissa's resilience as she did most of the work assigned to the students. Scholarship students, most of them struggled with the assignments, except for Ed, who had no flaws in his processing document. He solved practical issues efficiently at a level rarely seen among high-ranking nobles, which surprises Anisse. While working, Claire asks about his experience with Ed and shares a secret after the incident in the Othello's Hall. She followed him and discovered that he had built a camp larger than their laboratory entirely by himself, using tools. She praises his perseverance and work ethic, when she also mentions that Ed made a contract with a spirit, an incredibly difficult feat. Anisse realizes that she may have underestimated his practical skills, which are very different from her noble upbringing. After reflecting a bit, Anisse investigated Ed due to Janika's interest in him, concluding that he is simply a decent and hardworking man. His appearance is exceptional, he is not arrogant, and even Claire likes him when she starts to think about his athletic build, pleasant scent, and how well he takes care of himself. Claire realizes she is daydreaming and calls Anisse back to reality, embarrassed. She quickly opens the windows to let fresh air in. Worried, Claire asks if she is feeling well, and suggests that she might have overexerted herself. However, Anise realizes she is in trouble. She remembers Claire mentioning that Ed made a contract with a spirit, and suspects that he must have needed Janica's help. If that is the case, the spirit he contracted must be trustworthy and could report everything to Janica, including her attempts to seduce him. Trembling, she runs out of the office, ignoring Claire's offer to eat something. By the way, the motto of the File Lover family is harmony and coexistence. And Janica File Lover's love for everyone has always made her shine. She gained many genuine friends, but what currently worries her is knowing about Anise and Ed. Meanwhile, Tania approaches Janica to introduce herself and talk about Ed, just as she has done with others. Tania came here following Lortel's advice, believing that this would help her achieve her goal of ruining Ed. However, as she approaches Janica, the normally peaceful sorceress rises with a fearsome spirit looming behind her. Lortel had told Tania that Janica is kind and caring by nature, but the Janica standing before her now seems ready to rain fire and hail upon her at Ed's camp. Janica informs him that they have finished organizing most of the production materials he requested, but the legendary ranking materials are hard to find during winter. However, he thanks her for accepting his request, despite her schedule, but she tells him not to worry about it when he asks why she made the effort to come to him. She insists that she came here to rest. Soon after, Lortel notices Lucy and asks why she is sleeping here. Caught off guard, Ed responds that it is winter, but Lortel does not understand how that is an appropriate response. Eventually, she calms down and informs him that she came to talk to him about something other than engineering items. When he asks what it is, she shows him the sealed grimoire of the sage that she won, and the letter where he promised to do anything for her as long as she gives him a spell from the grimoire. With a smile on her face, she informs him that she is willing to make her money count. He asks how much she is willing to get from him, then she clarifies that she will not ask for something that is too burdensome. Her request is for him to stand by her side. The time for the third act has come, and the opposition between the Phoenix Princess and Lortel will begin. Lortel is starting her policies and strategies. The benevolent Princess Fania Elias Clow is Lortel's fated enemy, and according to the story, she will ascend to the position of president of the student council. She will control the academy and gain power. With this power, she is the main character who begins to unearth the darkness of her family. Roth Taylor in the fourth act. At the moment when the people in the academy have to choose sides, Lortel asks Ed to choose her side. However, the winner of this election depends on Taylor, the main character, and not on Ed, so he informs Lortel that his support will not change much. Lortel agrees, since he is just a student, but she explains that what is by her side is not for political reasons, but for reasons that are personal. Upon hearing this, Ed agrees to join her. Interestingly, Lortel is always the one who devises plans, and is known for having 1,000 faces, but for the first time, he sees her genuinely happy just because she promised to join her the next morning. Ed wakes up early as usual and asks for the light to start the fire as usual during his long conversation with Lortel. The night before, she told him how her little sister was preparing something. Lortel is not sure if Tania really sees him as an enemy of the family, or if she just holds a slight grudge against him like all siblings do, but she explains that she introduced some people that morning. Tania arrives with some of her workers to meet Ed. She mentions that it has been a while and shows him a gift she brought. She seems nervous or afraid of him, but she has no more intentions than he expected. He wonders why she is afraid, and remembers that she must have had a very terrible life. In her eyes while she was on the property, he realizes that he misjudged Tania. When he stands up, she screams in fear, and he remembers a time when he stepped on a maid who offered him food. In Tania's presence years ago, he recalls how she begged him to stop, but he scorned her for feeling attached to maids, who were mere tools. In the present, he thanks her for the gift, and promises to use it at the beginning of the next semester. He also explains that he was excommunicated, and that technically he is no longer her brother, but he appreciates her gesture. When he turns to enter, he signals for her to sit by the fireplace and tells Lucy, who sleepily sits near the fire, trying to figure out in which universe she woke up to give the guests a seat. He soon goes out with some drinks and asks Tania about those she has been talking to. She confesses that she has been talking about him, and when he mentions the name Janica, a look of fear develops on their faces. Ed comments that Janica is the kindest person he knows, and Tania firmly responds that she was indeed very kind. She mentions that Janica was very strong and summoned a high-level fire spirit that threw all the workers away to prevent him from informing Janica. She eventually lies, saying that Janica was very kind and wished her luck in school life. Ed asks her if Janica really summoned a high-level spirit, but Tania lies that this did not happen and that she did not know what she was saying at that moment. Ed realizes why Tania is being so strange, so he decides to clarify things. He explains that he is living the best way possible now, and paying the price as someone who has been. Ed realizes why Tanya is acting so strange, so he decides to clarify things. He explains that he is living his best life now, and paying the price as someone who has been through a lot. Excommunicated, he accepts that he must have lived a terrible life on the estate, and apologizes for the things he cannot undo. Our boy mentions that he heard she plans to run for student council president, and promises to cheer for her. Even saying this, he knows that Tanya will not become president since she is a villain here to help Phoenix, but he is attached to her. As she is a shocked relative, she looks at him as if she has seen a ghost, and Ed does not know how their relationship will be. Judging by her expression when she returns to her dormitory in Opal's hall, she convinces herself that Ed is still the scum who is just hiding his true nature. However, since she was almost burned to death for speaking ill of him, she realizes that Janica truly believes in Ed, and it is strange for her that a land full of elites can tolerate Ed's tattoo, so she hopes that his true nature will eventually be exposed. While walking to her door, she spots an awkward and unsophisticated human who is her neighbor, someone she had seen at Ed's camp. The girl immediately asks if she is Ed's younger sister, and offers to let Tanya know if she needs anything. When the lady enters her room, Tanya notices the golden plaque with the name on the door that only the most outstanding students have, and is shocked to realize that the person who just spoke to her is the legendary genius mage, Lucy Mario. At this moment, nothing makes sense to Tanya. Sometime later, he offers to let Tanya know if she needs anything. When the lady enters her room, Tanya notices the golden plaque with the name on the door. Only the most outstanding students have it, and she is shocked to realize that the person she just spoke to is the legendary genius mage, Lucy Mario. At that moment, nothing makes sense to Tanya. Sometime later, Anise meets the head maid, Belle, in the rose garden, and asks to be introduced to a handsome and distinguished young man, since she must know many students. However, Belle knows that she is not someone who casually meets boys, especially because she is always so busy and has no interest in dating. Not knowing what to say, Belle mentions the young master Ed, whom she thinks has similar attributes to Anise. Anise, already feeling guilty, then confesses her sins. She admits that she met Ed to confirm the negative rumors about him, but eventually discovered that they are more alike than she thought. She also found him quite attentive and considerate. When Belle investigates further, Anise admits to feeling a little attracted to Ed, and accepts that it is good news because it means Janica has truly found a point of assistance to her plan to rid herself of these feelings as if they were a malignant tumor by finding another boy to replace him and making it public that they are dating. Upon hearing this, Belle asks if Janica is aware of her feelings but then corrects herself, highlighting that finding someone else just to replace Ed is extremely disrespectful to the new person. Anise recounts how she found Janica yesterday, how embarrassing it was, and the gloomy expression Janica had. Apparently, she will have to supervise Ed in the next exam. Anise feels bad for hurting Janica. However, Belle reassures her, saying it may not be as bad as she thinks. After all, it is true that Alice and Clara were just trying to take care of Janica so that her proper attitude wouldn't lead her into trouble. Belle expresses how grateful she is that Alice opened up to her, and eventually, Alice starts to feel better about her guilt that night. Ed walks through the camp and finds Janica waiting for him. He plans to collect materials to build a storage area for himself and expand the living room space. But when he notices Janica's distant expression, he serves her a cup of tea and asks her to talk with him. However, she refuses because she cannot express herself. Then he says that she doesn't need to. She is surprised to hear this and watches as he covers her with a cloth to protect her from the snow, worried that she might be facing academic difficulties, highlighting that finding another person just to replace Ed is extremely disrespectful to the new person. Aine recounts how she met Janica yesterday. It was embarrassing, and the gloomy expression Janica had suggests she will have to supervise Ed in the next exam. She feels bad for hurting Janica. However, Bella reassures her, saying it may not be as bad as she thinks. After all, it is true that Alice and Clara were just trying to take care of Dianica so that her uptight attitude wouldn't lead her into trouble. Bella expresses how grateful she is that Alice opened up to her, and eventually, Alice starts to feel better about her guilt that night. Ed walks around the camp and finds Janica waiting for him. He plans to collect materials to build a storage area for himself and expand the living room space. But when he notices Janica's distant expression, he serves her a cup of tea and asks her to talk with him. However, she refuses because she can't express herself. Then he says she doesn't have to. She is surprised to hear this and watches, as he covers her with a cloth to protect her from the snow, worried that she might be facing academic difficulties, and looking like a cornered animal. He can't ignore her eventually. She rests her head on his shoulder, and they both warm up in the cold. Meanwhile, Tania remembers how the Roth Taylor residence was always peaceful. However, after the heir and eldest daughter Arian Roth Taylor died, a new heir took over, and everything changed. Ed changed when he gained power, becoming a pathetic trash who acted as if the whole world belonged to him. She remembers a time when he maliciously reminded her that she could do nothing against him, and forcibly handed her a sword, telling her to kill him and become the next heir. When she fell to her knees, he laughed at her, continuing the daily torment that sometimes made it hard for her to breathe. She always lived under his oppressive gaze, but he never physically harmed her because they shared the same blood. Still, she couldn't save her family or his property, making her life miserable as if she were already dead. But an opportunity arose when he was eventually excommunicated, and all that was left was for her to prove herself, something she planned to do through the upcoming student council president elections. On the day of class distribution for the new students, Niece warns Ed to stay away from her, because his advances won't work on her. He just watches, confused, certain that she must have a reason for her actions, while the assistant teacher Claire joins them as they prepare for the upcoming exam, along with the other scholarship students. This class assignment exam is taking place on the mountain now, and this time Claire is in charge, unlike previous exams, where students had to find hard to locate magical spheres. This time, there are easily found magical stones. They are not particularly hidden, and there are no varied point values. Anyone in this exam can qualify for Class A as long as they find a stone and place it on the Dalago replacement altar. This part is easy. However, since she is the disciple of the ruthless Glest, there is also the challenge of fighting and defeating numerous monsters and wild animals. Only the students who survive will qualify for Class A. That's why she calls it the Hell Survival Exam on the Mountain Orem. In the end, none of the new students can enter Class A at Silvânia Academy this year. At least, that is the original scenario according to the gameplay. And it is crucial that no one advances to Class A because this is directly linked to an important future event in the game. Exactly for this reason, he decides not to comment on the difficulty of Claire's exam. However, he only feels comfortable because there have been no casualties, even though the exam is essentially diabolical. This is because the students will be fighting against imaginary monsters summoned using a magical engineering device called a vision disc. There are standard vision discs that summon low-level monster and beast apparitions. However, there are also purple vision discs that summon high-level monsters and beasts, and even humans. This last type ensures that no one reaches Claire, and Anise is responsible for dealing with them. As she struggles to carry them, the only one offers to help, but she refuses. However, Lynn intervenes and signals for her to hand him the purple disc instinctively. She steps back upon seeing him and accidentally stumbles over a stone. To prevent her from falling, Ed wraps his hand around her waist, and they end up in an unexpectedly intimate position. Unfortunately, the purple disc slips from Anise's hands and rolls away, but they are lucky that Klebso catches it in time. Ed is relieved that it didn't break, but he doesn't notice Anis, who is almost exploding due to the way he is holding her. But he doesn't notice Anis, who is about to explode due to the way he is holding her. However, Klebs does not notice the small crack in the disc, and moments later, it shatters completely in his hands when Ed sees this. He immediately releases Niece, realizing that they messed everything up last year. It was the year when the failed student Taylor picked up a sword for the first time, and it was when he was supposed to defeat Lucy and gain attention, but the scenario went wrong when Lucio defeated him, causing Janica to lose control. This year's joint combat training is equally important. The first-year elite can request combat training against the previous generations, and when the fight begins, the first years go into a frenzy against their veterans. They aim to win by any means possible. However, according to the plot, they were all supposed to lose, only for Taylor to understand that at that point, Taylor had become stronger throughout the year. He becomes known to everyone as Saint Clarice, who was also hiding her identity, fixing her gaze on Taylor, and this act ends. The relationship between the Saint and Taylor is important because her power plays a crucial role in the third act, the confrontation with Lucy, and what happens afterward. She needs to help Taylor, so this class assignment exam must follow the initial plot to ensure that the first-year elite students can go wild as planned during the joint combat training. However, the only reason they will go into a frenzy is that none of the students are placed in Class A, and that is because the assistant teacher, Claire, used 2 purple discs to make the class assignment exam harder. Everyone looks at the broken circuit and realizes that it is beyond repair. Niece feels devastated and apologizes for her inattention, but it is clarified that apologizing will not bring back the purple disc at this rate. There will be many students in Class A, so he proposes a solution and chooses Klebs, who does not know what he is talking about, as they will use it at the entrance of Mount Oren. Tanya is happy to find other noble students like her classmates. Even the princess and the chancellor are part of her class, and everyone is dressed without showing their status or birth. However, there is one peculiar person among them, from the Order of Telos, Saint Clarice. The other first-year students bow to her, but she asks them to dispense with the formalities to maintain the order of the academy. While she speaks, Tanya introduces herself and expresses how honored she is to meet her. The saint is pleased to know that Tanya is from the Roth family. Taylor comments that Crippen, the patriarch, was baptized by her, although she was too young to remember. Regardless, Tanya replies that it was an honor and expresses hope to be baptized when she becomes an adult. Soon after, an announcement signals the start of the exam, and each faculty member is directed to their designated area. Even though everyone's goal is to enter Class A, they all soon rush toward Class A, which grants them free student welfare activities, fame, tuition, exemption, and access to the Ophelis Hall. A redhead quickly finds a stone and runs to place it on the altar before anyone else to secure Class A while he speaks. Another student named Joseph runs by and reminds him to stop chattering and start running. Meanwhile, Tanya notices that there are many magical stones on the mountain and deduces that there must be something else making the exam difficult. She decides to conserve her energy, stay alert, and move slowly. Suddenly, she notices a student taking off her shoes. Initially, she suspects the student slipped, but she is surprised when the girl joyfully jumps, explaining that she just wanted to feel the snow on her feet. Tanya is confused about why she would do this right now, but the girl sees no problem. Even though everyone's goal is to enter the class, they all quickly run towards the class, which grants them free student wellness activities, fame, tuition exemption, and access to the Ophelis Lounge. A redhead quickly finds a stone and runs to place it on the altar, before anyone else to secure the class, while he speaks. Another student named Joseph runs past and reminds him to stop chattering and start running. Meanwhile, Tanya notices that there are many magical stones on the mountain, and deduces that there must be something else making the exam difficult. She decides to conserve her energy, stay alert, and move slowly. Suddenly, she notices a student taking off her shoes. Initially, she suspects that the student slipped, but she is surprised when the girl jumps joyfully, explaining that she just wanted to feel the snow on her feet. Tanya is confused about why she would do this right now, but the girl sees no problem. Tanya then convinces herself that the girl must have hit her head during the exam shortly after. Tanya introduces herself, and the girl mentions that she heard the members of the Roth Taylor family have high status. Tanya clarifies that not everyone does, as some are scoundrels, referring to Ed, although Ed seemed reformed. When she met him at the camp, she believes he is hiding his true nature, which has made her deeply afraid of him over the years. Regardless, the girl thinks very highly of Tanya, and expresses deep respect finally. She introduces herself as Kylie Eckner, a girl from a small state town called Turin Principality. She apologizes for her strange behavior, explaining that she doesn't know much about the modern world. However, Tanya does not interrupt and signals that they need to hurry as they are in an exam. Kylie agrees, but explains that she is not very worried about entering Class A, as that would draw too much attention to her, which irritates Tanya. However, knowing that Tanya is interested, she enthusiastically grabs her hand, excited to have a friend her age for the first time, despite Tanya's protests. 30 minutes into the exam, the redhead continues, and is quite sure he will secure first place, especially since his stamina is better than Joseph's, whom he eventually calls a bastard. He stops to rest due to fatigue, but does not notice Klebios, who has transformed into the sword demon and is aiming a crushing punch at his cheek. The punch knocks him to the ground, and the redhead protests, asking Klebios why he suddenly appeared, saying that this does not befit a veteran. Meanwhile, Klebios remembers how Ed had previously explained that he and Anise would block new students from reaching the altar halfway through. Since only the strongest should be worthy of Class A, Anise blames herself for putting them in this situation, and promises to do her best. Meanwhile, Onyx, a master of flight magic, is in charge of security, while Claire has to draft documents to report the changes in the exam. As everyone has their designated roles, Ed decides to stay behind and protect the altar. However, Claire is worried because Ed still cannot sense magic properly, but he assures her that he has something in mind, while Klebios attacks the students. Onyx arrives to rescue those who have been knocked down. Meanwhile, Ed checks the purple vision disc and realizes that fixing it completely will be difficult, especially since his magic has not returned yet. However, since they have a large stock of high-quality magic stones containing immense magical energy, he decides to offer them at the altar to continuously recharge his magic. When he offers the first mug, the spirit he contracted appears and tries to communicate with him, even though he still cannot. hear what it is saying. While Anis and Klebios buy time, Ed offers a large number of magic stones to ensure that no one passes him. After several students are relentlessly knocked down, some try to warn others to run. Meanwhile, Tanya and Kylie find the unconscious students and spot the sword demon approaching threateningly. As this happens, Klebios notices an explosion behind him at the north entrance where Anis is positioned, but he is sure that the explosion is not from Anis's magic. As he is distracted, the girls take the opportunity to pass by him, and then he chases after them. Although Anis, the best teaching assistant, is talented enough to be considered a specialist in both academic and practical fields, she is just a little above average in combat. She is not an easy opponent for first-year students, but Joseph Whitefeld is on a completely different level. Unlike her sister, who had to work hard to become a top alchemy student, Joseph was the youngest to achieve the status of researcher in the Magic Society and can freely use intermediate-level magic, making him a genius. After she told him to pass, Joseph tells her there is no reason to be upset because he is sure she is talented in something beyond fighting. However, Anis clarifies that she is upset, but not because she lost to him. She then asks him to come up. He advances, and Anis remembers that everything was going perfectly without flaws, but she made it difficult by breaking the purple vision disc. The worst part is that she couldn't think of an alternative, and left it to Ed, who had to handle the situation. She blames herself for losing to a new student and for not being able to block the north entrance, but what frustrates her the most is that she keeps thinking about Ed, who took the situation calmly. Meanwhile, Joseph arrives at the altar and finds Ed, who welcomes him and reminds him that he just needs to place the stone on the altar, although he doesn't let him do that. Surprised, Joseph comments that the exam method is kind of strange, since there wouldn't be anyone else for the others to fight if he successfully defeated Ed when he doesn't receive a response. He assumes there is an alternative, but in reality, he is talking to buy time and assess the surrounding environment. When he sees the purple disc, he notices it is a different color, which means it could be too stronger. He also observes that Ed is not emitting much mana, and feels that he used magic stones, indicating a low mana reserve. Since he was the first visitor, Joseph prepares to attack him with fire. Disappointed that Silvânia did not meet his expectations, he unleashes a medium-level particle explosion, which can be devastating if the target is unprepared. If Ed does not notice the direction of his hand and dodge in advance, he will be hit, but Ed quickly dodges, proving he has some combat experience. Joseph immediately assumes Ed will use fire magic, either the ignition spell or Scott. Based on the position of Ed's hand, he predicts ignition. But the scale of the flame is much stronger than expected, which means Ed has trained his basic magic to a level close to the middle class. However, Joseph easily blocks the attack with a shield, and comments that it is a waste, since it cannot penetrate. His defense battles between mages are usually determined by who has the largest mana reserve. Joseph, still unimpressed, believes that Ed lacks real combat experience and will not be able to block his offensive magic when his mana runs out. Curiously, Ed transforms into a fire monster, informs that although he can block spells with magic defense, he cannot block physical strength. Our boy grabs him by the head, gives him a kick in the stomach, and then crushes his jaw. He asks Joseph why he assumed he would only face mages just because he himself is a mage. Joseph quickly retreats and demands to know how Ed walked through the fire. Joseph prepares for a medium-level ice attack, but plans to be more cautious this time. However, Ed responds with a basic ignition spell, making Joseph wonder if he is trying to mix his fire magic with ice to create steam and obscure his vision. Irritated, Joseph quickly switches to fire using the basic spell burn. However, Ed crosses through the flames again using the Blessing of Recovery, a spell that temporarily increases his fire immunity. Our boy advances through the fire and tries to stab Joseph with a knife, but he quickly casts a spell that blocks the physical attack, confident that his casting speed is faster than Ed's. But Ed throws the knife against his shield and retreats. It turns out the knife is actually mug transformed. Ed signals for the spirit to use a spiritual formula known as explosion. The explosion easily destroys the shield and sends Joseph rolling several meters back. Severely injured, Joseph remains convinced that Ed's casting speed is not faster than his own. He deduces that Ed used a spiritual formula, which also explains how he crossed the exhausted fire. Joseph wonders who this person is and drops the stone when Ed approaches him with a knife, conceding defeat. As soon as Ed lowers his guard, Joseph lunges with a medium-level ice spear attack, but suddenly switches to a punch to confuse Ed. Landing a strong blow to his chin, Ed is surprised that Joseph, who has spent his whole life researching magic, managed to cause such impact with his fist. However, a strange energy suddenly appears around Ed. The spiritual formula of Marilda is the wind protection, which pushes enemies away when an unexpected attack occurs. A powerful gust sends Joseph flying several meters into a nearby rock. Now more injured than before, Joseph finally accepts his defeat. Ed praises his punch, and Joseph soon asks his name when Edley says. Onyx arrives to pick up the injured boy. Meanwhile, in a carriage, Elka asks Dix why he joined the Magic Academy. He is surprised by the question, then she mentions that he would have been the best student if he had entered alchemy, or combat, and she feels bad for him having given up so much for her. However, Dix explains that he doesn't care much about being the best student. He admits he could have been the best in alchemy but certainly not in combat, because the best student in the Combat Academy is Klebs Nortendeu. Meanwhile, Klebs is knocked down by a terrible energy that leaves him completely dazed. Kylie, who landed the blow, hopes she hasn't hurt him, but Onyx quickly arrives to take care of him and tells the girls to continue the exam. With only 20 minutes remaining, Tanya and Kylie reach the altar, where several other students are unconscious. Tanya spots Ed, the object of her fear and hatred, and he immediately tells her to give up. In the past, St. Clarice had two dreams. One of the dreams she had that day was planted by Archbishop Verdio, and the other was a beautiful song by Adele about the outside world, the woman responsible for the sacred fire after leaving the Order of Telos. She called herself the Romantic. Although it was unclear how she moved from building to building, she sang a song at Clarice's window. When the world was asleep, the second dream Clarice had was about the outside world that her only friend Adele whispered to her while looking at the stars. Adele told her about a life where she could attend classes normally, have normal friends, love normally, and embrace someone who loves her, instead of receiving countless prayers from the believers who revered her. After leaving the order, Adele joined Silvânia, and when the holidays came, she traveled the world and visited Clarice. However, after Adele left, Clarice went to the places she spoke of in her dreams every night, and at the end of each dream, she shared a deep embrace with someone. She and that person would explore the world together and enjoy a colorful journey, which contrasted with her completely white life up to that moment. Before leaving for the Silvânia Academy, Archbishop Verdio reminded St. Clarice, who was behind Kylie's disguise to ensure she wouldn't reveal her identity. She assured him she would be careful, and with the organization of the order, to divert her attention, she was taken to the academy in this form. No one paid attention to her, and she liked to sit on a wooden bench, which deeply satisfied her. No one revered or bowed to her, and no one suspected that Kylie was the saint, except Ed, of course. Meanwhile, in the present, Ed tells the girls to give up. Tanya watches in surprise because facing her brother is the final exam. Ed begs the girls to come back, but then he activates a sinister aura and challenges them to advance if they insist. The aura is incredibly strong, and Tanya feels that this level of power is impossible even for people who have trained in spiritual magic their entire lives. It even surpasses the abilities of graduate-level practitioners. Currently, spiritual wizards are called veterans if they can handle 5 to 6 medium-level spirits, but Tanya is shocked to see a high-level spirit, Marilda, behind him. After seeing this, Kylie proposes that surrendering is the rational choice, and Tanya recalls the trauma she suffered when facing another high-level spirit, while encountering Janica. However, she cannot accept the idea of fleeing from her brother again, just as she did in the past, so she refuses to give up. Tanya remembers how Ed was 2 years ago, and wonders how someone who couldn't even use elemental magic could suddenly summon a high-level spirit. She concludes, it must be a trick. She plans to defeat the true spirit behind him, assuming it must be weaker. But as she approaches, the energy is so overwhelming that she has to accept reality. She really might be facing a high-level spirit. After a series of attempts, the energy knocks both girls back, and Kylie is shocked to find out that this person is Tanya's brother. Secretly, Kylie had a fantasy about well-dressed nobles, with charming smiles and graceful manners. However, upon meeting Ed, she is shocked to see that this is the same person Tanya spoke of with such disdain. Eventually, Kylie gets up and signals Tanya to go towards the main body of the spirit as planned, while she acts as bait since she cannot die, except in special cases. Tanya worries that she might get hurt, but Clarice assures her that she will do it. After all, Tanya had said that Ed was truly a bad person, and Clarice is willing to protect her first friend in Silvânia. Normally, Tanya would have dismissed such absurd words, but she had witnessed Kylie's abilities during the fight with Klebios and how she effortlessly dodged his attack. She wonders if Kylie possesses a special power while watching her advance into the storm with tears in her eyes. The sudden action confuses Marilda, who immediately tries to crush Kylie to the ground, but Kylie's sacred magical blessing is suddenly activated. The blessing manifests a medium level or higher power that automatically defends against any hostile force attempting to cause harm. The shock between the two forces pushes Kylie back. Although her shield still protects her, Ed asks if she thought he would give up, but he soon realizes Tanya jumping towards him from the side with a basic magical attack known as Emit. The attack pushes him away from the altar and throws him to the ground, where Tanya spots the purple vision disc lying nearby. As she examines the area for Ed's body, she notices several arrows flying around her and hears Ed's voice telling her to stay still. She is stunned to see that the same person who previously couldn't handle a sword is now skillfully wielding a bow. He reminds her that the first shot was a warning. While Tanya observes the magic arrows, she wonders if the person before her is really Ed Roth Taylor, realizing that nothing has changed since childhood. When he used to oppress her, tears fill her eyes because no matter how hard she tries, she still feels powerless. However, Ed acknowledges her efforts, praises her for working so hard, and apologizes for having held back in a fight. He explains that there is a reason behind his actions and adds that she wouldn't have enjoyed the challenge if he hadn't resisted while she listens. He praises her incredible performance, admitting that he would have given up if he were in her position. When she sees him wearing the gift she gave him, she realizes that something has truly changed in him. Ed reminds her that she should be proud for fighting until the end, even if it was an illusion caused by the sight of the purple disc. While she cries, he tells her that she is impressive, but this doesn't seem to help as she continues crying because she didn't make it into the class. Suddenly, Kaio hugs Tanya and warns Ed to back off, so that she doesn't attack him suddenly. Claire calls Ed for help because Klebios is completely unconscious and the exam is over. However, she notices that her voice is starting to return to its original tone, which means that her transformation magic is unraveling. This must have happened when she backed off and dropped the magical engineering item that Verde told her to carry. She begins to panic, fearing that her identity will be revealed and her school life will end. But Mug suddenly appears with the magical item. Ed hands it to her and almost calls her by her title, but quickly corrects himself. She looks at him in shock. As he steps away to find Claire, the class task exam has ended, and Ed managed to return everything to the original story except for one thing. A change that was created, even if it was quite nonsensical, is that the eyes of the saint, that should have been focused on Taylor, are now focused on Ed, because she realized that he almost called her by her title, while Ed is lying on the ground. Matilda speaks to him about the beauty that transcends generations and values, like what is seen in the folly of the scenery. Ed, however, interrupts, saying that she is talking nonsense. Then she protests that humans are incapable of appreciating the moment, even though they live short lives. It turns out that Matilda was not just a vision, she was actually there, but Ed didn't want to tell his sister. Matilda reminds him that he needs to learn to appreciate the little things, and Ed realizes that she is a parrot, just like Danica had said. However, Matilda scolds him for always being meticulous about everything and not paying attention to his well-being. Eventually, she explains to him that he needs to date someone who can help with his well-being. To gain some credibility, she asks Mug if she is right. Mug agrees, and even tells Ed to listen to Matilda, and at least pretend to agree. When Matilda asks what he means by pretending, the little man apologizes for speaking incorrectly and tries to redeem himself by offering his death. Ed, tired of his ramblings, throws Mug away and asks Matilda why. Janica seemed unhappy the last time he saw her. She asks if he is worried, but states that she cannot tell him since Janica didn't want to share herself. However, she reminds him not to worry too much because even Janica needs to go through tough seasons and grow from them, especially since the world is not a fairy tale. Shortly after, Matilda hurries him so that she doesn't consume all of his mana. She explains that she is an expensive spirit, and the only reason he managed to summon her, besides the mana stones he consumed recently, is because another person was handling part of the mana load. She clarifies that a spirit like her wouldn't do. Contract with only one person, and Ed realizes that he really cannot summon a high-level spirit. For a long time, while wondering whose mana it was, the answer becomes clear, rising to the top of a nearby structure. He finds Lucy and teases her about coming here to take a nap. However, she clarifies that she didn't come here to sleep. She just didn't want to be alone in the cabin, so she took a walk that led her to the replacement altar. Ed knows that her arrival here marks the final stage of the third act. Soon the suspicious saint will begin to suspect the order, after noticing the darkness of the holy city. Then the apostles of Telos saw the Arcan Island to condemn Clarice and the characters at the academy. They will decide to follow the archbishop's orders since they do not know the whole story. All swords will be pointed at the only girl trying to protect the Arcan Island, Lucy, who is following her master's last wish, regardless of the offenses. Lucy will not complain, and will remain steadfast until she finally awakens, When that moment comes, she will defeat all the main characters on the Archon Island and take down more than half of the invasion group by herself. But yes, in the end, her resistance will run out and she will be defeated by Taylor, who learned the final form of the swordsman after the truth is revealed. Everyone will understand why Lucy was trying to kill the apostles of God, and will realize that she was not a villain after all. However, by that point, it will be too late to change anything. Perhaps it is due to her innate nature, or because she felt that they would not have listened. But Lucy will keep everything to herself until the end. Back to the present. Ed still plans to stop her. He cannot handle her sacrifice. Just to keep the narrative intact in a flashback from the past, the old Glock explains to a young Lucy that Silvânia will be able to overcome most trials on her own. But there will come a time when a trial will arise that they will not be able to overcome. He pleads with her to lend them her strength, even if it is just because of him. He told her about the events before they happened, and it was terrible for her to lose her master and only family. Suddenly, she leans over and puts her head on Ed's lap. She tells him that she recently realized that she feels lonely, so Ed decides to always warn her in advance whenever he plans to leave the cabin. The next day, Clara returns from her trip home and reunites with her family. She gives Bella a gift she brought for her. Clara, who comes from a very rich and noble family, longed to return and quickly goes out to see her friends Anise and Janica for tea, since she hasn't seen them in a long time. Eventually, when she finds Anise and Janica, the table is terribly silent, and Clara wonders if the two had a fight. In all the years of friendship, she has never seen this kind of tense atmosphere, and wonders what she should say to lighten the mood. Before she can say anything, Janica finally asks Anise about the hug she received from Ed. Meanwhile, Edward Taylor builds a wooden wall to block the wind, and realizes that working on low-level items no longer increases his stats or production proficiency, so he considers looking for something new. He is doing this to prepare for strong winds, but soon he is approached by Belle, who came to forcibly take Lucy. She explains that the Academy has implemented a new policy. Students in the dormitories can only leave when absolutely necessary during snowstorms. Lucy whispers to Ed, asking for help, but Belle explains that there will be surveillance in the dormitories to keep her in place. Despite Lucy's pleas, Ed does not waver. Finally, Belle asks if he really. She thinks she can survive a snowstorm for a week in such an environment, because she doubts that this type of wind blocker is sufficient. However, Ed explains that he is just preparing this to protect his supplies, but he used the string to tie the roof of his cabin and secure it to the ground, as he plans to focus on magical engineering research in the spiritual library during the storm. He is sure he has another place to stay. When Ed notices the concern on Belle's face, he encourages her to speak, but she just wishes him good luck and says nothing. Meanwhile, after Janica accuses Nice of hugging Ed, Clara turns to Anise in shock. Cornered, Anise says nothing while Clara tries to clarify that there must be a misunderstanding. To break the tension, Anise admits that she did flirt with Ed and apologizes. She explains that she didn't find him trustworthy, because he seems like a playboy, so she was trying to get to know him better. When Janica hears this, she asks Anise if she is lying, but Anise assures that Ed is not even her type since he seems like a thug and is quite impulsive. At that moment, Janica interrupts to stop speaking ill of Ed. Then Anise apologizes for flirting with him without talking to her. However, Janica, now crying, asks Anise why she is doing things she never asked her to do, making her so worried that she couldn't even sleep one night. Because her precious friend attracted her, she is also distressed, because she is not in a position to be betrayed, as she doesn't even know where she stands. But Nice assures her that, from what she saw, she is more than a friend to Ed. Upon hearing this, Janica protests that it was not right for Nice to assess Ed as she did, but since she did, there is no reason to be angry. She thanks Anise for being honest, that she has no feelings for Ed, and Clara feels relieved because she was afraid Anise had fallen for him. Suddenly Janica runs off when she realizes she hasn't been to the northern forest for a while, leaving Clara and Anise alone. Anise asks Clara to introduce her to a man, but when she realizes that this is not enough, she decides to break the stereotype by asking Clara to date her. Confused, Clara just watches as Anise rambles on when Clara doesn't respond. Anise plans to kill her feelings by avoiding Ed as soon as the scholarship students' work at the academy is over. After the break, however, she is devastated to learn that the scholarship students at the academy will continue working as student assistants when she returns because they were quite proficient. Becoming student assistants will grant them more scholarships and other privileges, but for Anise, it seems like a nightmare. Upon examining the details of Ed's magical power, she discovers that she can now learn intermediate magic. He has 4 spirit slots, with Mug in one hand and Marilda in the other. When Janica arrives at the camp, she informs him that he needs to make a contract with a mid-level spirit soon, Ed comments that she seems back to normal since she looked quite sad the last time he visited, but Janica pretends not to remember. Her reaction makes Ed smile as he realizes that Janica helps him relax. She is the only third-year student he can truly call a friend. Shortly after, Janica mentions that she knows about his contract with Marilda, but finds it strange since it is too early for him to deal with a high-level spirit. However, Ed is straightforward and shows her the golden phoenix ring that Glass gave him, informing her about his future plans. When she realizes that he cannot use magic for a while, she understands that making a contract with a medium-level spirit will be difficult for him now. But the magic of Ed will return when the break ends and the semester begins. Janica congratulates him for making a contract with a high-level spirit, since it is rare among spirit sorcerers. She asks if he plans to stay in the spirit library during the snowstorm, and comments that he works a lot in response. Edea teases him, saying that she works even harder since she is the best student. He mentions that people will probably pay attention to her in the upcoming student council president elections. Anyway, Janica responds that she intends to remain neutral during the elections. She asks if Tanya is also running and if he is close to his sister. Ed admits that he cannot say that with confidence since he was excommunicated, but that doesn't change the fact that they are relatives, and he plans to maintain a good relationship with her, because he cares about her. Upon hearing this, Janica concludes that Tanya's reaction was just sibling rivalry. Suddenly, she grabs his hand, and, with tears in her eyes, asks if there is something Tanya would like to receive as a gift, or some food she likes. At that moment, Ed realizes that Janica must have done something wrong to Tanya, and is trying to make amends. However, Janica insists that she did nothing. Ed continues to look at her, knowing that she is a terrible liar, and soon her guilt leads her to confess everything. Ed doesn't think it's such a serious problem. Meanwhile, Kylie is informed that the storm will start in the morning, and that leaving the dormitories will not be allowed except for special reasons. Upon hearing this, she can't help but remember the terrifying vision of Ed, the third-year student she saw a few days ago. But more than that, she feels uncomfortable, especially when he almost called her by her honorifics, making her wonder if he knows her secret now in her true form. She places the magical engineering shapeshifting item beside her, worried about how hard she worked to lead a normal life at the academy. If even a stranger discovers her identity, her academic life will end. It wasn't hard for her to gather information about Ed, because she heard Joseph scolding the red-haired boy for not being able to approach the altar. Joseph mentioned that Ed is not human, and that he heard Ed built a cabin in the forest, to the north where he lives. The only problem is that she can't go there, since students won't be able to leave once the storm starts. And when the snowstorm ends and spring arrives, the new semester will begin, leaving her with no chance to seal her lips, or do anything else. She soon opens the window, but fear overwhelms her, the fear of Ed, of the darkness, and of the bitter cold. Living surrounded by pure white walls and ceilings has deteriorated her ability to appreciate the beauty of the world. But she decides that she must experience it for herself. So she jumps out the window with the shape-shifting item in her hands, landing on the ground, determined not to lose the freedom she fought for. She goes to meet Ed to ensure that he is not planning anything. Meanwhile, in the academic building, Kleberson remembers how his eyes adapted to the darkness, because it is all he has ever known. The most vivid memory he has is of his brother, who stayed by his side even when everyone in the house avoided him, especially the memory of when he stabbed him in the heart. After the break, Claire asks if he doesn't want to be a student assistant. He explains that he felt like a burden to them last time, despite enjoying the good treatment. The way he speaks makes Claire suspect that another lab is trying to recruit him, but she soon manages to get him to agree to accept the job as a student assistant. Meanwhile, after the break, Claire asks if he doesn't want to be a student assistant. He explains that he felt like a burden to them last time, despite enjoying the good treatment. The way he speaks makes Claire suspect that another lab is trying to recruit him, but she soon gets him to agree to accept the job as a student assistant. Meanwhile, he suspects that another laboratory is trying to recruit him, but soon he manages to get him to agree to accept the job as a student assistant in the meantime. Ed feels that he has trained to the limits of what he can endure during the break. He managed to focus on training and increase his stats and advanced creation skills for spiritual formula infusion and magic engineering. He improved both advanced skills enough for them to be considered his specialties, and plans to spend the remaining week working on them in the library to use them more effectively when he leaves. He remembers giving Dix some money to clean up the mess in the library with a bit of magic, but Dix even helped organize the books by theme and title. For that to happen, it seems he had some help from Elka, although he said it was a secret. He will have to find a way to repay her later. He grabs a book from the shelf and decides to focus on a few formulas. Instead of trying to learn hundreds, aiming to create at least one legendary magical engineering item. After that, he plans to create a few more to increase his magical engineering skills and then make other rare items, as soon as he masters the basics. While working on his plans, he reaches into his bag but doesn't find the items he needs. It seems he left them at the cabin, so he is forced to go back through the storm to retrieve them. Meanwhile, Kylie faces the painful storm and eventually finds the river in the forest to the north that Joseph mentioned. She checks the map she brought and tries to locate the cabin. At this point, she feels like she is on an adventure, of course, and if she is not weak, she is more talented than most wizards, and her holy magic is even stronger than the others. The blessing of holy magic ensures that anyone who tries to harm her will have the damage returned double, so even if she encounters a wild animal or a thief, she will not be harmed. However, she feels a certain fear when it comes to Ed, especially since he may have been baptized by the Order of Telos, as he was the successor of the Roth Taylor family. The problem is that the blessing of holy magic does not harm those who have been baptized by the Order. However, there should be no reason for him to harm her. She just needs to make sure he doesn't know who she is. Soon after, she arrives at his door and tries to open it, but it doesn't budge. When she manages to force the door, she notices a small pot full of blood placed behind it, and her strength spills its contents onto the floor. She stands there confused, but soon becomes frightened upon seeing a wild boar tied up nearby, blood everywhere, and fear takes over her. She has entered hell, as if that weren't enough. Soon there were footsteps, and she quickly hides. Moments later, someone enters through the open door and notices the blood on the floor. Meanwhile, Kylie hides, trembling, as the person approaches her hiding spot and pulls a huge knife from one of the drawers, trying to stifle her whimpers. She accidentally gasps, and the person turns to her, asking who she is. As she stammers, Ed recognizes her and says her name in confusion. Surprised, he asks what she is doing here, and why she is trembling. However, Kylie, overwhelmed by fear, releases an explosion of divine holy magic towards him, an attack that nullifies most of the opponent's magic while causing physical damage. The explosion hits Ed, throwing him back and making him crash through a bookshelf. Seeing that he was seriously injured, she falls to her knees, trembling, realizing she did not intend to kill him. In tears, she prays to Telos, believing she has committed a grave sin. She should live a life of purity, but now she is stained by sin, promising to burn in the depths of hell to atone. Believing she has committed a grave sin, she should live a life of purity, but now she is stained by sin, promising to burn in the depths of hell to atone. The prayer is abruptly interrupted by a furious Ed who approaches her and asks if she is joking with him, completely shocked. The spirit inside her seems to leave, and she faints on the spot. Meanwhile, in the Hall of the Maidens, the head maid is summoned when they discover that Kylie is missing. Belle is one of the few people who knows Kylie's true identity, as the Order decided that the person in charge should know what is happening. The nation would be in turmoil if they knew that the saint disappeared in a snowstorm. But Belle remains calm, determined to handle the situation discreetly, especially because the saint possesses the blessing of sacred magic to avoid reducing the necessary personnel to maintain the hall. Belle decides to search for the saint alone. Before leaving, a maid informs her that a witness saw Kylie for the last time heading towards the northern forest. Upon hearing this, Belle realizes that Kylie is heading towards Ed's territory, the same Ed, who is strangely blessed with women. Worse, it's a snowstorm, and a man and a woman left alone, forced to rely on each other until they are rescued. Does not seem like a good situation. The image in her mind makes her uneasy, so she runs, knowing she must find them as quickly as possible. The saint is in danger. There is a suspicious man in the forest, wandering around carrying the bloodied corpses of beasts. These were the rumors among the students, but Belle knew the truth. She knows he is a quite attentive person, and faithfully fulfills his duties, despite the many women who approach him, which makes him trustworthy. But the idea that relationships become more complicated by adding the saint generates concern for Belle, especially because she is sure that Ed does not know Kylie's true identity. When she enters through the door, she finds Kylie dazed with Ed, who appears to be seriously injured. Confused, Belle asks what happened. Then he explains, and folks, this is the end of the video. If you liked it, comment for the next part, subscribe to the channel, and leave a like. Thank you for watching, and see you next time.